Can you also please share? Getting ready to like all of the posts. Do they have a section for it now, or did you just? Okay.
So we're being peeped. That's the.
I'm just saying I may or may not have recommended a self promo channel in that Discord before, so I Yep. Yep. Yeah. It works. Woohoo!
Nice.
Almost forgot to unmute my mic. Okay.
Well.
So, shout out to Shay, who went out of his way to make sure that I was able to get my model back up and running at ShayBomb on Instagram and Twitter. If you want to commission a VTuber model of your own or any other art that Shay does. Shay does a lot of very good art, and I'm very happy to promote it here because I'm just happy to have my VTuber model up and running after everything that these streams have become over the last few weeks thanks to my computer stuff. So I guess I'll start. How are you doing today, Xander? Our current leader in this competition.
Listen, I'm in first still, and hoping to remain that way through the end of the day, because there are 3 paths to victory for me and only 1 for you. And I really like those odds. I'll be honest with you. Okay. That being said, I'm excited to see all of the cards that we have put together. Everyone knows that this is the last show for this season.
Yes.
And I think we're all throwing big stuff at it. So pretty exciting.
Yes. Yo, Damien, thank you so much for joining the chat. Yes, this is indeed very exciting because for those of you who have not been here before, this is the culmination of 6 real-life months of Journey of Wrestling action. Every second Thursday, we have been here on Twitch streaming our pay-per-view streams in which you got a point if you had the highest score out of all of the competitors. And if there was a tie, it came down to hype. You make the biggest, most popular show, you get the point, unless you're just better than the rest of your competitors and get there from pure skill alone. Both tactics of which have seen a rise over the course of this competition. We also gave points out to the weeklies, those kind of 3 weekly shows we had in between, though those we had no tiebreaker for since there were multiple sessions, and we just gave half a point if there were ties. We also gave a point for the Grand Invitational, and we gave out a couple points for the awards, though we made sure to minimize the impact of that overall, which has led us to the following standings. In first place right now, as Xander pointed out, he is the clear leader in this competition, and there's only one path that does not have him win because he is at 9.5 points. I am in second place with the Magically Enhanced Wrestling League at 8.5 points, so I could tie him with a victory tonight. Eduardo from the Campeonato de Luchasaur. Say hi to the nice people at home, Eduardo.
Yeah, by the way, that our show was not canon. That's not part of timeline.
Interesting.
You actually made me spit up on my keyboard, and I resent you for that. that was really not helpful for my tech setup. That was very
Never
funny.
happened. I refuse to believe that never happened. It was just a nightmare. But
I mean,
yeah,
look, we saw a 3
with
and 13 wrestler get
for that.
of the year, so. Oh, sorry, I talked over you there. Can you repeat, please?
No, it's okay. Win here will put me in second place, taking over Chase. So I'm looking for that. Hyped for that.
Yes, because you are at 7.75 points, and a win here would put you in second. And I mean, I will say, you have come on strong in the back half of the year. You won the last set of weeklies straight up. You won the last pay-per-view straight up. You've won weeklies and pay-per-views twice each otherwise over this last 6 months. So you learned the mechanics. You overcame the game giving you a lot of negative random effects and have gotten this far. Damien, don't worry about knowing the story. We'll give you the story along the way. We're just happy to have you here. Thank you so much for stopping by. Of course, there is one person that has yet to join the stream. He's not going to be here for a little bit. Walter, C80's Fedchuck, the co-host of the Rough Drafts podcast that he and I do, and the self-proclaimed narrative champion. Don't ask him about his point score in the overall standings. Just know that the Stamford Wrestling Alliance has quite the show in store for you if you are more of a pure wrestling fan. So, with all that out of the way, I know we have a lot of matches to get to tonight. So, why don't we just get started here with the Campeonato de Luchasaur Final Breath. Eduardo, because we have a couple new people here and it is our last pay-per-view of the year, can you give us a rundown of what your wrestling league is about and what fans can expect from tonight's show?
We're bringing the extreme right into your houses, bros. This is a promotion that first is the only one. Secondly, it's defined by the extreme. It's almost entirely comprised of street fights, ladder matches, TLCs, and recently ambulances match. And I could have done a big prevalence of this show. So yeah, if you want to see like a lot of extreme wrestling, sort of like old school ECW, this is the place for you. And we're gonna have a lot of fun here because there's every belt is on the line tonight. And also have a staggering amount of 18 matches thanks for some artifact shenanigans in this game. So it's going to be a very high quality unmissable night.
Turns out the mega show plus a level 3 production facility, the only competitor in this competition to get the production facility all the way to level 3 by the end of the year, goes a long way because you're going to get to drop 4 matches from this card as long as everything goes according to plan, which I imagine will help out a lot with that final ranking. The other thing I will say that I love about your promotion, Eduardo, is that it is the most 50-50 booking, I think, of any of our competitors here. Anyone can win on any given night in the Campeonato de Luchasaur. So, with that in mind, let's jump into Final Breath tonight. We're going to skip over all these predictions. You don't need to know what the wrestling spectator thinks. You need to know what matches we have in store. And we start with a banger. It is the Guardianes del Bucara Masculino Championship between the Constellation and the Hiroshima Hotties. Eduardo, what brings these two into the ring tonight in this ladder match?
I mean, they've been here night and night again to wrestle for this title. The Constellation somewhat recently finally hang it for the first time in the year around their belts, and they have retained for it. They're 4-0 since they got the title, and here champions of this title want to see it back. They're currently in a loss streak, but they feel that this can be the night. Anything could happen in this Final Breath.
Absolutely. I mean, look, the Hiroshima Hotties, the first tag champions. Damien, to answer your question, this is the Tomorrow the World scenario that was created by Showtime, who I believe is a mod on the Journey of Wrestling Discord. Shout out to Showtime, who told us where we can share this so people could join us in for this season finale. But Tomorrow the World is a collection of various scenarios across various eras of wrestling, and the one we picked is the kind of masterpiece of it. It's the best of across all of the different Tomorrow the Worlds, taking these wrestlers at their peak. So this is not a federation that exists in real life, but these wrestlers are all very much able to be found in Tomorrow the World. TTW, if you want to look up the scenario for yourself and see some of these great wrestlers. I highly recommend it as someone who likes to play around with custom things rather than just recreating the AEWs and WWEs of the world.
Anthony Japan.
Sorry?
Anthony Japan.
Oh my goodness. Well, we heard here, Xander. The Constellation, the current champions, they've held it for 2 months, defended it already 3 different times. But the Hiroshima Hotties were the first champions They're on a 5-match loss streak and would love to bounce back. Who do you believe is getting the win tonight?
Oh man, this is tough. I could see the belt going over tonight to the Hiroshima Hotties, reclaiming their glory. But something tells me it's going to be the Constellation maintaining.
Okay. You see the Constellation as the favorites, but you're rooting for the Hiroshima Hotties. Eduardo, please tell the folks at home who is winning this match.
We're gonna go for the upset tonight. It's going to go back to the OGs. The Hiroshima Hotties are gonna take the titles back.
The Hiroshima Hotties indeed have taken the title back. They've done so with a 5.5-star banger of a match. It is a blow-off match for this feud, and it's a 5 3/4-star blow-off, which just speaks volumes of the quality that these matches have had to this point. It is our first holy shit moment of the night as Kanata Yoshiwara powerbombs Tanner Raicho through a ladder for 30 creativity points. It is a level up to the better wrestler feud. A little bit of a hit for the Guardianes del Pucara Mescalino belt. The game really does not like when you take a belt off of someone that's only had it for fewer than 3 months. But I, for one, think this match is worth it. How do you feel, Eduardo?
I mean, they had 3 defenses, so I think it was worth it indeed.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations to the Hiroshima Hotties. They have once again reclaimed their belt. And we move on to the greatest semifinals match. Now, you see here the greatest. That is the name of the belt. It is the greatest championship that Hae Lee was given after winning the Grand Invitational. But this is a match between Amber Manning, the current champion, versus Skull Dredson. Can you give some background, Eduardo, on how these two wrestlers got to this point?
Ooh, it's been a while. But apparently, Hae Lee, the regional champion, held onto the title for at least 4 months, if I recall correctly. Then was defeated by Violeta, who suffered an injury. So we had this tournament to decide who's going to be the new greatest championship holder. And Amber Manning, who's already a title holder, has been making a dominant pass throughout the semifinals. And on the other side, Skull Dredson, who's more famously known as a doubles specialist, has done a miracle run, and he's been able to beat every competitor in her way. And this may also end up putting her into face of the company soon.
That is absolutely right. I mean, look, Skull Dredson is a killer in her own right, and she would love nothing more than to start that face of the company journey. Of course, Amber Manning as the Campeonato Cuyan champion, who will be defending her title later tonight. She's trying to do both at once, and that's going to be difficult, but she would love to be the first person in this competition across any of these wrestling companies to hold 2 belts simultaneously. The question is, Xander, do you believe in Amber Manning continuing her push in this tournament? Or do you believe that Skull Dredson is going to put an end to that double belt dream?
I do think it's going to be Amber putting Skull Dredson down, continuing the run in the tournament, going all the way to a massive final that's going to see some pretty exciting stuff between her and Alyssa Rose. That's my prediction. I'm calling it already.
Okay. You're already calling that it's going to be Alyssa Rose joining Amber Manning in the finals. I mean, that'd be a banger of a finals. I think we can all agree on that. Eduardo, is he right? Is this an Amber Manning victory?
It's going to be Amber Manning. He's right on that. We're going to see about the part.
Yes, we will have to wait. But for now, that's a 5-star match right there. A little bit of an overness hit to Skull Dredson. She is going to fall a little bit in her journey to become a face of the company, but she does have another tag match later tonight, so we'll see if she can make that up. It is a nice 5-star match, and it does secure Amber Manning that spot in the finals. We will see her competitor shortly, but for now, we move on to a blow-off tag match, a feud between Psycho Circus and Here and Now. And for Damien and all the other new folks here, No and Ryota, when we made the tag team with the new association segment, the name didn't keep for whatever reason. They are called Here and Now. That is the tag team between Matthew No and Kenji Ryota. So, Eduardo, what brings these two to the ring to settle their feud in an ambulance match tonight?
I mean, this is going to be it when it comes to them. This is the feud they've been going back and forth even since Psycho Circus were champion holders, they grow to hate, to despise the here and now, who's been standing in their way time and time again. And this time they're gonna try to bury them once and for all in this ambulance match. And on the other side, Norman Riot are gonna try to put an end to this Carnival of Carnage and finally set up and stand over the.
Yeah, listen, Noah and Ryota are cool and all, but I do think Psycho Circus should win this. I'm rooting for Psycho Circus, even though Noah and Ryota probably want to overcome and collect a dub, have it be a big hype thing. I don't care. Psycho Circus all day. That's who I'm rooting for. I'm not going to stop standing behind them now. They deserve it. Hope they get it.
Yes, you are indeed a well-known fan of Psycho Circus. I, for one, would love to see Here and Now get the win, and according to my notes, Eduardo, I think I might be the one emerging happy at this one.
Yeah, this is going to be the Here and Now. They're going to try to set up the cornerstone tonight.
And that they do. It is a 4 3/4 star match. I think a solid blow-off on both cases. Here and Now versus Psycho Circus going hot right after the feud ends is a little rough. But it is a nice end to the Carnival of Carnage Rising Sun faction feud that's been going on in the background here. Interesting that didn't lead to a Carnival of Carnage reputation boost. Usually, when faction feuds resolve, you would see a boost.
No, but lost a feud. That's
well, you would see a win and a hit on both sides, right? Like Rising Sun would get a bonus, Carnival of Carnage would take a hit. Neither one of them appearing implies that this feud
they both move at zero.
They broke even, which is kind of fascinating. We'll see if as we go on tonight, it
maybe that's what happens when you put up tag teams against each other from factions.
I don't think that's true. From my memory of other tag team feuds I've blown off, I'm not entirely sure, but we will have to wait and see as we continue on with the night. But for now, congratulations to Here and Now. They break their loss streak and they end their year on a high note. Psycho Circus, obviously a tough loss, but the Carnival of Carnage will play on, I am sure. And I'm sure we'll see big things from them in Season 2, assuming that we do that at some point in the future. But we move on now. You already cheated a little bit, Xander, by giving your prediction for this. But Eduardo here, tell us about the other side of the greatest tournament in the semifinals match between Alyssa Rose and Suki Akiyama, because this was a star-studded side of the bracket and has led to quite the semifinals match.
Yeah, I mean, we have basically every face of the company in this side of the bracket. We have Alyssa Rose, who needs no introduction. She was one of the original holders of the Campeonato Rayen. And then we have Suki Akiyama, who climbed her way out of the low 700s into now a cemented face of the company status, regardless of the result of it. So we're gonna see who ends up winning tonight. This is going to be one you guys will not want to miss. It's gonna have a lot of action, and who's to say who can win?
Yeah, I mean, this easily could be the main event of a pay-per-view, given the talent that both of these wrestlers have shared and the victories they've had over the course of the year. Xander, there's no surprise on how these two got here. But do you want to give maybe a little bit more context behind your Alyssa Rose prediction now that we're here?
Yeah, Alyssa Rose is awesome, and Suki Akiyama can suck it. Okay, she sucks.
Wow, that we have on this call and a well-known Suki Akiyama fan, that being the guy who decides who wins or loses. That does not faze you at all.
Listen, I know he's a Suki Akiyama fan. He might give her the win, but she's like 40% fatigued. Her biggest wins have been recently. I mean, it's a cool narrative. Blah blah blah. I see Alyssa Rose win. I like Alyssa Rose. I'm sticking with Alyssa Rose.
Look, I certainly love Alyssa Rose. I used her in my first league and had some great success along the way. But Eduardo, I think even you don't know who's about to win this match. Is that right?
No. I think these two wrestlers are so talented and so evenly matched. We're gonna simulate this. We're gonna see who wins.
Let's see what the game has in store. That is Suki Akiyama with a 5 3/4 star victory. That is a huge win for Suki. getting her spot in the finals secured. Great form, no surprise given the quality of these two wrestlers. Alyssa takes a little bit of an overness hit, but nothing she can't handle. Suki Akiyama officially a face of the company with that win, so congratulations to her for that. And a holy shit moment as Suki Akiyama suplexes Alyssa Rose onto the apron, slamming her head hard on the edge. That's 30 creativity points and a very nice match, your highest ranked match so far. Eduardo, how are you feeling about how the funny button treated you tonight? So,
I'm happy with the funny button. I think we're gonna need a couple more with this to increase the average of our card, but I'm happy with this result. After all, I'm a Suki Akiyama fan.
Absolutely. Well, the good news, we've got 14 matches left to go on this card, so there's plenty of room to see more matches of that caliber. And we jump right on into a fatal 4-way steel cell match for the Guardianes del Bucara Femenino Championships between the champions, Phantom Troop, who have held the belt for 3 months and defended it successfully 4 times, versus the original champions, Bittersweet, Lethal Tempo, who we saw Skull Dredson wrestle already earlier tonight, and Dominion with Ivy Chavez and CC Cruz. Eduardo, how did we get to this fatal 4-way steel cell match tonight?
I mean, just everyone's on the action, and what better way to resolve this year than throwing every tag team into a cell and see who comes up on top with the titles. So Phantom Troop is going to have their work cut out for them as they're trying to hold up Lethal Tempo, Dominion, and Bittersweet, and they're all going to be so thirsty for the title.
Absolutely. Now, this is the belt more than any other belt in any company that has switched hands the most over the course of this first year of competitive play. That said, it's been 3 months, so there's no knowing who it is that is going to come out on top here, even if Eduardo was playing around that reputation consideration. So the question I leave to you, Xander, which of these 4 talented women's tag teams do you think is walking away with the belt tonight?
Oh man, this is tough. I'm hoping that it's gonna be Lethal Tempo. I want to see Lethal Tempo walk away with it. I can see an argument for Bittersweet given their last win, but you guys know I'm a Lethal Tempo fan. Mm-hmm. I want to see Lethal Tempo, that group of gifted heels, Skull Dredson, after taking a loss in the tournament, come away with a big duo dub.
I was going to say, you're not at all concerned about the 0-5 loss streak that they're on, or the fact that Skull Dredson has already had a street fight match tonight?
No, I mean, would I be normally? Absolutely. Do I care because I want these two to win? No, I want Lethal Tempo to win. I'm gonna maintain my trajectory here and root for Lethal Tempo.
Well, as someone that loves Phantom Troop, I am sorry to say that I think things are going to work out well for you, Xander. Can you confirm, Eduardo, that this is a Lethal Tempo victory? Oh, Eduardo is muted.
Yeah, it is a Lethal Tempo victory. It's their time to hold the gold.
It is indeed their time. It's their moment.
Let's
it's
go.
A 5.25-star win. Clearly a hot match, as you can see from overness and morale boost for basically everyone not named Phantom Troop. No one likes losing the belt. That's just the nature of the beast here. But it is a nice match. La Fantasma and Skull Dredson both officially on their ways of becoming face of the company. So Skull...
Let's go, Skull!
Absolutely bounced back from that earlier match. Well done to her. The prestige has increased for the Guardianes del Bucara Femenino belt with that result. And Eduardo, that was the last quest that you needed to meet your owner goals for the end of the year. So you made the last second hypnosis, having forgotten that you couldn't get the one award that they had asked for, and you managed to pull it off. I have to imagine that feels pretty darn good right now.
Yeah, I mean, it does. At least I will have that feeling of fulfillment as I completed every goal. So.
Yes, absolutely. But we do move on because this card keeps on a-rolling. It is a 7-way, and I love this, Christmas present on a pole match. Walk us through here, Eduardo. Why a Christmas present on a pole match, and what brings each of these 7 wrestlers to the ring tonight to try to grab that gift?
I mean, like, this is a great opportunity to remember that Christmas, just around this month, is all about giving, and you can give a lot of things to your opponents. You can give prestige, honor, you can give pain, you can give broken bones. So this time we're gonna be celebrating the season of giving all of that, and uh, all of these competitors are present because it's going to be a surprise until if there's ever a season 2.
Interesting. So we will not know what the present is tonight, regardless of who wins?
No.
Oh, that's fantastic. We do love a good mystery box on this show. The question is, Xander, I mean, we have 7 talented wrestlers here, and I know that you're going to dispute that a couple of these people are talented, because I've heard you rant about Eagle before, but...
No, Eagle's bad. He will always be bad. He will never be good.
Well, who do you think is good enough to win this match?
Okay, not Eagle and not Gambler, that's for sure. I could get behind Davey Airborne. I can always get behind Caden Lee. You know what? I'm just going with it. I like Caden Lee. I want to see Caden Lee get the dub. Caden, mother flippin' Lee.
Okay, you like Caden Lee? And I understand Caden Lee's got a really fun narrative going on as he continues to fight off a headhunting feud. Now that he is part of the Carnival of Carnage. But if I'm right, Eduardo, you see someone a little bit lower on the card that can take a greater advantage from a win tonight.
Yeah, the winner tonight is going to be none other than Ishigami.
Ishikame, indeed, the aggressive biker, a 4-4 that could use some love, is getting it tonight. We do not know what is in that gift. All we know is it's a 4 3/4 star match. And it is a holy shit moment as Ishikami suplexes Gambler onto the apron, slamming his head through a table outside. That's another 30 creativity points. You know, I would say the Campeonato de Luchasaur is known for their pole matches. Damian, I'm sorry that Caden Lee didn't get the win this time around. I understand, he's such the best thing to happen to pro wrestling, right? He's got El Tigre de Neon, the master of the School of the Crab in his corner, but hopefully Ishikami, the aggressive biker, can win you over with his win tonight. And do we get any, reaction from Ishikami on the gift? Does he see it and respond in any way, Eduardo?
Yeah, no, he's gonna open the box and the light is going to come out of the box, and as he looks into it, the camera is going to fade to black. We're gonna do the full Pulp Fiction thing.
Incredible. Well, we'll have to wait and see what's in the box. But for now, we move on to a fatal 4-way I Quit match between Ryuji Sakota, Ty Flaw, Nightmare Blue, and Christopher Knox. And now I know legally, Xander, you are not allowed to acknowledge Christopher Knox, the self-proclaimed emperor, because you have your own emperor who has some very strong feelings about that. But Eduardo, can you tell us how these 4 wrestlers got here and what is on the line tonight between these very talented wrestlers?
I mean, this is just a 4-way for all the prestige that I win tonight at this massive event that this Final Breath can give you. All of these are experienced wrestlers, are all either on their way or looking to become faces of the company. And I think they all deserve this shot. They're all very close to becoming it. So we'll see who's going to take over the opportunity here and demonstrate that he can become the next big thing.
Yeah, this is a victory that can really propel you to the stratosphere. I will say, Damian says, Ty Flaw, this is your time. Do you agree with that, Xander?
You know, listen, I like Ty Flaw.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that Damian in chat is also behind Ty Flaw, I think that's where I'm gonna have to go, because I think myself and Nightmare Blue, not the biggest fan of Ryuji. Listen, I'll always watch me some Ryuji, okay? But tonight, it's definitely not going to Chris Knox. That guy's a fraud, fraudulent behavior. It's going to Ty Flaw.
I mean, who spells Christopher with an O at the end, really?
Yeah, exactly. What is he? A mushroom? Christa Spore? Okay, no, not having it.
Well, Eduardo, do you want to break the good news, or would you like me to?
No, it's okay. We're gonna go with Typhoon because he's flawless.
He is absolutely
yes.
flawless. And it's a 5.25-star match tonight. Very strong performance here. A hot match, as you can see. Everyone getting that popularity boost, getting a little bit of overness along the way. A couple fun feuds to play along with. And Tyflaw officially on his way to becoming a face of the company. This is how you get yourself in title conversations. He has been on the outskirts for a while now, and I agree with you, Damien. I think Tyflaw is a future legend, and I think he proved that tonight. Eduardo, any final thoughts on this match before we move forward?
No, I think I got robbed. This should have been absolutely a 7-star match, but okay, let's go. Let's continue.
I agree. I think that's a low roll, honestly, given the number of factors in your favor and the quality of wrestler. But at the end of the day, it's a big win for Tyflaw. We do love to see it, and we do move on to the Campeonato Cuyan Championship. We've already seen Amber Manning tonight as she's competing to become a dual champion, having fought her way into the finals. But that means she's already wrestled once tonight, and there are 3 incredibly talented competitors, including Juno Ripshaw, Suki Akiyama, who also wrestled earlier tonight, and Pink Arrow. Eduardo, what brings these 4 into an incredible Fatal 4-Way ladder match, as Damien points out? Huge match on our hands here.
Yeah, I mean, this is the one for the title, so obviously Amber Man is going to be anxious to defend, especially since she still has not done the final in which she could become a double title holder. And then we're going to have a lot of very strong competitors, such as Juno Ripshaw, Suki Akiyama, who she'll face again tonight, funnily enough, and then Pink Carol, who all are going to be very looking forward to get this title opportunity and convert it into become the new title holder for the Campeonato Cuyan.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm with Damien. It is tough to pick a winner in this match. Of course, Amber Manning's only had the belt for a month, which in most promotions would mean it would be tough to predict a victory here. Now, Damien is Team Suki on this one. Xander, I turn to you. Who do you think is getting the nod?
Not Suki, that's for sure. Listen, I rooted against Pink Arrow last time, and Pink Arrow ended up making it. It's really tough for me here because I could see any of these women winning, and I think Eduardo might be a little favored towards Suki. I'm not going to root for Suki regardless.
Okay.
I'm going to stick with what I would like to see most, okay? And that is none other than Juno Ripshaw getting the win.
Okay, you believe in Juno Ripshaw from the League of Extraordinary Ladies. I understand that sentiment. Eduardo, one of these 2 people is correct. Who got the win?
I'm gonna let you take the funny button this time, but we're gonna see.
Oh, okay.
Amber minutes.
So that is not what you wrote down, but you're okay with the funny button.
We're continuing with the plan. We're never going against the plan.
Okay, we're never going against the plan because
no,
you've been hurt
that worked out so bad last time.
Yeah, I think that is a spoiler, perhaps, that the funny button will be hit one time later tonight. But no, you had a plan here on this one, Eduardo. And Suki Akiyama got the win. And it's a 5.75-star match. Congrats to Damien. 2 for 2 in his predictions on these last 2 matches. And a 5.75-star match, I have to imagine you're happy with, Eduardo, even if Amber Manning is a little bit bummed by the whole ordeal.
Yeah, no, this is more in line with what I had in mind when it comes to results. And obviously, I'm saddened with ridiculous minus 30 XP, but I'm fine with it.
Yeah, look, I mean, at the end of the day, when Season 2 happens, you just keep the belt on Suki for a bit, which I'm sure you're like, oh no, Suki has to be the champion for a while. What a shame.
Gonna be very upset about having it as a champion for a while.
Yeah. We will see, though. This makes the finals of the greatest championship very interesting because it is Amber Manning who lost the belt to Suki Akiyama, and the 2 of them are going head to head later tonight to see if Suki, rather than Amber, is the first person to become a dual title champion. Fascinating storyline here, and I can't wait to see it continue to play out. But we do have to move on to a triple threat tag I Quit match between Poker of Pain, Corazones de Lucha, and Omerta. Now, Eduardo, what brings these three to the ring tonight?
It's honestly a match for bragging rights overall. Poker of Pain have been on the rise lately since they've been graciously handled the custody, the management of Arcángel de Fuego. But Corazones de Lucha and very talented tag teams that have risen time and time again for the occasion, and they are looking forward to take this opportunity and show who is, as the name implies, the better wrestler. Also, all of these tags have roughly feuds against each other, so they hit each other with a passion.
Yes, there is a triangle of feuds here. Every tag team is feuding with the other tag team. And I will say, if you look at Corazones de Lucha, right, they were former champions of the Guardianes del Pucaro Masculino belt. They had taken the belt from the Hiroshima Hotties before losing it later on. And Poker of Pain, who Damien has some love for in chat, I also have some love for it because they have been your highest rated tag team for the majority of the year. And they have never even appeared in a title match, let alone win one. They've never been invited to the big dance. And a win for them, I think, would be validation of how hard they've worked over the course of the year. Xander, who do you think is getting the nod between these three incredibly talented tag teams?
Between these three groups of scoundrels, I'm going to have to choose. Listen, I have been very much against Corazones de Lucha for most of the time that they've been wrestling. I tend to root for Omerta just because I think that they look cool and I love the name Omerta. But, you know, looking at this tonight, it really does seem like a Poker of Pain W with El Arcángel de Fuego right behind him. So that's what I'm going with, Poker of Pain.
Well, that's 2 votes for Poker of Pain between Damien and Xander. And I gotta say, I think there might be a third vote in this spreadsheet that tells you some good news there.
Yep, we're going with Poker of Pain. I think they've done more than enough here to...
Absolutely. Poker of Pain getting the nod. 3 correct predictions in a row from Damien here. 5.5-star match. You love to see that. It does blow off 2 different feuds tonight. The Corazones de Lucha Poker of Pain feud goes hot right as it gets blown off, which is always unfortunate. But what a blow off it is. Kenneth King on his way to becoming a face of the company. Jack Azriel from Poker of Pain was already on that journey. Kenneth King, his tag partner, now joining him. And we will see what this means from Poker of Pain. Obviously, the Hiroshima Hotties, as new champions, have proven themselves tonight. But Poker of Pain and Here and Now, both getting big victories on this pay-per-view card. We will have to see which of them earns the right to challenge the Hiroshima Hotties for the title at the start of Season 2. But for tonight, it's a big win for Poker of Pain, a validating night for Kenneth King, and a nice 5.5-star match for you here, Eduardo. But we move on.
Woo!
Indeed. Woo indeed. But as we summon our inner Ric Flairs, we move on to a 6-way elimination match. Now, this is one of those tough ones to predict, especially for people who are newer to this. Given the level of talent on display, we have multiple wrestlers who are either on their way to becoming face of the company or could start that journey with a victory tonight. Eduardo, how did we get here, and what wrestlers do you think people should be honing in on as the highlights of this match?
I mean, this is going to be the elimination chambers ready here for people to knock out. Once again, the new generation of faces of the company, all of them have demonstrated time and time again their expertise and that they can take out anyone at any time. And yeah, it's going to be a very light match as we see the talent level of Chacal Pro, Ed Thompson, Cameron Johnson, and Jason Cortez trying to outstake each other.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at Jason Cortez, who I believe is a vital member of the House of Hardcore. I can see here the prediction coming through for Mr. Extreme Razor Jackson for Damien. Now, Xander, I know you've got some strong feelings about Razor Jackson, so I imagine you are not aligned with our chatter here. Who do you think is getting the nod?
Oh, man. Yeah, listen, Damien, I'm sorry, okay? It's not your fault. All right, you don't know how terrible Jackson is, and that's not on you, all right? You haven't been here. Razor Jackson is the worst wrestler of all time.
Wow.
And so for that reason, no, I'm kidding.
Eagle wrestled tonight.
I was just about to say, don't worry, because Eagle exists, so Razor can't be the worst. He's probably bottom 5, though. And he's up against another guy I notoriously do not like in Lionel Looney. So that means I can't root for either of those two. All right? It's got to be a Cameron Johnson, an Ed Thompson, a Chakal Pro, and a Jason Cortez. And you know I will never be caught dead, like, rooting for Cameron Johnson or Ed Thompson if there's another option.
Okay.
Which means that narrows it down to 2. Jason Cortez, who I like, and Chakal Pro, who I love, okay? So obviously, Chakal Pro, the best lucha wrestler, all right, 0-7, needs to get a win tonight, and it's going to happen. He's going to put Razor Jackson in the dirt. All right, send him to the loony bin, okay? And Cameron Johnson and Ed Thompson are going to put their names together and go become the Prime Minister of Australia. And that's going to result in Chakal Pro getting the win.
Oh, man. They would be an improvement, I think.
That's a fun way of thinking about it. What if I said Lionel Looney?
Yeah, the loony bin winning tonight. How would you feel, Xander?
I'd feel sad. I mean, I would feel very sad. I'd be sad for me. I'd be sad for you. I'd be sad for, for Damien out here. Everyone's just sad if that happens, but, it is what it is.
Well,
just go ahead and pick our tonight's winner, Chase, if you would so kind.
It is not Chakal Pro. It is not Lionel Looney.
Okay.
It is not Razor Jackson.
Okay.
It is not Jason Cortez.
Okay.
Yes, that was very much a pipe bomb segment from Xander onto Razor Jackson there for sure. It is not Cameron Johnson. It is Ed Thompson, the cowboy who turned heel just 1 month ago. He turned away from his positive cowboy roots. He did what needed to be done, and that has led to him getting a 5.5-star victory tonight in this elimination match. And look, Razor Jackson made it close to the end, but Ed Thompson getting 3 different eliminations. This was really the Ed Thompson and Cameron Johnson show. And as you said, Damien, we're in our cowboy era indeed. How do you feel about this 5.5-star match, especially, Eduardo, since it got you another holy shit moment as Ed Thompson got up from Jason Cortez's finisher before asking him to hit another?
No, I feel very happy about this. Ed Thompson finally realized that you should heal for a reason, and that he can have a lot of fun while also pushing his career further.
I mean, that is absolutely true. It does seem to have worked well for him. As the face announcer on this cast, I hate to see that his biggest success came by embracing that heel nature, but Xander, has this warmed you up to Ed Thompson at all?
No, I mean, not particularly, but he wasn't my least favorite, okay? So it's fine. Like, Razor Jackson and Lionel Looney not getting a win is a win in and of itself, okay? Now, obviously, Jason and Chakal not getting it brings the win down a good bit. But even between Cameron and Ed, I would root for Ed. So, middle of the pack, upper middle, I'll allow it, okay? I will permit this to happen. Congrats to Ed Thompson.
How generous of you.
I'm so generous. That's what should be noted. I'm so generous.
We move on. And
the
Damien,
most humble.
I got to tell you, this is my favorite gimmick title of any company, including my own, for the record. I think this is brilliant. This is the Nova Championship. And the Nova Championship is always settled by a golden teddy bear on a pole match. You gotta grab the golden teddy bear if you want to be the Nova Champion. So far, that has been El Cuervo, who's held it for 2 months since winning it in a tournament. after the previous champion, Kyle Cage, had to vacate the title due to an injury. But it is quite the stacked list of opponents against him. Liam Draco, a.k.a. the king of battle royales. Jason Styles, the head of the Carnival of Carnage. James Parker, Brady Velasquez, and Daiwick Damerla, who would love to get his start. Eduardo, how did these 6 men earn their shot in the ring, and what is it going to take to become Nova champion tonight?
Consistency throughout this second half of the year. Even though some of them have quote-unquote currently negative records, they have all demonstrated and they can time and time again rise up to the challenge and take out big contenders. They have all taken down at least one face of the company, and a lot of them are heads or at least strong representatives of their own factions. So they're all going to be pinning down on El Cuervo, who's won this title at the last tournament we had, and he's going to be trying to claim it, to keep it for the longest time. It's going to be hard, though, with this level of competition.
It is an incredible level of competition here, and I agree with Damien. The Nova Championship, it's a great name, it's a great belt. There's a golden teddy bear involved. What more do you need? Well, what I need from you, Xander, is a prediction. Who do you think is winning the belt tonight?
Man, you're making between a bunch of people I only kind of like, and for that, I'm not a big fan. But there is one guy I do like very clearly on this group of people. Okay, there's two that. Okay, let me rephrase that. There's two. Because I do like Jason Styles, right?
Okay.
Like I do like Jason Styles. He's a clown. He looks cool. But at the end of the day, I gotta root for my boy Brady Velasquez. Once again, El Arcángel de Fuego behind him, looking good. Daiwick Damerla, you suck. You and El Tigre de Neon can go wherever you need to go that isn't here. Hope you don't win. And, you know, Liam Draco can go back and hang out with the Malfoys, all right? I don't care. So I'm sticking with Brady Velasquez. That's final answer.
You know, Damien is asking the question that I've asked myself on multiple occasions. Does Xander like anyone in this federation at all? It's a select few. You used to like Liam Draco quite a bit, actually, whose name I noticed you did not say.
Well, no, I said he can go hang out with the Malfoys. I'm not, you know, openly against Liam, but I'm not rooting for him tonight.
Well, I will say I'm seeing no prediction in from Damien. I know who I would be rooting for in this match, and thankfully, I believe I'm right. Eduardo, do you remember, or do you need me to click the button here?
No, I think we're all settled on this day with Damerla W.
Oh, are you changing the script?
No, sorry, my bad. Who's taking the W tonight? Kindly remind me.
It is El Cuervo retaining, is what you have on paper. Is that a button I should hit? Or do you want to switch it?
Yeah. No, we're never switching.
We're never switching from the plan. And good thing you didn't, because that's a 6-star match, your highest ranked match of the night. El Cuervo, the Raven. Such a dominant performer this year. I mean, he was out for, I think, 4 or 5 months due to an injury that he sustained early in the year. He was the only person to truly challenge Conrad Supernova, who we will see later tonight, for the Toki Championship. He battled for that belt, lost it, immediately went for the Nova Championship, and has now held it for multiple matches in a row. El Cuervo reminding everyone why he is one of the greatest wrestlers across any of these companies. Going over 1,100 popularity. And let's see here. Of course it's a holy shit moment. This is where Liam Draco comes in for you, Damien. He may not have won, but he's part of the highlight of the night, as El Cuervo suplexed Liam Draco onto the apron, slamming his head hard on the edge. That's 30 creativity points. And you know what, Xander? You don't have to like Daiwick Damerla, because the fans like Daiwick Damerla. He starts his journey to become a face of the company despite your negativity, which is something I'm very happy to see.
That's fine. He lost.
Eduardo, how do you feel about this 6-star match?
I'm feeling alright. We're going to need a couple more of these, but I'm feeling good overall with these results.
Yes, this is something that may not be clear to newcomers like Damien here, but this is a league in which 5.75 star cards have lost. If you have a great card, it is not always enough to secure a victory here. So 6-star matches like this really go a long way towards making that a possibility. And I gotta tell you, this is an incredible match to help boost that a little bit further. We talked a little bit earlier about Lee, the Grand Invitational Champion, the original holder of the greatest belt. She is going up tonight against Kelly Torres and Layla Abalos, all of whom have held the highest ranked women's belt in this company. Eduardo, what brings these 3 women together for an Iron Man match tonight?
Oh, I mean, it's spite. I'm gonna prove to you. I don't care. I'm good enough to go for a title another time. This time I'm gonna stand here, and in this Iron Man, I'm gonna prove that I'm better than both of you. And Lee, the icon, the absolute icon, Kelly Torres, the original title holder, the original champion, and Layla Avalos, who's too pretty to lose, are gonna all stand up here and basically beat the hell out of each other until they demonstrate who's like the better amongst them, who's the greatest wrestler from them all.
Yeah, I mean, look, we are talking about 2 women who are going to be faces of the company after this match, and one who is already a face of the company. Damien is here for Layla Abalos, and I get it, she's too pretty to lose. And I think, Eduardo, you've been a fan at times, but who is it that you're predicting to win this time around? Xander, are you here?
Yes, sorry.
You're okay.
I am predicting the one, the only, Layla Abalos to come away with the dub. Lee and Kelly Torres don't have what it takes tonight to keep Layla down. All right? They're both talented. They're both good. I'm not going to slander Kelly and Lee, and I do kind of like Lee. All right? But Layla's she's just too strong, too powerful. All right? She's going to put him through the mat tonight. It's just too much. Overwhelming force.
Well, we've got 2 people here who are fans of Layla Abalos. And look, I love Layla Abalos. I do. But I also love the woman you selected to win this match, Eduardo. Do you want to tell me which button to click, or shall I just click it for you?
No, just go ahead and click it. We're going to see tonight who's going to take the W.
It is Lee, the greatest champion. Damien, Xander was busy adding new names to his book of hated players. He does that from time to time, that is for sure.
Yeah, I sure do.
The collection has built as this competition has grown, for sure. But look, that's a 5 3/4 star match. Lee, the greatest, the TGI champion. She ends the year on her feet, standing tall over the rest of the women's division. She is one of those wrestlers, she does not need a belt to prove her greatness. She does it tonight against 2 women who become faces of the company as a result of this hot match, a 5 3/4 star match that gets the Lee Kelly Torres feud hot, which is, I just want to see these 2 women in the ring more and more. So I'm very happy to see that. It is Kelly and Layla becoming faces of the company. That also, as I'm sure you're happy to see, Eduardo, that levels up your Iron Man matches to gold, which means you will have brawl and casket matches in Season 2, something that every other competitor, I believe, has unlocked to this point. But you now have them at your disposal, and I'm sure you will use them wisely. How are you feeling about this match?
I'm feeling overall very well about the match overall. This was just the quality as I expected for the talent of these wrestlers. And this was very entertaining, of course. And yeah, Lee, like, how could she walk up the final event of the year with anything but a W?
It is, yeah, Layla's beauty may not have been enough tonight. The lunatic Lee cares not for your aesthetic quality. She has one goal in mind. The 19-year-old 4-4 face of the company is here to win wrestling matches. She does so tonight. We will see how Layla bounces back in the new year. But for now, congrats to Lee.
She did become face of the company, though, so...
Yeah, she certainly, has built herself up to a strong spot. And I will say all 3 of these women are going to be contending for a title regardless of the results of tonight's card otherwise. They're incredible wrestlers, and they are not going to be kept down for too long. But we move on. And Xander, I know that you're excited for this match because if Damien thought that you had people you hated before now,
oh man,
he was right.
Okay.
Because Eagle, I think, is your number one hated. But
yes,
we will save your rant until after. Eduardo, you introduce this ambulance match blow-off feud between Requiem Avilo and Adriano Cicelli.
I mean, this is a feud that has lasted almost the whole year. Cicelli won the first feud between Ten and Avilo, and he achieved the title and rose to greatness while Avilo was left in the darkness. And now, afterwards, Avilo, as the legit murderer he is, has gone on a pretty high rise in terms of his standing, his wins, everything, and he's able to beat Cicelli a couple of times. So now they're gonna settle this once and for all in this ambulance match, in which Avilo will, as his thesis clearly states, will demonstrate that even though Cicelli got all the spotlight, he deserved it more.
That is really the story here. At one point, Requiem was 0-10 as a wrestler. He was as low as you can go. He got destroyed in that first feud against Adriano, but that anger molded him, turned him into the wrestler he is today. He has been substantially improved. And Adriano Cicelli, ever since winning that first belt, has fallen off and has struggled mightily. Damien says if Xavier doesn't like Avilo, he'll vote for him. I have good news for you. Xander's problem is not with Avilo. Xander, do you want to talk about your prediction for this match?
Yeah, listen. All right. There's two wrestlers here. One of them is good, and one of them is the highest ranking terrible wrestler I think any promotion has. I don't think there is a face of the company that has a more terrible gimmick, a worse look, and bad wrestling all rolled into one than Adriano Cicelli. This guy is a clown in a faction with literal clown tag, okay? And yet, he makes them look like Wall Street businessmen, okay? Because he is such a buffoon, all right, that when he is in the ring, everyone goes, they pull up their phones, they go to the bathroom, they grab drinks. This guy is awful. Requiem Avila is going to murder him. Murderer. I want to see him choke Adriano to death and then beat him over the head with his stupid guitar. Okay? I hope Adriano Cicelli wakes up, all right, in the hospital and doesn't remember anything and just quits wrestling because he's just got so much brain damage.
Wow, that is something else. Look, as the face announcer here, I am legally required to say that I like Adriano Cicelli. I like a guy with a guitar. Walk with Elias was a gimmick I really enjoyed back in the day. I, for one, Viva Italia. I like Adriano Cicelli. But yeah, Damien, you heard it here. Xander, not a fan of Adriano Cicelli. He is all in on Requiem, and I will say, this feud so far, the return has been very Requiem focused. So the question is, Eduardo, did you give Adriano the nod, the return to form, or is this the era of Requiem tonight?
No, tonight's gonna be the night of Avilo, and he's gonna demonstrate in front of everyone that why he's such an opponent to be feared.
That is indeed correct. Requiem Avilo. It is only a 4 3/4 star match, unfortunately.
Yeah, I wonder why that happened.
He gave your guy the win.
I know, but against Adriano Cicelli.
Wow.
If you take Adriano Cicelli out, 6-star match.
I mean, look.
I don't think you can wrestle yourself in this promotion.
Yeah, they haven't done the John Cena wrestling his inner demons match yet.
I'm just saying, okay, that Requiem did you a favor because Adriano Cicelli, all right, in the morgue, and never put him on a card again, and your card will thank you for it. So.
Wow. I mean, look, Adriano's had some very good matches. He's been on the upper end of, he's been on the lower end of. I think this is a low roll that is unfortunate. It does do one thing that I like, which is that it gets Adriano Cicelli on the path to become a face of the company. A man who was once 0-10 is now very much on his way to becoming one of the best wrestlers in the Campeonato de Luchasaur. It is an unfortunate score, but I do believe, the match will be dropped. The narrative that has formed from this, Requiem's redemption arc, and how thoroughly he beat up Adriano Cicelli, is going to send shockwaves into the Campeonato de Luchasaur heading into Season 2. But we move on to the Campeonato Antu Championship. The belt that Adriano once held, now contested in a fatal four-way with the title holder, Gabriel Rivera, who just won the belt 1 month ago, teaming up against Max Campbell, Hijiro Boldo, and XT Gun. Eduardo, how did these four men earn their spot in tonight's ladder match?
Sorry. This is going to be the Antu Championship final. We're going to see Max Campbell and Gabriel Rivera go against Hijiro Boldo, XT Gun. This is anyone can walk out tonight with the title, and it's going to be very excited to see who of all of them can take it home tonight.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's an incredible group of people. Damien is here rooting for Hijiro Boldo. He is too cool, and look at those sunglasses. That's a cool dude. I think we can all agree on that. I believe, Xander, you've been a fan of XT Gun's rise recently. He's told everyone to take him on, and he has done so with style. But who do you think is winning this match?
Yeah, listen, all right. I do think it comes down to, I will say, I think Gabriel Rivera is very likely to retain tonight. Okay, I do think that it's a strong chance that he holds on to the belt. But I want to play the counterfactual, who I would want to see win. You already said his name. I would love to see XT Gun win this. XT Gun coming out of that, big tournament, had some big wins that he picked up early, looked really strong, got a big upset. I would love to see XT Gun be the one to bring it home. I just don't think it's going to be enough against Gabriel Rivera tonight. That's where my brain tells me, but my heart is with XT Gun on this. I hope he is somehow able to pull off the upset and get the big win.
Look, we all love an upset. We all love seeing a surprise champion. That said, Gabriel Rivera, a cornerstone of La Sagrada Familia, just won the belt a month ago. And if my notes are correct, Eduardo, you're not ready to take the belt off of him just yet.
No, he's going to retain. He's going to show what he's called El Legado.
Absolutely. And look at that. He does it with a 5 3/4 star performance. A very nice victory here, full of action that the fans can get behind. You love to see that. Max Campbell versus Gabriel Rivera goes hot. I'm sure we will see those two competitors going head to head again in the near future. And most importantly, this starts a feud between Hijiro Boldo and XT Gun. For our Xander here and our fan Damien, this is going to be a feud we will see coming back, having happened earlier in the year, now being resurrected with such a hype match. And Gabriel Rivera, officially a face of the company. It's huge for the belt, which now progresses back to silver status after losing some prestige recently. La Sagrada Familia getting a reputation boost as Gabriel Rivera gets the win. Eduardo, I have to imagine you're feeling pretty good about that result.
Yeah, pretty good overall.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is the muted response you get when you know that even a 5.75 isn't always enough to win a league like ours. But it's a great result.
Yeah, I'm sudden bullets here, but we still have a couple matches to go, so I'm hyped for what's to come.
You sure do. And this is one, I mean, it's the tournament final. It's the greatest championship. Amber Manning versus Suki Akiyama in a ladder match. We saw Suki Akiyama defeat Amber Manning for the Campeonato Cuyin belt in a ladder match just a few matches ago. Both of these women have wrestled twice tonight, once in their semifinal matches respectively, and once against each other. And we are seeing from Damien, he is all in on Suki becoming a double title holder tonight. Eduardo, what would it take for Suki to pull that off? Because Amber Manning is no slouch and cannot be underestimated here.
I mean, like, you cannot underestimate like the rage that Amber Manning's gonna have after losing her title, and she's gonna be aiming like more now than ever. And all of that is going to be like demonstrated on the ring, and obviously Soki Akiyama, coming off her hype of having won the title, is gonna try to make it a double and become like the first person, if I recall correctly, in any promotion to hold two titles.
That would indeed be the first time we've ever seen that in any promotion in our competition. We know who Damien's rooting for, Xander. My question is, who do you believe is getting the nod here?
Amber Manning, all day, every day. I know that Eduardo wants to give it to Suki here. I'm sincerely hoping that he doesn't. This is the one wrestler that I think El Tigre de Neon has gotten right time after time after time, and that's where I'm going with it. Amber Manning, El Tigre de Neon, she is the one that gets the big win over Suki.
So here's the thing.
No.
You're rooting for Amber Manning. Damien's rooting for Suki. Eduardo, according to my notes, you are pulling for chaos. Are you ready for me to hit the funny button?
Like, I think at this point in time, it's too late to not hit the funny button.
Oh boy.
Suki Akiyama becomes our first dual champion. Congratulations to Suki. Look, Amber draws blood. She does everything she can. She puts her all into it. The former volleyball player, you got to give it to her. She put her all into every match. She always gets back up. But Suki Akiyama just will not fail. She will not be stopped, and it's a 5 3/4 star banger of a match. Man, oh man. Damien chalking some trash towards you, Xander, in the chat. I hope you appreciate that. As well as Suki Akiyama starting a winning streak for herself at Final Breath. We haven't seen any of those because we usually don't have wrestlers wrestle multiple times at the same pay-per-view, and all of this has happened in a single year of competition. But Suki's got a 3-match win streak at Final Breath. And oh, by the way, a holy shit moment as Suki Akiyama throws Amber Manning face first into a ladder set up in the corner. That's another 30 creativity points. It's a nice prestige boost for the Greatest Championship and tournament prestige for that tournament as a whole. I mean, how you feeling, Eduardo?
No, pretty good. She's gonna make history 3 times. She's gonna not only win on the funny button, she's gonna become the first double champion in any 4 promotions, and she's also gonna be the first person to have a winning streak in a gold pay-per-view. So, as a Suki Akiyama fan that left with all 2 10s, I'm ecstatic right now.
Yeah, you know what? You have to say, this was not favoritism. This was not Eduardo saying, I want my favorite to emerge with 2 belts at the end of this incredible gold pay-per-view. He left it up to the game, and the game said, you're right, Eduardo. Suki is the one. She is that damn good, and she deserves both of these belts.
Yeah, whatever.
Oh, man. You truly love to see it.
No, you don't.
I don't.
I
love to see it.
I don't love to see it. You said you. All right, you love to see it, sure.
I love to see it for sure.
Yeah. There are multiple yous here.
I'm glad you all love it. All right, great.
Yeah.
I'm happy for all of you. Not.
Well, I know Damien's happy. He appreciates the Suki win. And we move on. And I got to tell you, Damien, this might be my favorite match on the card because this is the Toki Championship, another ambulance match between Jordan Amir, the Phantom Executionist who took this belt from Conrad Supernova just a couple months ago, versus Conrad Supernova, 1 month away from becoming a face of the company, a man who forged the faction Eclipse that has been so dominant in the Campeonato de Luchasaur in recent weeks, and who has elevated this belt into gold stardom. I mean, Eduardo, talk us through how this match came to be and what it would take for Conrad Supernova to take back his belt against the Phantom Executionist tonight.
I mean, like, Jordan Amir was on a rampage. He was on a sensational career, rising up to the top until he eventually met Conrad Supernova, who's held this title for at least 9 months out of the last year. He's been Conrad Supernova has been so dominant as a Toki. But then he lost the title versus Jordan Amir, and this is gonna be his attempt to claim it back. And we're gonna see if he's gonna be able in this ambulance match, where both players are gonna try to trap each other and bury their legacy and their attempts at the title.
I mean, look, Conrad Supernova has a 9-5 record, which in this company is about as good as you get. The only people he's ever lost to are Jordan Amir, a 4'4", 25-year-old prodigy of a heel, and El Cuervo, who we saw win the Nova Championship tonight. As Damian puts out, Conrad looks good, so the answer is easy. I do love that color scheme. I do like the Supernova's gimmick. The question is, Xander, is that enough to win you over and predict Conrad Supernova to get the nod tonight?
Can you show me Jordan Amir real quick? I just want to see his stats,
Of
just
course.
very briefly.
Yeah, the 25-year-old 4'4".
Yeah, listen, I was already sticking with Jordan Amir. I'm definitely sticking with Jordan Amir tonight. Okay? He's only held the belt for 2 months. I want to see him go for 6. All right? Jordan Amir's a talent. He's a rock star. Phantom Executionist is going to execute Conrad Supernova. That man's going to explode into a puddle of blood in the back of the ambulance. Jordan Amir all day.
Wow. I mean, look, I like Jordan Amir. I like the gimmick. I like his skill set. That natural charisma makes it so he is always bringing everyone he wrestles with up a notch. There's a reason he is just 1 month away from joining Conrad Supernova as a face of the company. But Eduardo, if my notes are correct, I believe the Supernova is going to stand strong tonight.
Yep, the Supernova's gonna take back his title.
And look at that. It's a 5.5-star match. Jordan Amir takes a morale hit, but maintains his popularity. You hope Xander would finally choose the right person. That is, I think, the surest sign that you have not followed this show in the past, because Xander does not care about what is correct. He cares about his favorites, and when it works out, so be it. I think he's maybe, Xander, is it safe to say you're a little bit more glued into me and Walter than you have been with Eduardo? Is that a fair statement?
No, I think I've been pretty equally glued in. I do hate more of Eduardo's wrestlers than anyone else's. Big fan of a lot of them that I do not like. Listen, I root for who I want to see win, and everything else be damned. That's the truth. My predictions aren't so much predictions as much as what I am trying to will to happen. And we can both agree that that will has shaped a couple of important matches in the past. So
True.
I do what I do, and at the end of the day, Eduardo may not agree with me sometimes, and sometimes he does, and that's okay. That's his choice to make. He's allowed to be wrong as much as he wants to. So
I mean, I think it's safe to say you are the game's favorite. You have very actively dictated holy shit moments over the course of this competition. And it's no surprise Conrad winning did not get a holy shit moment. He is facing the company. It is a big boost for Eclipse, who is now very close to Reputation 9. And I got to say, Eduardo, you've got to be thrilled that even though it's only 2 months, the Toki Championship still got a boost in experience because the match was that damn good. How are you feeling seeing Conrad Supernova emerge victorious tonight?
It's a weird sensation there. I feel like both of the champions, these people could have become champion tonight, but I'm always gonna be on a run for Supernova, especially since he climbed all his way from lower mid-carder onto face of the company.
Yeah, that cannot be stressed enough. When Conrad Supernova was drafted, he was around 700, maybe 750 popularity. He is now a face of the company. He has been consistently one of the best performers in the Campeonato de Luchasaur. Any wrestling promotion would be glad to have a guy like Conrad on their roster, and he proves it tonight. And look, Jordan Amir, his future's bright. We are going to see the Phantom Executionist do big things in the future. I am sure of it. But we move on now. We have 2 matches left. The 2 biggest belts in the Campeonato de Luchasaur still up for grabs. We saw Alyssa Rose earlier tonight fall to Suki Akiyama. She is challenging Madison Marlowe in an I Quit match for the Campeonato Ryan belt. Eduardo, how did this match come together, and what can fans expect from these two incredible competitors?
I mean, here we have like the double side of the story. Lisa Rose has been champion multiple times. She's been at the top of the time, and she's like going down, quote unquote, a bit, and looking back to reclaim this title after she couldn't get a hold of the greatest championship. On the opposite side, Madison Marlowe, who's been struggling for a lot of this year, suddenly found gold and managed to beat opponent after opponent and get a hold of the most prestigious feminine title in the company, the Campeonato Ryan. And she has to defend this title against the beast that is Lisa Rose. So we're gonna see who can take the W tonight.
Yes, Madison Marlowe, the Corrupted, has been a late bloomer within the Campeonato de Luchasaur, but oh boy, has she proven herself, having won the belt just a month ago. Damien says Madison must continue the story. Do you agree, Xander?
You're making me choose between Madison Marlowe and Alyssa Rose, and I would have already chosen the same thing, but Madison is the champion right now. Madison is going to continue. She's going to get this win, go to face of the company status, make Alyssa Rose quit, and continue the climb on her way up.
And look, Madison Marlowe, there's a lot to love. And don't get me wrong, I love Alyssa Rose. I truly do. She was in my original Journey of Wrestling League that helped inspire the competition we see in front of us today. I'd love to see her do well. But I believe, if my notes are correct, Eduardo, that Xander and Damien are going to be happy with what you've picked here.
Yes, they are. Also, I'm going to congratulate Damien for having like great taste overall his picks.
Absolutely. Madison Marlowe does continue the story. It's a 5.5-star match. And look, the game agrees. It's an interesting story. That was the correct call to give Madison Marlowe the victory. Not only that, but this starts her journey to becoming a face of the company. Alyssa Rose was already a face. She'll get her her boost and do just fine for herself. But it's a hot match. It gets Madison Marlowe on the journey, and it's a holy shit moment as Madison Marlowe puts Alyssa Rose through 100 thumbtacks. Ooh, that is brutal. Fans are going crazy. 30 creativity points, and a very nice boost for the Campeonato Ryan belt. It is year one. I don't think there's any gold belt that is going to be getting to platinum tonight, but
with their platinum belts?
Grows and grows.
That's
yes.
Yes. As you can see, it takes a while. You're at, like, this belt has done quite well for itself, and you're at 447 out of 800 experience, and you're getting 18 experience a pop. So it's a long-term goal.
Yeah.
Maybe season 5 we get there. But for now, I will say Damien said, I believed in Madison like I believe in Joe Hendry. Eduardo, you watch more pro wrestling than me. Do you get that reference?
Wait, I'm unfortunate to say I don't. So.
Well, I'll have to look up Joe Hendry. If you want to share some info, Damien, that is a name that escapes me, unfortunately. But I'm glad that your belief in Madison Marlowe paid off. And it takes us to our final match of the night, our main event, the Campeonato Andino Championship, a triple threat Iron Man match between Shichiro Ishihara, who just joined Made in Japan. Not Made in Japan. The Rising Sun, excuse me. I got the Stanford Wrestling Alliance stuck in my head. Rising Sun versus Isamu Masucci, who just became the faction leader of the House of Hardcore and was the champion before Shichiro Ishihara took the belt last month, versus Amatriadora Anderson, the man who held the belt before Isamu Masucci took it from him. These are three men who have all stood at the highest point of the Campeonato de Luchasaur. They are all faces of the company. It is nothing but bangers that these three have had in their career. Eduardo, what can fans expect from a match like this?
I mean, this is the match of all matches. We have Isamu Masucci, we have Ishihara, we have Amatriadora Anderson fighting for the greatest, the most prestigious, the Campeonato Antu tonight. So we're gonna see who of them can rise up with this title in this final match, in this triple threat, where it adds a layer of complexity because you can never let your guard down. There's always gonna be on to look at for someone.
Yeah, let me just jump in here.
Please.
All right. Ametralladora Anderson, all right, is the guy. All right. He is the guy who has the name that has been mispronounced the most. Okay. But Isamu Masucci and Shichiro Ichihara are, doing pretty fantastic right now, looking good. Ishihara and Masucci, of course, have gone back and forth in their time. Listen, I can only root for one, okay? I can only root for one, and I'm rooting for the one. And his name is Shishiro Ishihara. He's going to get the win tonight. I'm going to try. Not going to happen. Isamu Masucci looking to get the big win. Not going to happen. And even though I normally choose heels, tonight, Shichiro Ishihara is going to be the one taking the dub. That's my call. That's who I want to see win. End of story.
Well, you and Damien are aligned. Your Shichiro go for the win. He's certainly the strong style specialist, always gives his best. Eduardo, would you like to break the good news, or shall I?
No, just continue with the good news.
Shichiro
Ishihara's gonna take the W.
And it's a 5 3/4 star victory to close out the night. A very strong closeout to this night. A 3-2 score in this Iron Man match. What a performance tonight from Shichiro Ishihara. Once again proving himself as one of the greatest wrestlers across all of these promotions. It is not a holy shit moment, which is a little bit of a surprise to me. But the Campeonato Andino Championship, I mean, the quality of champion and challenger that we have seen time and time and time again. Indeed, Damien, and still the Campeonato Andino champion. Well done to Shichiro Ishihara. And let's see our final score here, Eduardo. It is a 5.5 star card. That is
close.
Yeah, that's tough. 5.5 stars, to put in perspective, has not won a pay-per-view since week 4, excuse me. The fourth pay-per-view was won by a 5.5 star card. So it is not impossible, but it's certainly, I would say, not the score you were looking for, Eduardo. How do you feel now that it's all said and done?
And honestly, I feel pretty good. Like, I think we gave our darnest. We put a lot of very entertaining matches, and a lot of the storylines got resolved in this final event of the year. So I'm very happy where I left this promotion overall.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot to love here. Xander, any final thoughts on this card before we move forward?
Listen, Eduardo, you gave it your all, man. Okay, 5.5 stars is nothing to slouch at, of course. But I am naturally going to try and crush that score tonight. Listen, at the end of the day, I hope Chase does worse than both of us. So take solace in that. And you
screw you, man.
And you gave some wins to wrestlers I like. So good stuff on that, Eduardo. I do overall like what you pushed with the narrative here. You know, you gave Madison a big win. Okay, I'm not happy, but the rest of it pretty good. So overall, well done.
I'm gonna go to sleep very happy because Suke Kiyama is now the first double champion in this league. So hey, that's all I wanted.
Hey man, listen, well done to you for that. You're not beating me, and now we don't even know if you're gonna beat Chase. Which, come on, I was really pulling for Chase in third place, okay, because it rhymes. But now,
any place rhymes. Chase in first place rhymes. Thank you very much.
It does, but it's also just not a reality that's even possible. So, moving on. Well done though, Eduardo. Nice try. Good attempt. Well done.
As Damien says, it was a great pay-per-view. I had a fantastic time, Eduardo. Congratulations on a great 5.5 star card.
Also, thank you, Damien, for all the hype here. Let's hear you here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a blast having someone in chat come in. And I got to tell you, we're going on to my card next because it's going to be a bit before the Stanford Wrestling Alliance and Walter can join in. And that means we go to Magically Enhanced Wrestling, my promotion, and our pay-per-view future site. And I gotta tell you, I'm a little nervous because I did not have the creativity point reserve that the rest of our competitors had. I made perhaps a foolhardy choice to sign a new wrestler to my promotion in the last month of this competition. I did not roll well on holy shit moments compared to some of these competitors. I did not win the weekly, so I can't justify the points I spent on those. And I had to make the best with what I had. But here's the thing. For people like Damien who haven't been here before, my league sets itself apart with a theme. It is all magically enhanced. This is a world that has been built. Factions. Every wrestler, with very few exceptions, has fought their way into a faction that is vying for power in this world. Every feud, every belt holds that much more standing because these are formalized roles, power struggles that exist in this wrestling league so that it does not happen in full-on war and bloodshed. This is the goal that all of these nation states have made for themselves, and it will be settled in the ring tonight at Future Sight. And I'm so excited to share what I have planned. Regardless of my confidence from a point perspective, I have confidence in my narratives. I have confidence in what I've been building towards. And God, it would be good to just shut Xander up and tie you with a win tonight. That would be really satisfying for me after watching the game decide that having the most fans and the highest reputation was not what it took to become the greatest wrestling company. So I think it's time to just jump on in.
Yeah, can't wait for your Burrito Supreme or whatever you got going on with the championships here.
How dare you? Oh my goodness. Wow. Look, no Razor Jackson in my league, but
yeah, no Razor Jackson and no Eagle.
From Xander's point there, you would think that every wrestler in my company is Razor Jackson.
Yeah.
But you know.
Well, listen, you're in second place, and I don't want you to win so that we tie. Because as we've already established, if we tie, that means that the narrative champion wins, and Walter would go from fourth to first. Which, while objectively funny, I'm in first place. I don't want to give that up tonight. So, listen, I like a lot more of your wrestlers than I do Eduardo's. You can take that and feel confident with it going into your card. But otherwise, I'm going to smack talk you at every opportunity. I'm going to rub a little salt in the wound, okay? Yeah. And especially because mine hasn't happened yet, so mine could be a catastrophic failure. But the time between now and then is just going to be me smack talking and living up the moment where I'm winning, okay? So enjoy.
I get you. And to answer your question, Damien, this is just the end of year one. This is the December pay-per-view. We had one pay-per-view a month. This is year one. So all of this growth, all of these storylines have all culminated from a year of action. So we have done our best over the course of all of the videos and things that we have made. If you're curious, you know more about streaming than I do, Xander. I'm not going to get in trouble if I share the playlist in YouTube.
I was just about to.
But please do.
It's your channel. You share whatever you want. Here, hold on. I got you.
Yeah. By all means, if you've got the playlist, I am very happy to share that in chat. But while you're getting that, I am going to explain our first match of the night. Oh, thank you very much. So we begin with a fatal four-way submission match between Grim Oxley, Alana Elise, Kai Han Ki, and Ruby Wolfhorn. And look, the core of this match is a blow-off feud between Ruby Wolfhorn, the hard-working amateur wrestler who joined this company just a few months ago, and Kai Han Ki, the evil member of Overflow, who came out to the ring essentially to tell Ruby to fuck off in her first ever appearance in the MEW. Ruby, in her debut fight, it was a fatal four-way that included Alana Elise. as well as Kai Han Ki. And Ruby ultimately concluded that she needed to remain above faction lines if she was going to achieve long-term success. She is one of 2 wrestlers in this company that is not in a faction right now. But that thesis statement has come into question for her, because after that first win, she has lost 5 matches in a row, and she has struggled to find opportunities to really prove herself because she has not had anyone there to advocate for her. Kai Han Ki beat her on a weekly in October, and she's mostly been relegated to Battle Royale since. And for Kai Han Ki, she is a member of Overflow, a Scourge tag team that is trying to prove that they deserve a shot at the tag title, despite the fact that that title is held by fellow faction members Light and Shadow. Ariana Black, the leader of the Scourge, does not want infighting after how devastating infighting affected the Scourge earlier this year. But Kai Han Ki knows that the only way to change that is to impress Ariana Black, earn that victory, and get a win here. Now, Alana Elise, she was a member of the Scourge before she turned face. This intelligent philosophist had to be drawn out of the Scourge through a headhunting feud with Alana Elise, who eventually helped her understand through Denise Watson, excuse me. And as a result, Alana Elise understands, look, I've been a former Scourge member. I want you to understand, Ruby, the value of joining the Sky Sentinels. There's a better path for you that is possible if you let people help you. And Grim Oxley, he's a member of the Southern Sentries. And his job, as always, is to fuck shit up. He is always putting personal glory above everything else. He has certainly taken some time to try to prove himself. He struggled recently, but he's caused some pain. He's caused some havoc, and he's here to do so tonight. I will also...
Yeah, okay.
Look, Damien, real quick, thanks for your time as you've been here. Totally understand time zones are a thing that exist. Hopefully, we'll put the full VOD on this in the same playlist that was just linked your way. So we'd love to see you in the comment section there if you do have to tap out now. But in the meantime, Eduardo, I'm going to turn to you first. Oh, Eduardo's gone. He already said.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I didn't give him a chance to say goodbye. That is unfortunate. I clearly just can't check multiple apps at once. So, oopsie doopsie.
Here, I'll say goodbye for Eduardo. Yeah, it's been really fun, and Xander's got the best card, and I can't wait to watch him win. Bye, everybody. Bye, Eduardo. Thanks, man. Appreciate the vote of confidence.
Well, Xander, I know you don't believe in Grim Moxley given the response you just gave. Who do you think I gave the win to?
Listen, I want to see Ruby Wolfform get the win tonight. You brought her in, you told me she's going to do big things, and then look how many losses you've given her. 5 in a row. That is criminal. Criminal. Give her the win. I'm sure Alana Elise would benefit from a win. Blah, blah, blah. Ruby Wolfform all day, every day.
Well, I have some good news for you, Xander. You're absolutely right. It is Ruby Wolfform taking the W. A huge win for her. It's a 5-star match, which I consider a best-case scenario, given I had a 3-star worker in here, and it was largely people on the lower end of my popularity. Take care, Damien. But yeah, look, it's a 5-star match. It blows off the feud between Ruby Wolfform and Kai Han Ki. Ruby has proven she does belong here. She has struggled. And it has been hard. Without a faction, the degree of difficulty is tougher. No one is denying that. It cannot be denied. But that does not mean it's not worth pushing for. She pushes. She has earned the win. And she is now just 30 points away from becoming a main eventer. And I think that's a win in and of itself. How are you feeling about that result here, Xander?
Listen, Ruby Wolfform got the dub. We're happy. Ruby Wolfform Nation all day.
Absolutely, positively. Well, we move on to a fatal 4-way street fight match with some similar themes here, because this is Kennedy West, the charismatic big shot, who puts the casual in business casual. He's holding a chainsaw rather than his typical briefcase, but this is a man who believes no shirt, no shoes should lead to full service, because look, he's got sunglasses and a tie. What more do you need? But look, it's been
he has replaced the briefcase with a chainsaw for this match, though.
He sure has, because it's a street fight. You do what you got to do. And look, it's been a tumultuous introduction, right? In the first week, he garnered a lot less interest than most new wrestlers have had, largely because there have been so many layered faction feuds taking up everybody's time, right? The one feud he did start was with Shane Mack from the Eastern Elite, alongside a business casual gimmick that he hopes will ingratiate himself with the fans. But a win tonight would mean everything to the guy. Now, Shane Mack, the Mack truck, as Johnny Hangtime puts it, admittedly, his career highlight is shit-talking Glory of Legends, which for some people would not be considered much of a highlight. But an impressive win at a pay-per-view like this would go a long way towards his confidence, towards proving that he belongs here at the end of the day. But of course, we have Gavin Smith, the 1-15 wrestler. He's lost 11 matches in a row from the Southern Centuries. But as he has said, he's not here because he wants to win. That's never been his job. His job is to inflict pain on people, to inflict hurt on people like Kennedy, who believe that they're fancy or better than everybody else. And sure, maybe Kennedy hasn't said that, but he thinks himself a big shot. He thinks himself above, those low-life people who don't have briefcases and business degrees and everything else. And Gavin's here to take him down a notch or 5. And then we have Johnny Scott, the 0-15 attractive singer, the man who has become the voice of independence, has learned a lot of Latin hymns as he is as independence morphs more and more into a church with every given pay-per-view. And Johnny doesn't win historically, but he sure does serve as a punching bag for Southern Century's people who hate him and independence for their previous faction defeat. And independence would be silly not to send at least one person to try to cultivate a talent like Kennedy West, who has clearly proven himself at least once to this point and could become a long-term asset if given an opportunity. Xander, who do you think I gave the win to?
Kanye West.
Don't call him Kanye. Please, for the sake of my sanity, do not call him Kanye.
Kanye West.
Now you make me want to give the match to someone else. You really made me want to pivot. Do you want to give a Y on Kennedy before I click the button and feel sad on the inside?
Yes, because who cares about these other three? These other three losers. All right, Shane Mack's not even relevant in his own promotion, shit-talking mine, right? Like, that's insane. That guy's a nobody, all right? Gavin can't get a win because I will say Gavin looks cool. Gavin has been a part of a group of losers. Gavin is now a loser, all right? And Johnny Scott, you said it before, he's a punching bag. The man is a literal punching bag. Yeah. These three don't matter. Give a win to somebody that does. Somebody with some swag, with some, joie de vivre. Okay? And that's none other, all right, than 808 and Heartbreaks, Kennedy West.
Man, I don't like that you're a bad influence on Damien and chat here, because he has chosen Kanye West too. I mean, you're right. Kennedy wins. Of course he wins. This is his moment to prove himself. He does not need a faction. He and Ruby both come out tonight making a strong statement for the factionless. And that is a 5.25 star match, which, given that Johnny is involved as a 3-star worker, I honestly take as a win. I consider that a nice performance. It's a nice, hot match, and it's my first holy shit moment of the night. Kennedy West hitting Shane Mack with his finisher off the top rope. I am sure that Johnny Hangtime is thrilled to see Kennedy take the Mack truck down a peg. But that is indeed our winner tonight. Congratulations, Kennedy. Enjoy your business casual dinner that you'll have after this pay-per-view wraps. But we move on. This is a blow-off. A very important blow-off because it is an end-of-the-line match. The losing faction no longer exists at the end of this unsanctioned match. And look, we knew back in April that Prince Pretty Pink's decision to usurp the Western Watch while El Rey Loco was injured was going to send shockwaves through the early Magically Enhanced Wrestling promotion. It eventually led to the rise of independence and a Western Watch that, from a gameplay mechanic perspective, has never recovered. It was a very torn decision by a lot of people, including people like Jay Xavier, who left the Western Watch to join the Eastern Elite. Several of those people left the Western Watch and would eventually join Arsenico's independence movement. And of course, there was the loyalist Miracle Oda, who stood at El Rey Loco's side as the tag team member that he is to their tag Unbelievable. But of course, as we know, Miracle Oda, a freak broken neck, has taken him out of the picture, which led El Rey Loco, the Mad King, to be alone. But it's okay, because he rallied, because he found some people who came from the dissolved Northern Nightmare thanks to a hit job ordered by Arsenico. They gave room for Highway Robbery and his tag partner tonight, Devin Moxie, to join Righteous Retribution, a faction specifically brought in to take down the Western Watch, the faction that betrayed El Rey Loco. And look, there was a while there where the Western Watch looked like they were going to be pushed over because Prince Pretty Pink was playing a little bit of a cowardly game. He was very much the, why should I get into the ring and wrestle when I don't have to? But he had a wake-up call against La Bestia del Infierno at Pact of Doom. He was woken up in that match and reminded that a great leader doesn't hang to the shadows and play it safe. A great leader takes the fight to their opponents and proves their strength. And ever since then, the Western Watch has been in the driver's seat of this feud, winning multiple matches, including Prince Pretty Pink defeating El Rey Loco in a one-on-one match. But let's be clear here. The Western Watch are not where they used to be. Ever since the Magic Missiles lost the Defenders of the Realm belt to the Hall of Ashes, it has been a bumpy ride for them. Neither of these factions hold a title. Both of them are trying to make the most of the opportunities that have been given to them. And Lucas Meltzer, Prince Pretty Pink's second in command, having risen from the ashes and taken advantage of that usurping so long ago, are going to do everything they can to keep their faction alive and end this revenge streak. Damien asks if I can give him the exact name of the scenario. The exact name is going to be tough for me at the moment. It is Tomorrow the World. If you search TTW, there is a scenario that is the exact, like that says that it is like the best of, rather than having a year attached. That's the one that you're looking for. And I highly recommend it because it's a great time. I don't have the ability to check it out for you right now because if I open up another tag, maybe Xander, if you can search for the specific. I don't know that there's I don't think it says best of. I think it has another title to it, but it's a great scenario. Highly recommend it. But Xander, given that we have so many narratives going on here, so much at stake emotionally for these two competitors, who are you giving the nod to? Who do you think's taking it home?
Listen, I think my brain tells me it should be Righteous Retribution, but I want to give it to Western Watch. I want Prince Pretty Pink and Lucas Meltzer to be the ones to put down the Mad King, to make Mr. Moxie get shoved in that trash can. It's just too good. So I'm going with Western Watch.
Here's the thing.
No.
If the game wasn't so cruel when it comes to losing members for a faction, and the Western Watch weren't permanently stuck at faction level 1, I would feel a little differently. I'd have to weigh back and forth. But at the end of the day, the game decided for me that there is no path for the Western Watch.
Cowardice.
El Rey Loco gets his revenge tonight. It's a 5 1/4 star match. The Western Watch are no more. But I gotta tell you, as this match ends, you see El Rey Loco celebrating in the ring with Devin Moxie. His revenge finally fulfilled. Prince Pretty Pink comes up as if to try to be the bigger man, to congratulate him on the victory, and cheap shots him. Just a straight knee to the balls, stopping the El Rey Loco celebration and reminding everyone that leader revenge feud is far from over. We are going to see more from El Rey Loco and Lucas Meltzer. We are going to see more from El Rey Loco and Prince Pretty Pink. This is not the end just because the Western Watch are done. But it is a holy shit moment. It is Devin Moxie slapping the taste out of Prince Pretty Pink's mouth before they both started brawling. It is Righteous Retribution getting a huge boost here. And you can see, I mean, this is why. I can't work with this. There's nothing I can do. The game does not give me the tools to deal with a faction this low. So that's where it went. Are you willing to give me a little bit of kindness here given that? Or are you still wishing I'd given it to Western Watch anyway?
Nope. Western Watch didn't have been removed. They're the GOATs. All right. You ruined them with your, decision to have the game absolutely hammer smash them. That was a thing you consciously did. Definitely did not happen to you. I'm going to let you own that one, regardless of whether you try to convince, all right, the wonderful Damien in chat that didn't happen and that the game did screw you. I'm gonna hear, that's slander. Okay.
Yeah. You definitely haven't cited multiple times that my choice saved you from multiple terrible fates that you could have suffered otherwise.
Nope, you're right. I just foresaw them because I can see the future. And just get good. Skill issue and.
That sounds like an awful lot of fucking copium for someone who couldn't lace the boots of the narrative champion.
Wow. Wow.
I'm sorry. Wait, Walter.
Half a point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. How many do I have again, Chase? Can you remind me? Can you tell me what that number is?
There's no way to know.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Walter, listen, you're allowed to smack talk me when you score 1 point. Get one. And you
how about this? Why am I catching strays?
Shit. I don't give a shit.
I just don't understand why I'm catching strays. I did a long-term narrative redemption arc for a guy who got usurped while he was injured from a faction for the Mad King to get redemption at the big pay-per-view at the end of the year. That feels like something you would give praise for, Walter. Historically, that seems like
skill issue. Get good. Tell him, Walter. Tell him get good.
I only fired a stray at Xander. I didn't fire a stray at you. You took it as me insulting you, and I think that says a lot more about you than it does me.
We were talking about my match. If you're saying copium, what else could you be referring to?
Fair, Walter came in late, so that's mostly a listening comprehension issue. All right.
Sure. He's the narrative champion, not the listening champion. I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if this were an audiobook, we'd be lost, but it's okay. Fortunately for Walter, it's not, so we're good.
Well, we move on. Yes, Damien saying hello to you, Walter. Walter, we have had a guy in chat this entire time. He was on fire with Eduardo's predictions. He was right there, match to match. And we will see, perhaps, if you manage to get along a little bit more with his picks than Xander has historically, because there were some real beautiful rants from Xander over the course of this stream so far. But
fantastic. I love it.
We move on from now. This is an 8-way Artificer title shot on a pole match. The Arcane Artificer belt, which was resolved with a tournament just last month, is a multi-gender belt. There is no limit in terms of who can compete for the title. And so I took these 8 incredibly talented wrestlers, I've put them in a match together, and the winner will receive the opportunity to challenge Monty Hendricks at the first pay-per-view to start off season 2. And what a match it is. I mean, we're looking at 4 people here who were former Western Watch members who have to be reeling after learning that their faction no longer exists. Of course, we have Red Arrow and Yellow Arrow, the 2 halves of Magic Missiles, the tag team that dominated the division for more than half the year before falling to the Hall of Ashes. An incredible tag duo now here fighting as individuals, trying to get a title slot now that they are not allowed, per the terms they agreed to challenge Hall of Ashes for the Defenders of the Realm belt. Of course, we have Evan Zane and Bryson Pierce, 2 members of Unlimited, the second ranked Western Watch tag, who are looking for opportunities to prove themselves. Evan Zane did better in the Arcane Artificer tournament than Bryson Pierce did, but both of them are trying to find that single success for themselves, and now that the Western Watch is no longer here, perhaps trying to prove themselves to any faction that would like to recruit them in the new year. Of course, we have Riku Inoki and Jan Sanake, the 2 members of Savage Vengeance from the Southern Centuries, who have feuded with both of those tag teams before and continue to do so now, especially because this was meant to be a blow-off match between the Western Watch and the Southern Centuries, but the Western Watch no longer exists. I have no idea how the game treats that. If the Southern Centuries were to lose this match to a former member of the Western Watch. But we also have 2 women wrestlers, Sumi Kabaya and Briar Allison, 2 members of the Sky Sentinels who have gone back and forth in a top talent feud, trying to refine their skills against each other, given the loss streaks that both of them have had over the course of the year. And they have been told by Lorena Lucier this is the end of their friendly feud. They have to put this to the side, focus on the Scourge, focus on the Hellfire Club. But tonight, you can both duke it out against each other for the shot for the Arcane Artificer belt. Damien is rooting for Evan Zane from Unlimited. The King of Party Style certainly would get a huge win from this, given how close he is to becoming a face of the company. Walter, I'll start with you here. Who do you think is getting the win tonight?
You know, taking a look at everyone here, right? You got a lot of really good wrestlers, a lot of really good balance here. I don't think it's going to be either of the Arrows. I do think you're eventually going to do some sort of tag feud with them, even if they can't contend for the current championship. Keep them in the running, keep them kind of up near the top so that maybe they can challenge the next tag champion. The name sticking out to me here right now, Evan Zane. It's just such a great name. He's got such a great look. The King of Party Style. Then I'm going to go with him. I'm going to go with Evan Zane. I know he's not going to win, but I like the style. I like what he is all about as the King of Party Style. So let's go with Evan Zane.
Well, Damien is certainly in your corner. Xander, who do you think's getting the win?
You know, I don't like so many people here. No, I'm just kidding. I actually like most of these wrestlers. I want to root for one of the Arrows, okay? Just because I want to see you do more with them individually. I think that that the Magic Missiles are, magically, they're magical duds right now. And the best way to rejuvenate them is to give them some solo wins. So I am a bit more partial to Red Arrow than Yellow Arrow, but if you're not going to give it to an Arrow, give it to Briar Allison. That's my final answer. Red Arrow or Briar Allison, either of those are big dubs. Anyone else, you got Jan the Snake, all right, you got Bryson is pierced. Evan Zane's okay. I understand why everyone's big on Evan Zane, especially with how he looks. He's got a cool look. If you're a nerd, so yeah, Briar Allison or Red Arrow.
Okay. So here's the thing. Walter's 100% correct. I didn't give it to an Arrow because I do have tag aspirations for them, and they have always been presented as stronger as a tag than they are as individuals, which is why both of them lost very early on in the Arcane Artificer tournament. They are not strong singles competitors, and that does hurt them tonight. You are both correct that it is not either member of the Southern Centuries. Savage Vengeance, Jan Sanake, and Riku Inoki have struggled mightily in singles competition. They famously were not going to focus on singles competition until this option became available, and that does not they are not ready for this match. It is not Bryson Pierce. It is, unfortunately for Damien here, not Evan Zane, who I considered quite a bit. But at the end of the day, I looked at Briar and I looked at Sumi, because I want the Arcane Artificer to be a genderless belt, right? I want anyone to be able to compete, and so I want that next challenger to come from the women's ranks. And Briar Allison had her opportunity to compete for the Frost Witch belt. She was baited and outsmarted, and she failed. So hopefully Sumi Kabaya will succeed where she failed, because she's getting the title shot. She's the one getting the opportunity. It is a swerve for everybody, it would appear, but I feel fine with that, especially because it is a 5.5-star result, and Sumi Kabaya is on her way towards a new era for herself and hopefully these Sky Sentinels, kind of mid-tier wrestlers in general. And I leveled up my pole match. Hey, we take those. No holy shit moment, but Red and Yellow Arrow, both faces of the company. The first tag team in Magically Enhanced Wrestling to both be faces of the company. Walter, how do you feel about this result now that I've kind of explained my reasoning here?
You know, I think the reasoning is solid, and I do give you guys a lot of credit for doing the intergender matches, and even being specific to this is an intergender belt. You're going to allow it to be defended against anyone by anyone. So I respect the decision. I respect the reasoning, and I am curious where you go from here.
Fantastic. I'm going to take that as a win. I know better than to ask Xander, so we're going to move on to a triple threat tag.
Don't ask me nothing. You suck.
It's a triple threat tag elimination match between Out of This World, Highway Robbery, and Hylian Cross. Now, Out of This World is feuded with both of these tag teams, and I will tell you now, it is a multiple blow-off match. They've been feuding with Highway Robbery since February, back when it was part of a faction feud between the Eastern Elite and the Northern Nightmare. Highway Robbery got the first win in a 6.5-star match at Mana Unleashed back when they were champions. But after that win, the feud was mostly kept on the back foot after they both lost the title match to Magic Missiles. Out of This World got their first win in that feud at Crown of Madness in September, but Highway Robbery technically took the lead against them as part of a 4v4 match between the Eastern Elite and Righteous Retribution in a Total War feud that continues to this day. That feud very much shifted, right? Different factions that Highway Robbery have been a part of, but they've always hated Out of This World. And with the Total War feud, you know, I think if you were to ask Righteous Retribution, they would say that the Eastern Elite are scheming to take on these Western Watch people that just lost their faction tonight, and that's not acceptable. And Highway Robbery have to do their part to remind everyone that Righteous Retribution is the place that they should be, that these former Western Watch people should be bowing to their former king, El Rey Loco, going back where they belong. But of course, Hylian Cross has no interest in any of that. As a Southern Centuries tag member, they started this feud against Out of This World when it was part of the Eastern Elite's feud with the Southern Centuries, a feud that was rather one-sided for the Eastern Elite, and it's been a one-sided feud so far between Out of This World and Hylian Cross. The Southern Centuries technically got the upper hand in a 4v4 match at Saving Throw, but Out of This World has won two separate multi-tag elimination matches in August and September, including a win at Crown of Madness. Now, they've largely avoided each other since DJ Vector from Out of This World eliminated Gerudo from Hylian Cross at the Arcane Artificer tournament last month. But Hylian Cross, Ezekiel Cross, and Gerudo would love nothing more than to win tonight, get revenge for the Arcane Artificer tournament, and reassert the Southern Sentries as a top faction, despite the L's that they've taken in recent feuds. So, a lot of interlaced feuds here. Xander, I turn to you. Who do you think is getting the nod?
It's going to Hylian Cross, okay? Gerudo has been on a tear lately. I know you like Highway Robbery. I know Out of This World are supposed to be Out of This World, but I think they're getting thrown out of the ring, okay? And Highway Robbery are going to have to hop back on the highway and go home. Hylian Cross are the ones that take home the dub.
Well, that puts you aligned with Damien here, who's also pulling for Hylian Cross. Walter, what about you? Who do you think's getting the nod?
Robbery. I love a good cowboy.
I mean, look, I love a good cowboy theme as well. I'm in a position where it looks like I'm about to make everyone unhappy because Out of This World is winning this. And okay, the game's happy. It's a 6 1/4 star match. An interesting story, 3/4 star bonus.
Game's coping.
Hell
Gross.
yeah. I mean, look.
I think you're coping, Xander.
Nope.
I mean, look, Out of This World, at the end of the day, the Eastern Elite needed to stand strong here. They've lost a faction feud recently to Independence. And there's, I think that feud against Righteous Retribution would be a little bit one-sided if Highway Robbery got the win here. I'm glad that it was a hot match. It's a shame that the Hylian Cross Out of This World feud went hot here because I absolutely would have kept it going if I had known for sure that it was going to be allowed to continue to be a thing. But look, DJ Vector gets me a holy shit moment as he gets up from Ezekiel Cross's finisher before asking him to hit another. The custom feuds leveling up here. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take this as a nice win. Out of This World living up to their namesake tonight and putting themselves very much in the conversation to go on a tear moving into the new year. We will see whether Hall of Ashes are their title contenders moving forward or not. But we move on now to a 6-way women's last woman standing match. And it is quite the match in front of us here tonight. Mistress Jade and Cyan Orion is the blow-off feud that serves as the core of this match, right? Cyan Orion made a misguided push for singles stardom at the expense of her tag partner, Malachite Bronson. The Shooting Stars had an opportunity to challenge Light and Shadow at Hell's Rebuke. That was an opportunity available to them. But Mistress Jade baited Cyan into pushing for the Arcane Artificer belt after a combination of Emu Amikio smack-talking Cyan and a taunting victory from Mistress Jade on an October match of Wild Magic. Cyan discarded the feelings of her Shooting Stars partner and the title shot they had to ultimately lose in the first round of that Arcane Artificer tournament. And while Mistress J didn't fare much better, at least she didn't get turned on by a understandably bitter tag partner in Malachite Bronson, who turned heel with a vicious beatdown and so far is the only heel member of the Sky Sentinels. She is fed up with Cyan's selfishness, and she is here to prove that this is not a way that anyone should be treated. She's going to make sure that Cyan never treats anyone else like she treated her ever again, and she is hungry for revenge. Now, Denise Weston, she has seen people fall to the dark side. She was the one to bring Alana Elise back from the Scourge, and she is hoping to bring Malachite Bronson back from the brink before it is too late. She sees Malachite as someone whose emotions are fair, but they've gone too far. But at the end of the day, they're not the only feuds going on here. Hana Rukawa and Wendy Blank, Overflow versus Shots Fired. This has been a feud within the women's division for a while. And Hana and Wendy have feuded both individually and as members of their respective tags. Hana Rukawa wouldn't typically step against Mistress Jade, but much like Kai Hong Ki earlier tonight, she knows a win would be critical towards improving her stake within the Scourge. But yeah, that's the match in front of us tonight. Walter, I'll start with you. Who do you think I gave the win to?
You know, it's interesting you brought up Mistress Jade and then the Cyan Orion Malachite Bronson feud. You have talked about how you believe that when you do a blow off, one of those people should win. So I'm going to give the victory to Mistress Jade here, as Cyan Orion and Malachite Bronson get in each other's way, allowing Mistress Jades to take the win here.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense to me. What about you, Xander? Who do you think's getting the nod?
You know, you got Mistress Jade, you got Hana Rukawa, okay? You got a couple of folks that I've rooted for here and there, but I'm going with Cyan Orion tonight. Cyan deserves the big dub, 4 losses in a row, but after the big return, the final boss of superstardom is going to become a superstar tonight and get a big win right here.
I like where your head's at, Xander. But as you know, I like to tear people all the way down before I build them back up. Cyan's hubris has gotten to her. And Walter called it exactly right. It is a Mistress Jade victory because Malachite Bronson holds Cyan Orion back, who would otherwise have gotten the win here. And it is a 5-star match. Not exactly what I was hoping for, but I guess it'll be dropped, and that's fine. No holy shit moment or anything else like it. Just an okay match as Mistress Jade does what she needs to do to cement herself as the victor tonight. And let's be clear, Mistress Jade is second in command of the Scourge. She needs a win in a big moment like this after taking a lot of L's against Duka Igarashi in a failed push for the Frost Witch Championship. So, big win for Mistress Jade. Congratulations to her. Cyan Orion versus Malachite Bronson is going to be a pivotal feud going into the new year when we get to Season 2. But for now, the Demon Queen reigns supreme. And we move on to the Arcane Artificer belt. Oh, and hey, Damien, I missed your prediction, but I'm glad you were with me on Team Jade, indeed getting the win here. You love to see it. But yes, so the Arcane Artificer Championship. Monty Hendricks won this belt in a tournament which he battled just about everybody to earn that belt in its first appearance. It's a brand new belt that existed specifically for that tournament to be won. And he is now in a fatal 4-way street fight against Fuerza de Dragon, the man he met in the finals of the Arcane Artificer belt. But also Adrian Lorenzo and Eli Chaos. And so look, the obvious, like Monty versus Fuerza, it's a rematch from last pay-per-view as Fuerza de Dragon tries to win the belt back. But Monty has pissed off more people than just Fuerza within the Eastern Elite, right? Eli Chaos, he attacked backstage on a weekly episode of Wild Magic soon after Arsenico took over as Sorcerer Supreme and set the stage for a vicious feud between the Eastern Elite and Independence that ultimately resulted in an Independence victory. Monty Hendricks saying that as the gift from God that he believes himself to be, Eli Chaos questioning him or Arsenico's wisdom was something that needed to be beaten out of him. Eli Chaos, the street champ of the Kiwis, understandably has not let that go and wants revenge tonight. The Eastern Elite in general would like to get a more cohesive victory against Independence as they await Fishbone's latest challenge against Arsenico later tonight. But Independents aren't stupid. They're not going to let themselves get outnumbered 2-1 for the Eastern Elite. So in comes Adrian Lorenzo, the man who was scouted by Arsenico, who came over as a result of a headhunting feud, and who was once part of a handicap beatdown against Fuerza de Dragon while he was still a member of the Southern Sentries back in August. Adrian is currently 2-0 against Fuerza de Dragon, but Fuerza's improved a lot since their last match at Pact of Doom. And Adrian has never beaten Eli Chaos in any of the faction-focused matches they've had throughout their career. So the question becomes, Xander, who do you think I gave the nod to?
You know, listen, Monty Hendrix has been winning a little bit. All right, maybe a little bit too much. Okay? And you've got Eli Chaos here and Fuerza de Dragon, both of whom I think are okay. Eli Chaos, a little bit on the come up. Fuerza, has kind of stagnated a bit. Adrian Lorenzo is also here. Okay?
How dare
Now,
you?
the question is are you giving it to Adrian for game mechanic reasons, or do you risk it and instead give it to somebody like Eli or Fuerza? Either way, I don't think Monty Hendrix is holding on to it tonight, and I personally am going to vote for who I want to see take it, and that is going to be Fuerza de Dragon. I hope Fuerza is the one who comes out on top, wins it big, and holds on to it for a bit nature to the highest peak he can find.
Well, we got one vote for Fuerza de Dragon from Xander. We've got one vote for Adrian Lorenzo from Damien. We'd love to see the kind of upset there. Walter, who do you think's getting the win?
Jace, can you do me a favor? Can you show me how long Monty Hendrix has had that belt?
The belt's only existed for a month, so he's had it for a month.
That's where it's gonna stay then. Monty Hendrix. Come on. You don't start a brand new championship, have somebody win it, and then immediately have them lose it. It makes no sense to me. I understand why there may be game mechanic reasons why you might put it on somebody else. Perhaps Monty Hendrix gets injured, so you're trying to avoid, having a champion surrender the title anyways. But the reality is Monty Hendrix needs to stay the champion.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm going to be very clear with you. I stopped making decisions based on game mechanics a long time ago. I can assure you my card would look different if I was purely min-maxing here. And absolutely, he just won the tournament. Why would I take him off him in one match? That'd be insane. He just won 5 matches in a row to win the belt. He's going to win again tonight. I agree with your logic wholeheartedly, Walter. I didn't make this belt just to take it off of him 1 month in. Especially after doing a whole ceremony in which we coronated him and Johnny Scott being given to him as a manager, one of only 2 people to have a manager in this company. Monty Hendrix is a gift from God, self-proclaimed. And that 5 3/4 star match is exactly why that's not changing anytime soon. Look, you can hate because you ain't, but Monty Hendrix stays strong tonight. He becomes a face of the company. Independence is so far above the meter that this means nothing for them, but it's a nice boost for the Arcane Artificer belt and a nice win here. And thankfully, not enough of a negative for Adrian Lorenzo to lose his face of the company journey. So I'm sorry, Damien, that Adrian didn't get the win, but he is still on his way to becoming a face of the company. And I have big things planned for Adrian Lorenzo next year. So stay tuned for that. But yeah, I mean, Xander, you have to admit, keeping the title on a guy who just won it last month makes some sense, right?
Yeah, for sure. But I don't care. I said what I said.
You know what? Harsh but fair. We move on. The Keepers of the Realm triple threat tag elimination match between the title holders Light and Shadow taking on Flying High, the original definitive women's tag in this company, and Throne of Bones, a new tag team. Walter, you may not even be aware of Throne of Bones because they were formed on the last 2 weeklies, essentially. Light and Shadow, of course, being the tag that was created by the Scourge of the Underdark as they were trying to replace their former tag, Rude Awakening, when it became clear that Tijuana King and Alana Elise could not work together. Ariana Black was willing to dismantle so much of how the Scourge worked, put everything on the line in order to build a new tag team that could become the Defenders of the Realm champion. And what she was left with was Light and Shadow, a super team forged by Emu Amiko, and I'm legally allowed to pronounce her last name that way because Xander is currently in the lead right now, and Kagetsi, who may have lost 10 matches in a row, but since turning to the occult for some extra magic to boost her skill set, has yet to drop a tag match. But they are going up against Flying High, of course, the former champions, the ones who helped elevate the Keepers of the Realm belt to silver status after it was a belt that changed hands quite a bit in the early days of Magically Enhanced Wrestling. And it has been a 2v, that kind of 1v1 feud between Flying High and Light and Shadow for a while now. Flying High successfully defended their title against Light and Shadow at Life or Death, but Light and Shadow took it at saving throw and defeated them at Crown of Madness, Pact of Doom, and Hell's Rebuke, as various other challengers just so happened to be taken out along the way, like when Emu Amiko injured Cyan Orion the first time, or the challenger was baited into fighting one-on-one before the pay-per-view, as has happened with Shots Fired in the past. But Light and Shadow got a little cocky. They said, look, Flying High, y'all should be able to take care of a team like Throne of Bones, right? Skull Tabaka and Tijuana King, neither of whom were able to defeat Emu or Kagetsi when they were competing as members of the Scourge to form this tag belt, this super team that Ariana had envisioned. Throne of Bones, of course, realizing they were going to be kicked out for failing Ariana Black and the Scourge, ended up betraying their former faction, joining the Hellfire Club, and building up some real charisma and camaraderie between the two of them, such that they have agreed to work together as a tag. And despite having no experience, they were able to beat Flying High on the Go Home episode of Wild Magic and earn their spot in this match. Now, granted, some haters might point out that Overflow baited Flying High into an epic brawl that exhausted them before that match, but Throne of Bones would point to the win column. They've earned that match, they've earned their spot here, and it is a triple threat between these three talented women's tags. Walter, I'll start with you. Who do you think is coming away with a victory tonight?
You know, you're selling Throne of Bones so goddamn hard that it almost seems too obvious to choose them. I would say, in my personal opinion, keep it on Light and Shadow. I don't know. To me, if I have seen enough from these other two tag teams to take it off of them, I do like a very nice, dominant heel champion to carry it for a while. But you are also someone that, you don't do the double-digit month reigns, right? And I understand 5 months ago, winning the belts, I get it, right? Reign in this time. So it's a coin flip to me between Light and Shadow and Throne of Bones. And I'm going to say keep it on Light and Shadow. Keep it on the champion.
Okay. You're keeping it on the champion. Xander.
Throne of Bones. Throne of Bones. Throne of Bones. Throw them a bone and give them the win. Light and Shadow are, man, I got nothing for it. They lose. They suck. GG's.
Wow. Well, I will say this. Walter, you called it exactly. Light and Shadow are going to retain. Here's the thing. Throne of Bones have had one tag match as a duo, and they won it because Flying High were attacked in an epic brawl. They're not there yet. They're not ready to take down Light and Shadow. They're working on it. And I'll tell you this, spoiler alert, they're going to get there. They will be the ones to take down Light and Shadow eventually. But it is not this day. This day belongs to Light and Shadow. Emu Amiko, Kagetsi take care of business, and they do so with a 6-star match, plenty of intensity, taking advantage of a hot feud now, Skull and Emu, a blow-off between the Scourge of the Underdark and the Hellfire Club. The Scourge getting the victory here, taking the W over the faction that betrayed them when Skull Tabaka and Tijuana King left. It's a holy shit moment as Kagetsi suplexes Ai Hakai from the apron through a table outside, and it is a nice boost for the Keepers of the Realm belt. and it gets the Scourge to Reputation 7, up from Reputation 6. So, Walter, it sounds like you and I are pretty aligned so far on this card. How are you liking the narrative decisions I've got?
I have liked it so far.
Mm-hmm. That is a very hesitant co-sign if ever I've heard one.
What? You could always turn around and do something stupid. I'm not going to just like give you a blind pass. Your card's going to be absolutely incredible. I agree with every decision you have made and ever will make. I'm not going to do that. You know me.
I do know you. But I did that specifically for that reaction, and it was worth it. We move on.
And why did you seem confused?
Because your response to me feigning incredulity was way funnier than if I said fair enough and ended it there.
Fair enough.
Well, we move on to a blow-off match between Alpha Jackson and Victor Magnus. And I will tell you right now, this feud did not need to be blown off tonight. But Alpha Jackson and Victor Magnus both separately came to me and said, we need to resolve this before the end of the year. We need to determine who is the rightful leader of the Southern Centuries once and for all. And so I gave them the blow-off match they're looking for, and it is an Iron Man match. I invested in this match despite my limited funds because these two have earned that right. This feud started when Alpha Jackson launched a surprise attack against Victor Magnus back in August, citing Victor's defeat at Saving Throw against Fishbone and a generally poor record comparatively. 5-11 for a faction leader in this company is definitely on the lower end. As the reason that they needed a true alpha to take over the Southern Centuries, right? Alpha won a submission match that night, but notably, Victor Magnus refused to tap out, choosing to pass out instead. And as feuds emerged between the Southern Centuries and Independents and the Southern Centuries and the Eastern Elite, this became a staging ground for their power struggle, as Alpha Jackson ordered attacks that Victor did not authorize, demonstrating his power and respect that he holds within the faction. That handicap beatdown we mentioned just a couple matches ago, where Adrian Lorenzo and a few other Southern Centuries members beat up Fuerza de Dragon, that was ordered from Alpha Jackson, not from Victor Magnus. But this has not been fully one-sided. Victor Magnus got a street fight victory at Pact of Doom that remains the biggest win either man has gotten so far, even though Alpha Jackson did bounce back with a 4-way victory over Fishbone, Victor, and Prince Pretty Pink earlier this month. And Victor Magnus has on multiple occasions ruined what would have been an otherwise clean win for Alpha Jackson, distracting him and giving his opponent the opening that they needed. So he has been able to get under Alpha's head and would love nothing more to remind everyone why he is the Southern Centuries leader, why he was chosen in the first place. But here we go. It's an Iron Man match to settle this once and for all. Xander, I'll start with you. Who do you think I gave the nod to?
Listen, it's rough. It's rough out here because Victor Magnus, I think for a lot of reasons, should be the one to take this. But I don't care. Only one of these guys is the alpha. And it is Mr. Alpha Jackson, who's going to be putting a boot to Victor Magnus's face and ruining his absolute year as a wrestler. And nothing makes me happier than that notion.
I find your phrasing there interesting. You seem to imply that you think that Victor Magnus would be the obvious choice narratively. I'd be curious to hear from you, Walter. Who do you think narratively has earned the victory tonight?
I mean, here's the thing. I'm going to agree with Xander on both counts, right? I think that by having Alpha Jackson, go behind the back and set out these attacks and do these things, he is attempting to usurp Victor Magnus. And it is one of those things where, okay, I understand, maybe I'm getting a bit impatient, maybe you have a larger plan, but that's an opportunity here, right? This is an opportunity for the second in command, right, the lieutenant or whatever, to challenge the leader and say basically shit or get off the pot, actually enact something, actually utilize what we have here in our faction, or get out of our way and let us do what we want to do. And it could be a very, very beautiful moment to do a heel turn, babyface turn for Victor Magnus. So I am also going to agree, Alpha Jackson wins.
I will say, this was something I went back and forth on in my head approximately once for the last several months. Alpha Jackson, to me, the clear winner of this feud. It's a 5.5-star match. Good psychology. I'll fucking take it. I mean, look, Alpha has proven himself more and more in matches. If you just look at like average score of matches, he's been the one putting on banger after banger. I love the peak masculinity angle. The alpha of the MEW is just such a fun title here, and taking Victor Magnus down a peg just felt right, because as you said, Walter, this allows Victor to build himself back up. Maybe he makes a face turn. Maybe I have something else in mind for the guy. But what I can tell you right now is that it is indeed an Alpha Jackson victory, and Alpha gets the crowd going wild as Victor Magnus unceremoniously leaves the stage. Alpha has won over the fans time and time again. He's not quite face of the company, but he's closer to it than Victor is, that's for sure. And the one story thing that I want to make sure is pointed out here, as Victor unceremoniously leaves the stage, Hylian Cross, Ezekiel Cross, and Gerudo come to show their love to their former leader, while the rest of the faction goes to cheer on Alpha Jackson's victory. So it will not be a united response to Alpha Jackson's victory here, but it is a nice win for Alpha. He is officially the leader. It increases my true leader hype as well. No holy shit moment, but you know what? I'll live with a 5.5-star match on this one. We move on to the Jester's Joust Championship. And this is a story I've said a million times before. I'm going to keep it short and sweet because there are new people in this chat. Hold on. I see from Damien here real quick. Nice to listen to you and look at the booking. Xander's pipe bombs are also very welcome. And all this time, I just noticed it's getting bright outside my window. Incredible. This is how I feel every time I watch International League of Legends. So I feel you entirely, and I appreciate you spending that time with us here tonight, man. But here, let me explain to you this Jester's Joust Championship then, since you're here. Liquid Steel and Larger Than Life were both largely from the same faction for the majority of their history. Larger Than Life was the full faction, the full trio within the Eastern Elite, where Liquid Steel represented an alliance between the Eastern Elite and the Western Watch. They had 2 Eastern Elite members, 1 Western Watch member, and Jay Xavier. But everything changed when Prince Pretty Pink usurped El Rey Loco, and Jay Xavier was one of several people to say, "That's it, I'm out. This is a bridge too far." And as a result, Jay Xavier was welcomed with open arms into the Eastern Elite, and Liquid Steel, who were champions at the time, were now a fully Eastern Elite trio, which for Larger Than Life was a stab to the back, because they were meant to be the trio for the Eastern Elite. They were meant to be the ones given those resources, and nobody wants to settle for being second best in your own faction. So they did what they felt they needed to do. After losing to Liquid Steel at Final Destination, Larger Than Life joined Independence. And as a member of Independence, they took the belt at Bond of Destiny, they retained it at Life or Death, Saving Throw, and Crowd of Madness. All of which were just banger after banger between Larger Than Life and Liquid Steel. I think they averaged a 6-star match. It was just an incredible series of matches. Didn't have to think about it very hard. The two of them just loved to hate each other. But Risk It All, the trio from the Southern Centuries, who was looking for an opportunity in, previously known only for losing to the Chosen Ones from the Sky Sentinels, managed to to earn their spot in a match at Pact of Doom. And Larger Than Life and Liquid Steel were so busy fighting each other that Risk It All snuck the victory and became champions at Pact of Doom in October. Now, neither Larger Than Life nor Liquid Steel have managed to beat Risk It All in a one-on-one match. And on the last episode of Wild Magic, the go-home show, I told Liquid Steel and Larger Than Life to wrestle in a no-gimmick match for the right to be in this title picture. Only one of them was meant to be here, but a double pin ensured there was no clear winner. And as a result, I had no choice. Both of these teams had to be here. But this is the blow-off match. At the end of this match, Larger Than Life and Liquid Steel are done wrestling for a while. This is their last chance. And either they are going to look past this individual feud and find a way to win the title anyway, while pushing themselves above their greatest rival, or they will continue to fight back and forth and Risk It All, who would love nothing more than to continue to play spoiler, to continue to play these two off of each other, will emerge victorious once again. So I ask you, Xander, who do you think I gave the nod to?
I think you're giving the nod to the one, the only. No, I think you're keeping it on Risk It All. I would steal. Okay, Larger Than Life are kind of whatever to me. I think Risk It All are going to hold on to it. They aren't risking shit tonight. Okay, the only thing they're risking, all right, is the embarrassment that Larger Than Life and Liquid Steel are going to face after they get dropped by the champs.
Wow, some strong words from Xander here. Walter, who do you think is getting the nod?
You know, I am going to agree. Risk It All will stay as the champions because here it's a tale as old as time. Two baby faces, one heel. The two baby faces can't help but get in each other's way and allow the heel to sneak off with the belts. Risk It All stays the champs.
You know, I like that concept. I do. But I have a larger plan in mind. And for that plan to work, for the trios challenge that I want to bring into the new year to exist, Liquid Steel are the ones that are going to get the belt. They end the feud as the feud began, taking down their former tag partners in Larger Than Life. Risk It All will have to battle their way back within the Southern Centuries, a faction that with Alpha Jackson taking over, Alpha has to take on a faction that is struggling to find their identity and build them back up. Something that I felt like would be harder to do if Risk It All were already champions. And Liquid Steel gives the Eastern Elite the championship they are desperate for. Because somebody from Eastern Elite needs to be title holders if that faction is meant to be taken seriously moving forward. So that was the choice that I made. It sounds like both of you are very much in the Risk It All camp, and I accept that. But I'll also accept the 6-star reward from the game. I'll accept a holy shit moment as Brady Killjoy was about to hit Bryce Dannenberg before they both collapsed from exhaustion. And I'll take a nice boost to the Jester's Joust Championship. The Eastern Elite battling their way back to Reputation 6, and the Southern Centuries at Reputation 5 with something to prove heading into the new year.
You're breaking a lot of conventions there. That's all I have to say.
I mean, to be fair, that is the thing I did when Risk It All won the first time. I would be repeating myself a little bit, but I get you. I understand, and I'm willing to take that on. I'm asking you and the folks at home to let me cook a little bit with having Liquid Steel be the champion, but I will accept that I have broken some rules to get there. But we move on for now.
Hey, I'm happy Liquid Steel got the win. All good.
Well, see, there you go. I got somebody.
I didn't think you'd take it. That Risk It All would lose tonight. But this is a pleasant surprise, we'll call it. So I'll let you cook, Chase. You can cook one more meal. I'm about to shit on the rest of your card though, because it's gonna be bad.
Well, we'll see about that, because we are at the Flame Warlock Championship between Ryu Otake and Derek Nash. Ryu Otake, this feud kind of started when the feud between Hellfire Club and Independence began. Ryu Otake was the one chosen to challenge Derek Nash for the Flame Warlock belt, a belt that Derek had won by taking down his former faction leader El Muerte Blanco at Crown of Madness, thus fulfilling the original promise of the Hellfire Club, a faction born of rebellion to take down the Northern Nightmare, a faction that no longer exists, as El Muerte Blanco went down at Crown of Madness and then was attacked backstage by Ashton Nieves, who we will see from hear from later tonight. But Ryu Otake was an ambitious guy. He has always been looking for an opportunity to prove himself and do whatever it takes to push Independence forward. He's a big match specialist and a risk taker. And he was willing to drop out of the Arcane Artificer tournament to re-challenge Derek Nash after losing the last man standing match at Pact of Doom. And ultimately, at Hell's Rebuke, was able to win by slamming both men through a glass table and barely scraping his way back into the ring in order to secure the victory there. It was a 9 count. He battled in, and Derek Nash couldn't quite get up in time. Now, despite those heroic efforts, Ryu has found himself on the outside looking in when it comes to his faction. Monty Hendricks absorbed all of the praise and attention Ryu had been fighting for from the faction higher-ups as a result of him winning the Arcane Artificer belt, a belt that just formed and has less prestige than the Flame Warlock belt does. And after Technoboy argued that Ryu Otake deserved better to Arsenico on the Go Home show, Arsenico responded by forcing Ryu to defend his title in an Iron Man match against Mikey Dolan and Gavin Smith from the Southern Centuries on a Go Home show, something that likely makes him more tired than that 10% fatigue would indicate. Ryu won, but Arsenico still turned his back on Ryu, with A Better Tomorrow being the only ones to truly celebrate his victory. And as a result, Derek Nash, the Extreme King, is here to take advantage of the fatigue and split faction priorities to secure a victory tonight. It was his belt as recently as last month, and he wants to win it back. The question is, Xander, does Derek Nash have what it takes to take down Ryu Otake, or does Ryu continue to hold strong tonight?
Yeah, listen, you've got, all right, the Bamboo Dragon up against Derek Nash, and I think the Bamboo Dragon is going to be the one to hold on to the Flame Warlock belt. I do imagine at some point it's going to come back to bite him in the ass, and he'll get set ablaze, but I don't think Derek Nash is the guy to do it. So, Bamboo Dragon, final answer.
Okay, you're here for the dragon. I don't know where the bamboo came from, but I'll take the dragon all the same.
Otake.
Does Otake mean bamboo?
Yeah, it also means great warrior, but more often than not, it means bamboo. It's one of the references to bamboo. So I'm choosing to go with the funniest option. He's dragon.
Well, you know what? I learned something tonight, and that is a victory in and of itself. Walter, what about you? Who do you think's getting the win?
I love how he's preemptively just being like, well, that's a victory because he knows he's going to lose to you in the overall competition for season 1.
How dare you? How dare you?
Well, yes, true. Thank you, Walter.
And I am going to agree with my counterpart, Ryu Otake, of course, again, because he just won the belt and you're not going to hotshot belts around. That would be dumb.
Yeah, absolutely, especially because Ryu Otake, he is going to win. I'm just going to tell you that right now. It's a 5 3/4 star match, which I'm very happy about. It blows off the faction feud between the Independence and the Hellfire Club. And to speak to the long-term storytelling and the reason Ryu needs to win here, Ryu once again puts on a high-flying performance, secures himself the victory, but once again, it is only A Better Tomorrow, i.e. Technoboy and Vinny Stacks, and Johnny Scott as the only member of the Inner Circle to show him some love after the win. Arsenico and Monty Hendricks, the two members of the Independence movement that are the highest ranked outside of Ryu, nowhere to be found. And it seems that Ryu, despite these grand performances, continues to find himself on the outside looking in. and we will see what that means. Derek Nash versus Ryu Otake goes hot. You'll love to see that. Derek Nash now a face of the company, and a holy shit moment as Ryu Otake slaps the taste out of Derek Nash's mouth before they both started brawling. That's 30 creativity points, and I will take that as a nice win, especially as the Flame Warlock Championship, now a gold belt. What a nice way to end the year. Good job, Ryu. We'll see.
Good job, Ryu.
Yeah. We'll see how Ryu handles the politicking that Independence has kind of fallen into. But for now, we move on to the Frost Witch Championship. Tilly Cooper made some substantial improvements to her wrestling style and skill set after falling short in her True Leader feud against Lorena Lucier and her push to become the Sorceress Supreme. And those improvements, combined with new camaraderie she's forged with the Scourge and Ariana Black, the faction leader specifically, have given her what she believes to be a 3-0 lead in her feud against Duka Igarashi. Now, technically, Duka defended the Frost Witch Championship successfully in a First Blood match on a weekly show in September, but the ref had missed some blood that had formed underneath Duka's neck piece there, which made it very hard to see. It was very close which one bled first, but Tilly was furious that had gone missed by the refs, came back at a Pact of Doom and won in an unsanctioned match, then defended it successfully at Hell's Rebuke in another unsanctioned match. She has done whatever it takes to get to inflict the most pain that she can on Duka, someone she believes is below her and does not deserve to be Frost Witch champion. But, Duka Igarashi, she went through hell to first win the Frost Witch Championship, right? She won the belt after an exhausting feud against Ariana Black. And when Ariana had to move on to other things as a result of her faction responsibilities, Duka did a great job shutting down Mistress Jade and successfully defending her title at Saving Throw and Crown of Madness before Tilly took it. Duka is the leader of the Chosen Ones trio. She is still the second in command for the Sky Sentinels. But she's going to have to dig deep if she is going to unseat the authoritarian patriot, Tilly Cooper. So I ask you, Walter, who do you think I gave the win to?
I mean, it's Tilly Cooper, obviously.
What makes it obvious to you?
Again, it's just short term, hasn't had the belt that long. I mean, I don't think the feud is necessarily blowing off here. I do think you can build more and more to it. And just settling it in, a simple street fight doesn't feel like the ending that this feud and this kind of championship back and forth really deserves. Champion's only won 3 matches in a row. A 7-12 win-loss record isn't that great. It does feel like Tilly needs to be built up a little bit more as a threat, and I don't think, Duka is at any risk of losing enough popularity for her not to become a face of the company.
I mean, yeah, that's very fair. And look, Tilly, a lot of those losses came against, theoretically, the greatest female wrestler in the promotion, the current Sorceress Supreme. So they're fine losses, but I agree with you. A win would obviously do wonders for Tilly here. Xander, who do you think got the nod?
Tilly Cooper. It's going to be Tilly Cooper. Duka's cool and all, but the authoritarian patriot, she needs some more wins. You got to build her up as the heel she should be. She's getting there. She's not quite there yet. And I just feel it's in the best interest of the game mechanics. It's in the best interest of the story. And Tilly Cooper is a heel you could build to the highest level. And for that reason, I want to see you give her the win here.
Look, sometimes gameplay and narrative align brilliantly. Yeah, it's got to be Tilly Cooper. And look at that. It's a 6.25 star match. Thank you very much, game. I got to tell you, going into this pay-per-view, I was not convinced by the card I made because of how many matches I had to save creativity points on. But it turns out if you could spend 10 creativity points to get a 6.25 star match, it doesn't really matter what your budget is. Thank you so much, Tilly and Duka, for an incredible performance tonight. That smooth performances buff really going a long way. Look, Tilly gets the win. I have big plans for her, and it does require her to build up that feud with Duka more and more. It's a hot match between the two. Duka Igarashi becomes a face of the company. No holy shit moment here. Still a big moment for Duka. Obviously, losing a match that's good is nothing to be ashamed of. But Tilly Cooper continues her streak. You see the Sky Sentinels get a little bit of a boost from having a new face of the company. But the Frost Witch belt continues to secure its way as a gold belt within my company. And I could not be happier with how this card has gone so far tonight. Got 4 matches left. The King of the Thunderdome Championship. A steel cage match between La Bestia del Infierno and Ashton Nieves. And look, La Bestia del Infierno forged the Hellfire Club after being snubbed for second in command, a position he believed he rightfully deserved by El Muerte Blanco for Ashton Nieves, right? At the time, La Bestia del Infierno was the Flame Warlock champion. Ashton was the King of the Thunderdome. La Bestia believed he was deserving of that title. And El Muerte Blanco not only overlooked him, but also took away his chance to become champion, sabotaging him in a match against Prince Pretty Pink that would have gotten him that title back against Prince Pretty Pink, putting El Muerte Blanco in charge. And look, La Bestia can say that he got the last laugh, right? He swore to take down Ashton and the Northern Nightmare at any cost, and on both fronts, he's been successful. After a false start at Life or Death, in which he fell to Ashton because he was simply too angry to fight effectively, he won the King of the Thunderdome Championship at Saving Throw, held it successfully against Ashton at Crown of Madness and Hell's Rebuke, and along the way had a defense against Prince Pretty Pink at Pact of Doom, which helped get Prince Pretty Pink into the better position that he's in today, even though obviously tonight did not go well for the Prince. But Ashton Nieves, of course, was part of the Northern Nightmare at the time. Now, he's a member of Independence. He was offered quite the bounty to take down his former faction leader, El Muerte Blanco, and disband the Northern Nightmare while making his own personal push for greatness, particularly at the expense of Techno Boy, one of the newer wrestlers in this company. Ashton Nieves, of course, held the belt for 6 months as the buzzsaw of the MEW before Bestia took it from him, and he would love nothing more than to take his title back tonight. So Xander, I ask you, who do you think I gave the nod to tonight?
Man, what is La Bestia's record? Yeah, I think it's Ashton Nieves' time, man. I think La Bestia is going to lose, and Ashton Nieves is going to rise from the ashes and come up to get this massive dub. I mean, listen, this is a feud we've been talking about for a while. I want to see the growth. I want to see the upset on the biggest pay-per-view possible. This is it. That's who I'm rooting for.
Okay. Do you agree there, Walter?
No, I do not. I actually think it stays with La Bestia del Infierno. Been a great champion, and I think you are building towards something a little bit stronger, a little bit bigger, and independence. Yeah, I keep the belt on him, keep him winning, turn him into a much bigger deal that will eventually mean make Independence have to say, I don't know, maybe 3 people against him, a 3-on-1 handicap match of some kind. But yeah, La Bestia del Infierno.
Look, you believe in La Bestia. I love La Bestia. And at the end of the day, I had 2 belts that the Hellfire Club currently held. One of them was going to stay with Hellfire Club. One of them needed to go to Independence, in my mind. And at the end of the day, I've got big plans for Ashton Nieves as the King of the Thunderdome champion, because something I didn't point out, Ashton Nieves injured El Muerte Blanco. Guess who's coming back in a month and can challenge Ashton Nieves for the King of the Thunderdome title and can make that the story for the next several months? That's going to be fun. I'm going to have fun with that one. And to me,
needed to read the dirt sheets for that one, I guess.
Well, I didn't want to make it too obvious. I did say that he injured his former faction leader. I just didn't point out that El Muerte Blanco is soon to return. But But yes, it's a 6-star match. Hell fucking yeah. La Bestia obviously pissed that he lost the title. I understand, man. And don't worry, I have big plans for La Bestia. That Arcane Artificer belt that Monty holds right now is by no means safe. But I'll take the 6-star match. I will take a holy shit moment as Ash Nieves hits a moonsault off the cage onto La Bestia del Infierno. That's 30 creativity points. That's a nice boost for the King of the Thunderdome belt. And Xander, as someone who called it, I imagine you're feeling pretty good about that result.
Oh yeah, listen, I got it right, so of course I'm pleased.
Well, we move on. I have 3 matches left. We go on to the Defenders of the Realm Championship. Hall of Ashes defending in a 4-way elimination match against A Better Tomorrow, No Bullshit, and Judgment Day. Now, Magic Missiles, as everybody knows, was dominant in the Defenders of the Realm belt for 5 months. They first won it as soon as in the very first pay-per-view, but unfortunately Red Arrow was injured. They were forced to vacate. Highway Robbery took the belt for a bit. It took Magic Missiles one, kind of warm-up match before they took the belt back from Highway Robbery and held it for 5 months across 7 defenses before Hall of Ashes took the belt from them. Hall of Ashes now had the belt for 3 months. They defended 3 times against Magic Missiles, but they also defended twice against No Bullshit. Vance Porter and Hideo Dado meant to be the sole tag team for Independence, a heel faction that has done significantly better since leaving the Northern Nightmare and joining Independence. But they've had a thorn in their side in A Better Tomorrow. A Better Tomorrow being the face tag team of Independence, one that was not authorized by Arsenica, was not approved to be formed, but has been formed all the same and recently got their first win together. Techno Boy and Vinny Stacks looked like they downloaded some tape, so to speak. They were prepared in their last match and really put in some work to secure a victory over No Bullshit. But there's also Judgment Day. Bryce and River Dannenberg from the Southern Centuries. They feuded against Magic Missiles back in the day. They have just recently started a feud against Hall of Ashes, but they've been feuding No Bullshit and A Better Tomorrow for a while now. You can see all these layered feuds. There are individual feuds and layered feuds here, but the number one thing you need to know is that Hall of Ashes fucking hate Judgment Day, because River Dannenberg was originally a member of the trio Hall of Pain with Jackson Hall and Asher Collins, and he betrayed them, was revealed to be a spy working for the Southern Centuries all along, and it is time for them to blow off that feud, put the past behind them, and take down Judgment Day once and for all. That's their perspective, at least. The question is, Walter, do you think Hall of Ashes pulls that off tonight?
Absolutely. I think that Hall of Ashes is going to take the victory here. Like you said, you have a bunch of layer feuds, particularly with Better Tomorrow and No Bullshit dealing with their interfaction crap. And I just don't think it's the right time to take the belt off of Hall of Ashes.
That is a fair take there. I ask you, Xander, do you agree? Is this a Hall of Ashes victory tonight?
Yes, I do think that Hall of Ashes should hold on to it for one more shot. I think that, I just don't feel like Judgment Day, No Bullshit, or Better Tomorrow are good enough yet to do it. I could see the argument for A Better Tomorrow if you were to talk me into one of the others, just in terms of what they could offer in the future, but I still think they need a couple more matches before they're at that level.
Well, that's 2 votes for Hall of Ashes. And I couldn't agree more. It is a Hall of Ashes victory. 6.25 stars. Thank you very much, game. Man, this card is really working out for me in ways I was not expecting, but I'm very happy to see. I mean, look, narratively, I couldn't agree more with everything you said, both of you. Hall of Ashes have emerged as the clear champions. No one has gotten there yet. A Better Tomorrow and No Bullshit, too hung up on their individual faction feud. They're focused more on each other than they were on their opponents. There was a very clear push for Hall of Ashes to take down their former tag partner. I do think it's very interesting. Asher Collins got the first elimination, but Technoboy eliminated Jackson Hall, and it is Asher Collins who battled his way through, getting 2 clutch eliminations when it was a 2v1 for Vinny Stacks and Technoboy, A Better Tomorrow at the end here. I'm happy to make that canon because it implies that A Better Tomorrow clearly putting in their work against No Bullshit, but not quite enough to take the title yet. It's a nice victory there. It gets the feud between No Bullshit and Hall of Ashes hot because, psych, I haven't blown off that feud yet. We got time. Yeah, no holy shit moment, but it's a nice boost here. It's a 6.25 star match, and I'm going to take that to the bank every time. We move on. 2 matches left. The Sorcerer Supreme Championship between Arsenico and Fishbone. And look, when this feud first started, it was Fishbone who was the Sorcerer Supreme. Arsenico somehow snuck his way into the Sorcerer Supreme Championship at Final Destination in May, and was defeated there, as well as in a last man standing match against Fishbone in a weekly show in May at the time. But Arsenico was the one to get the upper hand. He waited until, I want to say, let me double check this right here. It was indeed Crown of Madness, in which he saw an opening for himself, cashed in on his contract, the Divine Intervention contract that he had earned, and he ended up taking the belt from Fishbone, who was exhausted after an Iron Man match against both Victor Magnus and Alpha Jackson. And since then, Arsenico's managed to maintain his belt. He won an unsanctioned match at Pact of Doom in October. He ambushed Fishbone during a promo segment and a weekly in October. And at Hell's Rebuke, Arsenico was the one to win a tables, ladders, and chairs match to retain his belt. But this right here is the opening that Fishbone has been waiting for. This is a last man standing match. And the one thing that Fishbone has always done consistently is outlast his opponents. All of his title defenses were in Iron Man matches or last man standing matches. His job is to outlast you. And to this point, Arsenico has been able to rely on gimmicks. Let's just have no rules, or let's add crazy rules like a TLC to just keep everything on their toes, right? And Arsenico has taken value from that. But at the end of the day, Fishbone has started to kind of wiggle his way into places that Arsenico believes it does not belong. The Arcane Artificer tournament had to change its format because Fishbone called out the inequity of what Arsenico had planned. I think Arsenico is tired of himself being questioned. And so he has gone into this match saying, okay, Fishbone, we'll do it on your terms. And at the end of the day, I'll prove that I'm still better than you. And that's where we're at. Xander, I turn to you. Who do you think's getting the win tonight?
Man, once again, you give me tough options. I really feel like it should just be another Arsenico dub, but you're setting so much turmoil up within Independence that I'm gonna go with Fishbone. Fuck it, I'm going with Fishbone. Fishbone tonight, the charismatic cult leader, is gonna drop the loss, and it's going to result in some crazy shit.
Okay, you believe the cult leader finally falls tonight at Future Sight. Do you agree here, Walter?
That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard out of Xander's mouth, and he's an Alawi player.
Okay. Alawi slander won't stand, okay? Especially because you're a jungler. You spend most of the game fighting NPCs. You don't even know how to play the game. All right, relax yourself, okay? That part I can't get behind. You want to flame me for my take on this? That's fine. But no shot. I've got a low elo jungler flaming me for playing Alawi when you spend most of the game fighting something that has 0 intelligence. Okay, I'm not gonna allow it. All right, it's not gonna happen.
Not gonna
Fair
allow
enough.
it.
Fair enough. Fair. No, that was not the right time for a pun.
It was his pun. I just repeated it because I appreciated it.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said that one. So thank you, Chase.
Good pun, Xander. Good pun.
Yep.
Good pun. Fair enough. That was a low blow. I understand. I never should have called out your Alawi play. I apologize for that. I insult you for this take.
Okay,
Come on.
okay, that's
It's
fair.
clear. It is clear that Chase has a much longer term storyline to go here with Independence, and now is not the time to take the championship off of the leader. Give it to Arsenico. Sorry, Fishbone. Maybe you can go deal with what was his name? Ryu Otake or something. I don't know.
So, first of all, it's not okay that you loved the pun when Xander did it and not when I did it. I'm gonna remember that the next time you try a bit for the
I'll allow
podcast.
that. I'll allow that.
I'm just gonna I would say I was gonna stonewall you here, but I accidentally always get the bits wrong anyway. So I guess nothing will fundamentally change. But next time I'll claim it was on purpose. But yeah, Walter's right. Of course Arsenico's winning this one. Look, I do have a long-term play. And this is 100%, by the way, why Liquid Steel got the win over Larger Than Life in that feud. Eastern Elite needed a win because Arsenico is going to keep Fishbone down. And I don't want the Eastern Elite to just lose across the board. There's still a faction that I want to be strong at the end of the year, which is why that title mattered to them. But no way am I taking this belt off Arsenico. There's too much I am building with inter-faction turmoil in Independence. I'm not letting Fishbone be the one to take it off of Arsenico. Certainly not at this point in time. So I appreciate that you and I are aligned on logic, Walter, even if you have betrayed me by your pun stance here. But here, it's a 5 3/4 star match. Arsenico throwing Fishbone off the stage onto the tables below. That's a nice holy shit moment. It's a nice boost for the Sorcerer Supreme, and I gotta tell you, I'm on my way to making that the first platinum belt. We will see if I can pull that off. But yeah, I am feeling good heading into the last match of the night. Any final thoughts, Walter, before we move on?
No, that was a terrible opportunity for a pun from you, and good job, Xander.
Thank
it was his pun. Ah, man. It's just like the opposite of like the student in class who like repeats the joke someone made but louder and gets the credit for it. Like I somehow repeated it louder and got the hate for it instead.
Correct.
What are you going to do? Well, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to hit the continue button. I'm going to move on to the last match of the night. Sorceress Supreme Championship. It is Lorena Lucier versus Ariana Black. And at the end of the day, this has been a definitive faction feud, right? The Sky Sentinels and the Scourge of the Underdark have gone back and forth multiple times in this promotion. Ariana Black and Lorena Lucier, they have respect for each other, right? This feud started with a Smack Talk segment back in September in which Ariana said, look, I have to take you down. I have to prove that the Scourge are the greatest faction out there, and that means putting myself on the line to take you on. And Lorena said, yeah, look, I respect as a faction leader, you're putting yourself out there on the front lines. You're not like an El Muerte Blanco, letting other people do the dirty work. I'm still going to take you out, though. And so far, she has. It has been a victory first at Pact of Doom, when Lorena Lucier won a last man standing match. And then at Hell's Rebuke, Lorena Lucier won a 6.25 star Iron Man match to retain the belt once again. Lorena has, much like Fishbone, really excelled in matches that speak to the endurance of it all. And Ariana Black, her losses came from, I think, what's been a tough transition period for her. Back when she was the Frostwitch champion, she always had multi-woman matches when she was defending her title. Ariana Black is an expert at getting other people to play off each other and do their dirty work for her. That's where she's excelled. That's where she's shined. And Lorena Lucier has been very clear. No, this is you and me. This is a one-on-one feud. You want to take my title? You earn it. No tricks, no schemes. You take me down, or I'm not fighting you. And this is Ariana Black trying to end the reign. Lorena has held this belt for 9 months. You said, Walter Chase, you don't do long-term titles like I do, and that's largely true. But if Lorena wins tonight, she becomes the first champion in the Magically Enhanced Wrestling promotion to hold the belt for double-digit months. She is my exception that proves the rule. Lorena Lucier has held strong time and time again. And I ask you, Xander, does she continue that streak tonight and become the first double-digit champion in Magically Enhanced Wrestling? Or is this the night when Ariana Black ends the reign and starts a new era for the Scourge?
I don't know. Ariana Black? Like, I feel like it's Lorena Lucier's turn to lose. I'm not the one shit talking the length of your belt holders and feuds and all that. I just think it's Ariana Black's time. She worked really hard to get here.
Okay. I ask you, Walter. Do you agree?
See, here's the thing. When I said you don't normally do long-term runs, like, you don't have a lot, right? You don't have many that are very long-term. This is an instance where, yes, you do. You have built a very, very long-running face champion. Faces, it's very hard to accomplish that, right? It is very hard to do that. And this is where I am running into a problem, right? The laws of wrestling dictate that for a big show, one of the big fours, right? Mm-hmm. You send the fans home happy, right? You send them home happy. You give the babyface the big win to end things. There's a reason Cody Rhodes beat Roman Reigns at WrestleMania this year. Don't ask me about last year. We're not going to talk about it, yada, yada, yada. Here's the thing. Ariana Black has not been built to be the mega champion that someone like Roman Reigns has been, right? She just hasn't been recent. So I think I have to go with Lorena Lucier. I understand that narratively, it probably makes way more sense for Ariana Black to win. But unfortunately, I can't get the laws of wrestling and booking wrestling shows out of my head in this instance. So Lorena Lucier, and I'm ready to be hurt.
It's a very interesting take here from you. And I appreciate everything you said. It's the idea that the fans go home happy with a face emerging victorious. I can totally empathize with. That said, Ariana was a mega champion for the first 6 months of this company. She held that Frost Witch belt. She did so successfully. She did so repeatedly. The idea was that she couldn't do it against the truly greats like a Lorena Lucier. But in the biggest moment of the end of our season, Ariana Black is going to be the one that ends the reign and ushers in a new era for Magically Enhanced Wrestling. And I gotta say, maybe that was the wrong call. It's a 5.25 star match. This is the one that gets doubled. This is not the score I wanted to have doubled after everything that this card has been. It was one heck of a close match. Lorena doesn't even really lose morale. It's like she was ready for this to be her moment. We will see the two of them continue to feud. I hope this means that the feud went hot. It did go hot. So Lorena has a chance to win it back maybe at the next Gold pay-per-view. And it is a holy shit moment. Ariana gets up from Lorena Lucier's finisher before asking her to hit another. So I'll take that, and I'll take this push for the Sorcerer's Supreme belt. But
What's the score, Chase?
That's the question, isn't it? Did my decision to give Ariana Black the title, I don't know if it would have made a difference score-wise, but if it did, how much did I hurt myself? 5 3/4. Okay. That's when I needed to take the lead over
Eduardo.
Eduardo which is nice to see. I'm just going to look at that hype real quick. 345.
Not bad.
May be the highest I've seen so far. But I know what you have in mind, Xander. I know what your card is capable of. I by no means feel safe or comfortable with
Good,
this
'cause
card
you
being what
shouldn't.
it is. I wish that this had just, if I'd flipped this, right? Maybe it's 6-star. I don't know. It's impossible to know, right? It's impossible to know. If Hall of Ashes had been there, it was 6.25 star, right? You can always come up with reasons to think like, oh, it was this close to X, Y, and Z. At the end of the day, I did the card I wanted to do. I built the narratives I wanted to build. I didn't follow all of the principles of wrestling storytelling as you've laid them out, Walter, but I feel like I followed enough of them to make a card that I can be proud of. Is that a fair statement? Are you willing to give me that as we wrap up here?
You made some decisions that I disagree with, right? And I'm not going to yell at you about them, right? I'm not going to go, it's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. It was a good card, and mechanically in the game thinks that it was a good card. So I think you should be really proud of your second place finish in the season.
Wow, you're willing to give it to Xander sight unseen. Okay. Well,
I love it.
We will see if I'm able to prove everyone wrong. But first, we've been doing this for 3 hours straight. It is time for a quick break. The longest cards are out of the way, so hopefully the second half will be a little bit shorter. But this is why we started an hour early, folks. We told you this was the biggest card we've ever done, and we meant it. When we come back, the Stamford Wrestling Alliance is going to show us what Walter has in mind for Winter Zone. And we will see if Xander and Glory of Legends, the current leaders, have what it takes to put this competition away and secure his victory. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. Hello, Internet. We are back for the second half of our Gold pay-per-view, our season finale of our Journey of Wrestling Rough Drafts Competes League. So far, Eduardo started our night off with a 5.5 star card for the Campeonato de Luchasaur. I followed up with a 5.75 star card for the Magically Enhanced Wrestling League. But we have two more competitors tonight. We have our narrative champion and the current leader in the scoreboard left to go. So I'll check in with you here, Walter. Halfway through, how are you feeling as we get ready to head into your card tonight for Stanford Wrestling Alliance's Winter Zone?
You know, Chase, I am the narrative champion for a reason, and I do have to say I was a little worried that maybe you had something truly magical up your sleeve. But unfortunately, given what I know about my card, and I think what you know about my card as well, I don't think you were able to quite get there to take the belt off of me. So I will take the narrative championship home with me at the end of the season. I do appreciate everyone's narrative enhancer, so to speak. And it's going to be really nice to start season 2 with that belt. So I really am excited.
Well, yeah, and I'll take my executive producer credit for all of the stuff that Walter changed just to spite me that went well for him. So thank you for that also.
So quite literally, it was only one match. It was, going back, it was literally one match, and that was Neon Lads, and it was just because you besmirched them so much, I wanted to say fuck you, and they won. So that wasn't really what you wanted.
Therefore, I'll take executive producer credit. Thank you.
You know, I would say that's not how that works, but given how little I think of executive producers, it may be.
I do literally think that's how that works, actually.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that
it is, in fact, how that works, which is why I use this term specifically. Thank you. I'll be here all night.
Oh, my goodness. Well, for now, it is time to head into Winter Zone. Walter, any final thoughts before I hit the play button here and we jump on in?
You know, I did take a page out of everybody else's book. Every single wrestler that is not suspended or injured is on this card. If it's going to be the end of season 1, I wanted to make sure that everybody was able to get a paycheck, and every wrestler is appearing on the card tonight.
Well, fantastic. That's something that I think has been true for every other promotion at pay-per-views to this point. But I love seeing it for the SWA, and I look forward to seeing what that looks like. So let's hop on in. Let's ignore the poster. Let's ignore the predictions here, because we don't care what the Wrestling Spectator has to say. We only care about the narratives here. And it starts with an 8-way brass ring contract match between Colton Scribner, Jules Murphy, Kenji Saber, Eddie Davis, Raka, Patty Gilman, Virginia Warbler, and Alexander Palmer. Walter, how did these 8 men earn their spot in this match, and what is it going to take for them to emerge with the brass ring tonight?
You know, here's the thing. In this match, I kind of view this as sort of the upper, I don't want to say upper mid-card, kind of the mid-card, right? These are a bunch of guys that have had some championship opportunities, that have been around here and there. You know, they're all over with the crowd, right? We've got some 4-star guys. We got some 4-star, 3-star guys. You know, a lot of balance here. And the thought here is that the brass ring is that guaranteed championship opportunity contract, right? It's the to steal it from the WWE, the Money in the Bank contract, but this is not infringing upon their copyright in any way, shape, or form. So that being said, put in a bunch of guys here that I feel like I could see myself booking them into a championship match, probably the Theodore Vincent, right? So I want to give them an opportunity to see, do they challenge for one of those belts? Do they challenge for a tag team title? Do they challenge for the world championship? Would we see a cash in here tonight on either Christopher Devlin or Tyler Dynamite? Who knows? I would say the heavy hitters here, though, Colton Scribner, who did carry the brass ring for a little while, won it from Daniel Stevenson and then lost it to Daniel Stevenson back at back at End Times. That was when Daniel Stevenson tried to cash it in, made that match between Ethan Wild and Chase a three-way. He's been a carrier of it before. Jules Murphy has had a couple of shots at Christopher Devlin. And the funny thing about him, this opportunity was actually pushed by Drew King. Drew King kind of felt bad. He really kind of intended for Winter Zone here to be another shot for Jules Murphy championship, and possibly going after the men's championship, but Jules told him, no, Drew, you take it, you deserve it. So Drew got him this kind of as a consolation prize. And obviously Eddie Davis Casino has taken a very, very unique approach. I would say very hands-on approach to Eddie Davis's kind of training going forward here, right? He's really gotten invested in him. He's really trying to build him up in a way that I think, Devlin really hasn't done with anyone that's a part of Dominatus Tenebris, and I know he'll yell at me for saying that, but it's true. Assassino really got Eddie Davis in here and really thinks that this is an opportunity for him to kind of elevate himself and possibly bring some more gold to Dominatus Tenebris.
There are a lot of people that would benefit greatly from a victory here tonight. You mentioned Jules Murphy. Colton Scribner obviously would love nothing more than to have the brass ring back. Eddie Davis, given he's 2-15, would mean the world to the guy. Xander, who stands out to you as the person you would most like to see win this match?
Yeah, well, listen, I'll tell you who shouldn't win this match. That's right. Virginia Warbler and Rocca. Those two guys suck. Also, listen, you see him on here. He's got Kaito Sakura behind him. Mm-hmm. The preeminent fraud within the SWA is here tonight. And he's not going to win because it's going to be Colton Scribner taking home the dub. Kenji Saber, again, I cannot emphasize enough putting this man in Made in Japan when he was clearly made in a factory in Luxembourg. It's a crime, okay? So it's got to be Colton Scribbles with Livia Scribbles right behind him.
Made in Luxembourg just doesn't roll off the tongue the way Made in Japan does.
It doesn't. Also, and I can't stress this enough, people from mixed ethnicities exist. You are aware of this, right? That's just the thing that it could be a German dad and a Japanese mom?
No.
No, that's not possible.
No,
nope.
okay.
That's
well, you know what? When you're right, you're right. Fuck me, I guess. Walter, is this a Colton Scribner victory, or do you have a surprise on our hands?
Yeah, no, Xander is correct, and I do feel like this feels a little obvious. Listen, not a ton of heavy hitters in this match, but I do think that long term, it's going to do a lot for not only for Colton, but for some of the other guys. Like I said, be on the lookout for Eddie Davis as he kind of continues to rise the ranks here and has Assassino in his corner, really pushing him to be a better wrestler.
Absolutely. It's a nice win for Colton. I do think him getting the brass ring makes the most sense, and sometimes what makes the most sense is just the right call. It's a nice moment here as Colton Scribner starts his journey to becoming a face of the company. I'm kind of surprised the contract is starting at 0 experience. You would have thought that it would have earned it from previous matches, but it's a holy shit moment as Colton Scribner hits Rockas with 3 consecutive finishers. The brass ring match itself got a rating boost moving forward, so that'll be very nice to see. And the Scribners, seeing Colton, their faction leader, get the win here is a nice boost to their reputation, getting them to a reputation 6. So I have to imagine, Walter, feeling pretty good about how you've opened this card.
Yeah, it's a hell of a match to open it, and that's what you want to start with. You want to start with something hot to get the crowd going.
Absolutely, and the crowd is indeed going, which is why I can't wait to get into this Trios Championship match. It is a 3v3 street fight match between Neon Lads and a power trio from Chort, Wesley Morris, and the Killers. Walter, how did we get here?
You know, here's the thing. The Neon Lads won the Trios belt from the Kingdom, or the trio known as Parole on the Roll, but I can't build them that way because there's a tag team by that name, but I digress. And you know, they had a bit of a feud going on here, right? Nice little fight. You know, in all honesty, it was Xander's fault that the Neon Lads won that Trios championship. It was you know, them getting the win back at end times because of how Xander slandered them. They had a nice unsanctioned match at Fall Brawl, and I was gearing up for something fun to happen here, and then one of their members got suspended for being unable to handle themselves on a flight. I had to find a creative way to have the Neon Lads on this card, and I was sitting there, Legend Killa and Wesley Lee Morris all chilling there, and I thought this is a perfect opportunity to send, you know, a probably underutilized group of gentlemen against the trio that Xander so desperately hates.
Yeah, I mean, look, I love the Neon Lads. I've always been a fan of the Neon Lads. I think Ace Carter, Vance Eagles are an incredibly talented trio that's produced banger after banger during their time in the Stanford Wrestling Alliance. But Xander, I have a feeling I know where your prediction's going here.
Yeah, listen, my prediction is going with the Neon Lads. I fully expect them to win because Walter's a coward, and he doesn't want to put a real champion there. He's afraid of what Short would do if they were given that belt, and that's understandable. And that's why he's got the neon sign blinking in all bright lights to keep the people pacified, so they don't have to pay attention to the awful wrestling. It makes sense, you know, when there's so much flashy stuff going on, it's hard to notice that, you know, some of the moves are pretty piss poor. And so for that reason, Short, despite being the better wrestlers, despite being more hype, they're going to take the loss tonight to Neon Lads.
Wow, that is, I mean, you have counterpicked yourself in a way that I think is narratively brilliant, because either you're right or you're wrong, but the faction you want to win wins. We call that a fan hedge on the Rough Drafts podcast. But Walter, is he right or is he happy?
He's right, because I'm not going to change my decision on this just because he doesn't like Neon Lads. And honestly, the fact that I'm choosing don't like them, it makes sense, right? You know, Short, they've only wrestled as a trio once before this, and even then, you know, the Dead Killer and Legend Killer have not been very successful as a tag team in their own right. Wesley Lee Morris, he did get the victory over Connor Cretin, 2 weeks ago, if I remember correctly, and you know, it just feels like this was the right time for Neon Lads to keep the win, but I doubt that this will be the last time we see these 6 men engage in combat.
Yeah, I am sure we're going to see this again. Who knows? Maybe Short will make it a fully fledged trio. We'll get a whole name for them and everything beyond just Short, if they do want to continue this in the long run. But for now, Neon Lads are the ones with a lot of tag experience. They are the title holders for a reason, and I'm very glad to see them hold strong tonight. So congratulations to them, and sorry not sorry, Xander.
Yeah, that's fine.
We move on to an 8-way elimination match between Jesse Mallory, Raven, Amanda Ace, Mai Fukushima, Talia Adler, Marie Barrett, Nora Nunes, and Livia Scribner. Walter, how did this match come together, and what's on the line for these women tonight?
So, you know, like I said, I wanted to make sure I got everybody on the card here, and you know, while this will be the 4th women's match on the card, right? There are 4 women's matches on tonight's card. I wanted to make sure everybody got on the card here, and what I decided to tell the women that had not been involved in the other matches, either the women's championship match, the Mildred S. Robinson Cup, or the battle between Angelina Cardinale and Psycho Sahana, I said, listen, I'm going to put all you women into this elimination match, and I promise the winner a shot at the Mildred S. Robinson Cup at the next pay-per-view. Guaranteed shot. I won't let the winner of that championship, pick somebody else or weasel their way out of it. It's a guaranteed shot. One-on-one, normal match, right? Because I don't think that, if you guys haven't had any kind of feud together, there should be a gimmick. So go out there and make some magic. Somebody show me something that makes me believe that you are more deserving of a higher spot on the card. And I know, to someone like Jessie Mallory and Raven, that seems a little bit harsh, right? They have been potential, women's championship contenders. They have wrestled against the Empress, either one-on-one or in multi-women matches. I know Mai Fukushima, again, has also wrestled against the Empress. But the other 4 ladies down here at the bottom, Talia Adler, Marie Barrett, Nora Nunes, and Livia Scribner, really have not done much. They have mostly been here to eat pins or to be managers for them all the opportunity to kind of show who's got what it takes.
That is the real question at the end of the day. With a title shot on the line, which of these women is going to step up and prove themselves tonight? Xander, who do you think is getting the nod?
I think it's going to be Jessie Mallory. Of all of these wrestlers, the name that stands out most, the one that is the most memorable, the one who has had the hypest matches is Jessie Mallory. And, she's lost 2 of her recent bouts. I think she needs to get back on the winning train. And winning tonight with Raven and Amanda Ace present and May and Talia is the way to do it. I don't want to knock Marie and Nora too much, but why are they even here? And Livia, her best job is as a manager. So, I don't expect her to from behind win when Jessie Mallory, Raven, and Amanda are on the card. And when I'm really looking at those 3, even with May there, it's going to be Jessie all day.
Well, I mean, you know why they're on the card. Walter already explained everybody on the card tonight.
I know. But it's a light ribbing. I can shit talk them more if you'd like. You know what? Let's take a moment back. Okay.
Yeah,
Nora
please.
Nunes, right? She is drunk by noon because she doesn't have a full-time job wrestling, right? So, Walter is giving her the pity, pulling her out of the dumpster that Theo used to live in alongside your producer, okay? Got the drink out of her hand, put some makeup on her, and threw her out here. So honestly, good for her for pretending to be sober for 10 minutes. If she'll last that long, it might be like 3. And then Marie Barrett, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I've ever heard her name before. It says she's wrestled 4 times. I don't know that that's true. That might have been a mistake. I don't think she's ever wrestled. If the SWA has ever used her, it's not in any kind of major narrative way, and she's a random. And in the SWA, I don't stand for that. Narrative champions shouldn't be putting in, D-list cast members that no one's ever heard of.
Wow. You know what? That was absolutely worth going back to, and I'm very glad I did it. The question is, Walter, who is actually getting the win tonight?
Well, the Ace, because obviously I'm going to use Jessie Mallory at the top of the card with the Empress again. I'm not going to waste her time on the Mildred S. Robinson Cup. She's already been a champion, and Amanda Ace was very, very upset with everything that was going on, and I wanted to get her morale up a little bit, so.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Like I said, Amanda Ace, Raven, Jessie, they were the winners. So that's unsurprising. But again, don't stop putting these D-listers in your card.
Listen, Amanda Ace and Jessie Mallory were the final 2. That was the final 2, right? Jessie, I think you would be more upset with Raven not being treated with the respect that I think that she deserves as a performer. But listen, because I haven't used, a lot of people all throughout my card, I do have some of these people way down at the bottom that, frankly, Nora Nunes, not the best wrestler. And unless I take the time to try and build them, right? Or I utilize a game mechanic to get them super over and super popular like I did with Trixie Albright, right? It's going to take some effort. And if I never use them, they'll never get better. So the one time that I decide to use them, I'll use them on a fucking card where the match is a throwaway.
Okay, yeah, maybe not on the gold pay-per-view though. Here, actually, you can take notes of this because both Magically Enhanced Wrestling and Glory of Legends actually did a really good job talent up and building narrative around them. So you see there's this thing called Police Demos, right? And Chase over here, he actually worked very hard on his lower end folks. They're even higher than mine. So I don't know, as the narrative champion, maybe just write those down. Go back and watch some of the VODs. That's my recommendation to you.
I don't give a shit about Nora Noons.
I'm not sure Nora Noon's mom gives a shit about Nora Noons. I think that's
true.
Right.
I mean, she was just pulled out of a dumpster.
I will say, honestly, she's the one you should care about. She's got a 3 work rate. Livia Scribner, Marie Barrett, they're the ones I would, and Faye Fukushima, I wouldn't put them in the ring. Nora Noons actually might deserve some love next year. That's all I'm saying. She's at least a 3 work rate. Anyway, whatever.
If you get her sobered up and maybe put her in more than 4 matches over an entire year, I think like I said, you should check out what Chase and I did. Really good note taking. You'll learn something, narrative champion.
Well, it is right now. What I can say is it's a 4.5 star match. Amanda Ace hits Livia Scribner with a hard headbutt that almost knocked them both out. That's 30 creativity points. That's 2 holy shit moments in 3 matches for Walter, which you do love to see.
Well done, Walter.
We do need to move on. It is the Theodore Vincent Heritage Title Championship. Cobra Gaston, the 13 win streak going into this match, who has held this title for 11 months, going up against Devontae Harrell, the prodigious one. Walter, how did we get here? And what does Devontae need to do to upset Cobra tonight?
Let's talk about Devontae's story here, because what happened 3 weeks ago at Winter Zone, we had a couple of matches. We had Devontae Harrell in an Iron Man match against Kyle Lucha in the main event, which he won. And we had Kenji Saber in a 4-way match with Rick Dolan, Alex Palmer, and Thomas Austin, which Kenji Saber won. Then last week, match of the show, Devontae Harrell defeated Kenji Saber to earn the #1 contendership for the Theodore Vincent Heritage title. That is how he got here, right? It was that he got here through some hard work, through being in a good spot, kind of in the middle of the card, and being in a lot of these multi-man matches that Cobra has had to defend in with the likes of a Kyle Lucha or an Eddie Davis or a Raka or a Virginia Warbler, or in Devontae's case himself. That being said, let's look back at Cobra Gaston. Perhaps one of my favorite members of the roster, and someone who is about to become a face of the company, regardless of the outcome of this match, basically. Someone that only won the Theodore Vincent title at the very beginning of this promotion, because that was one of my goals for the year, was for him to win a major battle royale. He won a major battle royale. I put the belt on him, and I crafted a long-term narrative that has carried us from the very, very first stream to today. Cobra Gaston, has succumbed to the dark side that was, tempted to him by Livia Scribner and the rest of the Scribner family. He turned his back on his own flesh and blood and found new family in the form of the Scribners. He's changed up his look. He's got a great style now, and he's really come into his own as a champion and really has figured out who he is, who Cobra Gaston is. And most heel champions, I think if you'd ask them, they would say, well, I'm the Theodore Vincent Heritage Champion, of course. But Cobra goes, no, I'm not that. I'm not just that. I am arguably the best wrestler in the company. I'm 13-0 in singles competition. The only times I have lost has been when the dead weight that I shed was wrestling beside me, Viper. Well, I got rid of him. He's not here anymore. And I have won 13 singles matches in a row. I have been a champion since the moment this belt was created, and no one has been able to touch me. So no, I'm not just the Theodore Vincent Heritage title champion. I'm the best fucking wrestler in the SWA. And Devontae Harrell is really going to have his work cut out for him if he is going to be able to beat the self-proclaimed best wrestler in the SWA.
I mean, look, Cobra Gaston has been unbeatable in singles competition so far. It is hard to imagine a world in which he falls to anybody, but I know, Xander, you are a big fan of Devontae Harrell. Do you believe that tonight is the night?
I sure do. Devontae Harrell is going to murder Cobra Gaston. Livia Scribner, after losing support Mr. Cobra, and Mr. Cobra gets coiled up like a dead snake, okay? It looks like he's about to strike. Nope. Devontae Harrell wraps him around his arm and beats him to a pulp. You've got a lifeless, like, noodle. That's all that's left of the Cobra.
Man, that would be a very interesting narrative swing here. The question is, Walter, is this Devontae's moment, or does Cobra continue to stand strong?
I really wanted to just interrupt you, Xander, in the middle of that and go, wrong! Cobra Gaston wins. Come on, get the fuck out of here.
Enjoy your 4 1/4 star match.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was always going to be tough. They're both 3 work rate with no gimmick here, though. With a pure company, it's not like a gimmick would necessarily guarantee an improved result. It does lead to Cobra Gaston becoming a face of the company, which is nice to see. The Theater of Vincent Heritage title continues to gain some well-deserved experience here. And Cobra Gaston, I mean, look, when the top 50 rankings come out at the start of Season 2, because this game does do a ranking system for wrestlers based on their performance, Cobra Gaston's going to be towards the top of that list. And I'm sure Walter will be feeling good about that then. But yeah, I mean, I guess, Walter, what will it take for Cobra Gaston to fall? If Devontae Harrell isn't that guy, what should fans be looking out for?
Well, Chase, I've already written that story, and if I told you, why would I tell you? I've already written the story. I know where it's going.
You're
See,
right.
This needs to be a narrative champion. I already have multiple stories written, and if I gave you the next chapter, why would you tune in for the SWA?
I'm not asking for the chapter, I was asking for a teaser, but that's okay. You don't put out teaser trailers? That's fine. We'll move on then to the Tag Championship. This is a contract bonus hype boost here, which is nice to see. A ladder match between Hollywood Bound and Prodigious. Everyone knows Prodigious were the contract title holders, but Walter, what should fans be looking out for in this match between 2 titans of the tag division?
Yeah, so here's the thing, right? Hollywood Bound having the championship for quite a while here since they beat the reigning champions Down Under, held onto those belts. You know, a little devious in how they did it. In fact, getting Prodigious added to the match in which they won by Hollywood Bound, Prodigious winning an 8-man tag match between them, Down Under, and Neon things to get added to that match. Prodigious, Hollywood Bound stealing the belts that night, holding on to them ever since. Meanwhile, Prodigious, they won the right to this match back at the last gold pay-per-view, the Harold G. Vincent Cup, winning the Harold G. Vincent Tag Tournament, earning the right to face Hollywood Bound here this week. They did defend their contract against the New Gaston brothers in a ladder match at End Times, and then won a trios match last pay-per-view at Fall Brawl with Tyler Dynamite defeating Wesley Lee Morris and the Killers in a friendly challenge between Dominatus Tenebris and Prodigy as factions. We have kept these 2 teams as far apart as possible for a while now, because we know exactly what is going to happen when we put these 4 men into a ring. It's going to be crazy, and I can think of no better way to decide who should be the tag team champions than in this ladder match.
Yeah, this is the big ladder match I think everyone has been waiting for. Xander, I have a feeling I know what you're rooting for tonight, but why don't you tell the folks at home where your prediction lies?
Yeah, hey, Walter, if you don't give it to Prodigious, I'm going to assault you the next time I see you, okay? Which might not be for a long time, might be soon, but it better go to Prodigious tonight. You already gave Devontae Harrell the loss, which is a crime, okay? So at least do me this one, and do it all of the fans this one. Fuck Hollywood Bound, all right? Give it to Prodigious.
Okay, you believe in Prodigious. I will admit, D'Angelo star Jordan Wolf, been very fun to root for. Is this the moment where Hollywood Bound finally goes down after 7 months as champion, Walter?
Yes. Prodigious is going to win the tag team championships
Woo!
tonight.
All right, good shit, Walter.
There it is.
Way to go.
And look at a 5.5-star match. Blows off the disrespect feud between Prodigy and Dominatus Tenebris in Prodigy's favor, which is huge. It's a hot match. D'Angelo Starr on his way to becoming face of the company. Cobra Gaston, as we pointed out earlier, is a face of the company now, which honestly just feels just about right. The tag champions belt, just 3 experience away from becoming gold. I'm sure you will accomplish that very early on in Season 2. And Prodigy rising to Reputation 7 as Dominatus Tenebris falls to Reputation 6. A huge swing for Prodigy and well-deserved. How do you feel, Walter, seeing that 5.5-star score come through?
I feel like I'm low rolling here, guys. I really feel like the last 2 matches are quite a bit of a low roll. So hopefully the game, picks itself up and realizes what kind of matches these truly are.
I mean, I'll say, given that Hollywood Bound are both 3-star workers even after going over, I think 5.5 is probably pretty good. But hey, we will see what the rest of this card has in store as we move forward. We have our men's championship here. It is a steel cage match, a fatal 4-way between Ethan Wilde, Craig Opley, Drew King, and Kyle Lucha. And Walter, for those who haven't been watching the weeklies, tell us how we got here, because this has been one of my favorite storylines you've been working on.
Well, and this has been a alternate universe, basically. The absolute intention was that Ethan Wilde was supposed to fight Daniel Stevenson tonight. That was the intention. And then Daniel Stevenson got himself suspended because he doesn't know how to fly an airplane. Still not salty about that game. Still definitely not fucking salty about it. And 3 weeks ago, Ethan Wilde had a wonderful promo. He sat there in his nice plush armchair, and he basically said to everyone that the company wasn't treating him fairly. It wasn't treating him with the same level of respect that it treated its other champions, and Christopher Devlin, Empress Kabuki, and Cobra Gaston. And, I understood where he was coming from, right? I got it. I kind of understood. But as I was looking around, I realized something. I realized that Ethan Wilde had not defended his championship in a multi-man match outside of Daniel Stevenson cashing in on the chase match, right? He hadn't had to fight against multiple people. So I reached out to a couple of guys and I said, hey, Craig Opley, you were the original men's champion. You want another shot at Ethan? And he said, oh boy, would I. I would love to. So set up a nice little 4-way between the lads and chart that the lads won. That Craig Opley returned and said, nah, I'm beating you, buddy. I'm gonna challenge you. And then Drew King came to me and said, hey, you know what? I would like a shot at a championship. I think I kind of deserve it. I've got this newfound confidence. From tagging with Jules Murphy, I would like a shot at a title at the next pay-per-view if you could. And I was like, yeah, you know what? How would you like Ethan Wilde? And Drew King is like, me and Ethan? I was like, well, you Craig and Ethan. And he's like, well, okay, then fine. I can pick Craig then. Like, I have to beat Ethan. Which brings us to last week. And AR-60 had the opportunity to beat the Killers and be added into the trios match that happened earlier in the card, and they lost because of interference from Ethan Wilde. Now, what the Killers and Ethan Wilde didn't know was that if AR-60 won, their trio partner would have been Kyle Lucha. Ethan Wilde interfered in it, so he disappeared. And when Ethan Wilde came back through Gorilla, back through the backstage area, someone attacked Ethan Wilde, left a note that said, "I'll see you in the ring later, bitch." Ethan Wilde saw somebody in the ring later. It was Kyle Lucha, who conveyed the message from management to Ethan Wilde that basically was like, yeah, you're right, Ethan. We haven't treated you like anyone else. Here's a multi-man match at a gold pay-per-view. Good luck. To which I say good luck to all 4 of these gentlemen. I don't have anything in particular against Ethan, right? I had to come up with an alternate solution here, and I think that he was able to spark some genius by putting these 4 men inside of a steel cage.
Indeed, it is. All of these wrestlers, I really enjoy seeing their rise here. And I loved the Kyle Lucha promo that you put together. Xander, who do you think is getting the nod tonight?
Nah, fuck all these guys. Ethan Wild all day.
Ethan Wild all day, he says. Walter, is he right?
Yes, Xander, you are going to be correct, but I really want to puncture how. Because there are multiple ways to win a steel cage match. You can either pin or submit your opponent in the center of the ring, or you can escape the cage. And it is very poignant that what Kyle Lucha said at the end of his promo was, you can either stay and fight us like a man, or you can run like the little bitch I know you are. And Ethan Wild decides to run. And it gets him the victory. But I don't know, does it feel good, Ethan? Does it feel good that you have proven Kyle Lucha correct, that you are a coward? Where that goes, but again, fucking low roll here, game. Pretty offended by that. Overall, though, very happy with what the four guys were able to accomplish.
Yeah, this feels like a low roll, especially given it's a hot match, and all of these were 4-star workers. I have no answers to you on that point. It does make the End the Reign feud between Ethan Wild and Kyle Lucha hot. It gets the feud between the Kingdom and Short hot, which is great to see. Ethan Wild, holy shit moment. He jumped off the cage and crashed on top of Drew King. That's 30 creativity points. And it's a nice boost for the men's championship. I don't know what to say beyond that. The idea that the steel cage was increased. You had nothing but 4-star wrestlers. I have no answers. I just know I like the story that you're building, and I'm very curious to see how Ethan Wild responds heading into the new year. But we move on now to a main event package, and quickly, Walter, what is it that this package focuses on?
The big thing that this is going to focus on is it's going to focus on sort of the long-running issues that have gone on between Dominatus Tenebris and Prodigy as a whole. In particular, Tyler Dynamite and Christopher Devlin, who are fighting in the main event. Don't forget, Christopher Devlin kicked Tyler Dynamite out of Dominatus Tenebris when he turned face against Wesley Lee Morris. Clearly saw that Tyler Dynamite was a potential star in the making, was clearly threatened by him maybe usurping him inside the confines of the faction, and he decided to try and take him out. Well, now the chickens have come home to roost, in a sense, and Christopher Devlin will have to defend the World Championship against Dynamite in the last match of the year to see if he will go into year 2/season 2 of the SWA still the world champion, or has his greatest fear come true?
Yeah, that is indeed the question. I cannot wait for this main event, but we have a few matches we need to get to first. And of course, that leads us to the Mildred S. Robinson Cup. This is a fatal 4-way between Maester Gomez, Aiko Haruka, Consequencia, and Trixie Albright. Walter, how did this match come together?
So how it came together is quite simple, right? Aiko Haruka felt that she, still deserved a shot at the championship. Felt like maybe she really didn't get a fair shake at Fall Brawl because of the interference from Consequencia. So much like I like to do, I send a bunch of people against each other to try and figure out who's going to be the number 1 contender. Aiko Haruka, she defeated Raven in the main event 2 weeks ago. Consequencia, she defeated Mei Fukushima by cheating, to which Trixie Albright came out, attacked her, and both of them sort of staking their claim. Trixie Albright also beating Talia Adler 2 weeks ago in the opening match to earn the right here. And then last week, Telenovela, Maester Gomez, and Consequencia defeated Aiko Haruka and Trixie Albright. But Consequencia was a little slow to give the championship back to Maester Gomez when she was handed it from the outside of the ring. But it is very clear that Maester Gomez and Consequencia are at least partially on the same page, where Aiko Haruka and Trixie Albright are kind of putting up with each other and being like, And I'm more, I can't believe I have to worry about Maestra, Consequencia, and now also, Aiko or Trixie, depending on who you would ask.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's that certainly that Consequencia Maestra angle with Aiko and Trixie, kind of trying to make sure they're not double teamed on. I know you had some strong feelings about that, Xander, on the Go Home show for SWA Primetime. Now that you see this match come together, who do you think is getting the win?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
So, Maestra Gomez is going to be taking home the win. Aiko and Consequencia, I can see an argument for. All right. Aiko less so. Consequencia significantly more so, just because I think Consequencia's ceiling is much higher. She could go to the moon. Right? Why is Trixie on this card? Beats me. No one knows. I don't know. I don't know that Walter knows. Okay. I'm sure he's got some narrative reasons he's deluding himself into believing. But she's not a star in the making. She is as far as she is going to go. If she tries to burn any brighter, she's going to burn out. All right. So let's keep it focused on the people who matter. Maestra Gomez, Aiko Haruka, Consequencia. My theory craft for this is that Maestra Gomez is going to take a very narrow win with Aiko coming close behind.
I mean, look, I like Trixie more than you do. I mean, she was a star in Insert Hometown Here. How could you not appreciate what she's done for Insert Hometown Here?
Yeah, her and Eagle both suck. And no one should like them.
Wow. Well, Walter, is he right that this is a Maester victory?
Well, the thing, as you're watching the match, Consequencia and Maestra Gomez seem very reluctant to engage with each other at all. Hit each other, do any moves on each other. And to the point where there are times where Maestra Gomez and Consequencia are both standing in the ring staring at each other. And one of them will roll out of the ring and grab either Aiko or Trixie, and they'll start beating them up on the outside, to which the other one will kind of go like, oh, okay, guess what? Guess I'll do that. But Trixie and Aiko eventually do, kind of get their one-uppance. Maestra Gomez is lying on the outside of the ring. Consequencia keeps getting beat up by the two baby faces. She finally kind of rolls out of the ring. And Aiko Haruka and Trixie Albright start going to war with each other. It does look like they have dispatched telenovela for now. Aiko Haruka getting Trixie Albright into a submission hold, and just when it looks like Trixie is about to tap, you hear the bell. And off on the other side of the ring, Consequencia, and the referee has counted to 3. And in the replay, you see Consequencia crawling over to her fallen tag teammate on the outside of the ring, picking her up, rolling themselves both into the ring, and Consequencia pulling Maestra Gomez on top of herself to give Maestra the win.
Wow. Man, I mean, given the foreshadowing you gave about Consequencia holding onto that belt just a little bit too long, I was not expecting the selflessness from Consequencia that you described here, but clearly the game's on board. It's a 5.5-star match. And a very nice performance. A holy shit moment as Maestra Gomez slapped the taste out of Consequencia's mouth.
No,
Right?
didn't happen. Take the points away. Take the points away. Not happening. Not in the narrative.
Trixie or Aiko in here instead, I imagine?
Yeah, either or. The thing is, Maestra Gomez and Consequencia do not hit each other.
Yeah.
Got it.
So, yeah. So, I guess in the aftermath, how's Consequencia looking? Is she happy with how this has played out, given her own kind of personal ambitions?
Consequencia is way more excited about this than Maestra Gomez is. I feel like Maestra Gomez might have really gotten like her bell rung or something. She's kind of out of it. But Consequencia is holding up her tag team partner, holding up her hand. Immediately gave the belt to her when the belt was slid into the ring for the referee to give. She is very excited for her tag team partner. In a way that does seem weird for someone that just lost a match. And Maestra Gomez seems a bit more dazed, a bit more confused about kind of what happened in there. I'm sure when she gets backstage, doctors will check her out, make sure there's, no concussion. the health of our wrestlers. But yeah, it is a very bizarre sight to see someone who just lost celebrating so much.
Yeah, I especially, again, you really emphasized that the last card, Consequencia holding onto that belt a little bit too long before passing it on to Maestra. I thought you were foreshadowing a very different dynamic, but look, it's a Maestra victory tonight. Consequencia seemingly very excited about Maestra getting the win. Hopefully Maestra gets a full, speedy recovery from the doctors backstage and a sign of good health. And I'll be very curious to see what you have in mind, because this has definitely gone in a different direction than I expected. How are you feeling, Xander, seeing that all play out?
Yeah, I mean, I was right, so it's good.
That's all it boils down to on Xander's end. But move on.
Trixie Albright sucks.
It is a 6-way street fight match between Assassino, Ryan Gill, Bryce Sun, Rick Dolan, Thomas Austin, and Guru Sanji. Walter, how'd this match come together?
Again, this is mainly just trying to get everybody on the card. I was kind of looking through the bottom of the barrel, so to speak, of who was left. Ryan Gill, Bryce Sun, both members of Parole on the roll, unable to compete for the trios belt because Seb Ashton was suspended. Rick Dolan has just kind of been languishing in the undercard here, really looking for something to do. Same with Thomas Austin, who, surprisingly, he is been a pretty good member of Dominatus Tenebris, hasn't been used a lot, but has mainly just kind of been there for buffer and a body. And then Guru Sanji, again, same sort of thing. His tag team partner, Enlightened Cruz, getting suspended, so he's looking for something here. And really, we're just trying to have a little bit of a kind of a schmozzy fun brawl, so to speak, with the street fight. And again, can anyone surprise me? Can anyone show me something here that maybe I haven't seen before from them, to see perhaps they get to challenge up the card in some fashion?
Yeah, well, I mean, certainly on paper, Assassino should be the guy. He is a full 150 points of popularity ahead of the next closest person in this match. We've seen Assassino's record. We've seen him struggle recently. So I ask you, Xander, who do you think's getting the win?
Listen, I'm hoping Assassino. Like, his entire reputation is on the line here. If he can't win this match, just put him down.
Do you have a backup plan if this isn't Assassino?
Put down Assassino. Like, whoever it is puts him down. They take him to the vet, they give him a hug, and then they, give him the shot in the leg, and he goes to sleep forever.
Well, there you go. Xander is Assassino or bust. Walter, who's getting the win tonight?
I am finally going to agree with Xander. I have neglected Assassino for way too long, and it is his time to start showing exactly what he is capable of. Assassino gets the win here tonight.
He sure does. It's a 4 3/4 star victory. A nice result there. Assassino on his way to becoming a face of the company. You love to see that. And that is a solid street fight match.
Walter, I know you were already planning that one, okay? But I'm just saying, at least some part of you had to have known that I would have brought this up for every single time he comes onto screen for season 2 if he had lost this match. This match in particular, all right, I would have brought up, you would have never heard the end of it, all right?
Yeah, I probably should have put him in the brass ring match instead of like Alex Palmer or somebody, but again, this was
Hey,
Walter the player goes, this is
fine.
the dregs of the barrel.
Yeah,
this is
okay.
like literally everyone else.
It's okay. He got a win. It's all good.
Yeah,
He
finally got a win. He finally got a win.
This is really, it speaks to the philosophical difference, right? Because historically, what Xander and I do is like, okay, all the dregs are in a battle royale. And so that way all of their negative penalties or whatever else all get resolved in one match. You split it up. You gave multiple opportunities for lower end people to get wins along the way. The game does not reward you for that necessarily, and that Cobra match is still the one that I think is the biggest low roll. But it's a fine win for Assassino, gets him on that journey. Congrats to him. But we move on to a Battle Royale match. Here you go. A I think we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12-man battle royale. Walter, how'd this match come together?
Yeah, so here's the thing, right? I wanted to do some sort of tag team elimination match. But then, Chase came up with the brilliant idea of, well, you could make it an individual elimination match, because I thought it was going to be like one person, right? One person got to stand tall, but it was going to be each individual tag team. So I said, hey, fuck it. You know what? Let's do individual battle royale, and the winner, whoever wins this match, their tag team will get to be the number one contender to Prodigious now. They'll get to face Prodigious at New Year's Slam. So I put all the remaining tag teams in here, and I said, fuck it, guys, go wild. So you've got Pocket Rocket, you've got Down Under, you have AR-60, I believe you also have...
you're looking at Strong Style. You're
the
looking at
Scribner,
Baja Lucha.
Strong Style, Baja Lucha. Yeah. There's basically any tag team where both members were available, they got put into this match.
Oh, man. Look, these are 6 very good tag teams, all trying to prove themselves in this moment. The question is, Xander, which tag team, and within that, which individual member do you believe is getting the nod here?
Yeah, this is rough for me because obviously, a big part of me wants to root for M60 and Algenico. But I'll also be honest, I kind of want to root for Rey Sangre here. Like Leonard Ace, I don't really care for. Trevor Ace, I like him more than Leonard. But if I'm choosing between these folks here, I'm really, for me personally, looking at Algenico, M60, and Rey. And man, it's tough. It's real tough. Shohei Hirano's also a big name. Like this is a lot of mid. Like I don't want to shit on them, but like a lot of really good mid-tier names. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And for that reason, I got to go with the boys. Okay, Algenico, M60. I don't care which one of them gets it. If I'm choosing between the two, I'm probably choosing M60.
Okay, you're going for M60. Look, if it was a pure gameplay thing,
yeah, exactly. That's why I like Rey Sangre. I also just love his name.
Yeah,
and his last win was good, even though it was a while ago.
Huge,
yeah,
Yeah. But Walter, for my notes, I think you're going in a different direction.
So it's not going to be Baja Lucha, I'll tell you that right now. But I do have something planned for them a bit long term. I promise you, there is something that will happen with Baja Lucha. It's just not going to happen tonight. Algenico and M60, again, there's something a little bit longer at play there with them, so they aren't going to get... The winner tonight is going to be Trevor Ace of Pocket Rocket. Wow. They have finally guaranteed a championship match after they have... fought so long and so hard. And the best part about it, Chase, I got what I fucking wanted. Trevor and Leonard Ace were the final 2. Brother versus brother. Mm-hmm. And Trevor Ace gets the win over Leonard. So it is undisputed that Pocket Rocket should be the number 1 contenders.
Absolutely. You can't ask for a better result from Marin Jesus right there. It's a 4 3/4 star match. Gets the feud between the Scribners and AR-60 hot. Jay Scribner on his way to getting over with the fans, which is nice to see. We got a holy shit moment as Trevor Ace was about to hit Anthony Scribner with his finisher before they both collapsed from exhaustion. A nice boost for Trevor Ace there. A very nice Battle Royale experience here. And I gotta say, look, the scores may not be going in your favor, but you are setting yourself up from a bank account perspective because you've had a lot of holy shit moments and a lot of matches that are getting your wrestlers in a good place to capitalize on these narratives heading into season 2. So some good stuff there. And congrats to Trevor Ace. Pocket Rocket, I think, deserved the opportunity, and I can't wait to see how they challenge Prodigious. But we move on. Angelina Cardinal versus Psycho Sahana. Walter, this ambulance match has been brewing for a while. Can you walk people who maybe weren't here over the last couple months? How did this match come together, and why do these two wrestlers hate each other as much as they do?
Yeah, so here is the great thing. Back at the Harold G. Vincent Cup 3 months ago, the last gold pay-per-view, Empress Kabuki and Angelina Cardinal had a TLC match for the Women's Championship. It finally looked like Angelina was going to climb the mountain and dethrone the Empress, when who other but Psycho Sahana came out to interfere and interrupt the possible championship win. Over the following weeks, Psycho Sahana would brutally beat down Angelina Cardinal. She would join Made in Japan, and then they would lose. Made in Japan would lose a trios match against what we called the Kabuki contenders because Cardinal interfered in that match. It led to a street fight at end times that Angelina Cardinal defeated Psycho Sahana. But, you know, Psycho Sahana was not done yet. She would continue to in the business of Angelina Cardinal, causing a distraction in a women's number one contendership qualifier match against Jessie Mallory on the road to Fall Brawl. At Fall Brawl, she would also beat down Amanda Ace brutally, one of Angelina Cardinal's closest friends here in the SWA, which would lead to a tag match last month at Fall Brawl, in which Psycho Sahana and Talia Adler managed to defeat Angelina Cardinal and Amanda Ace in a first blood match. They have continued to fight with each other. Angelina Cardinal has continued to yell at Psycho Sahana, accuse her of doing nothing, where Psycho Sahana has made it very clear that her orders from Empress Kabuki to kill Angelina Cardinal, to make sure that she never, ever challenged for the women's title ever again, would be her undoing. When she blew up Angelina Cardinal's card 2 weeks ago, to which last week, Angelina Cardinal, women's battle royale, her and Psycho Sahana, forcing each other out of that match that eventually was won by Brooklyn Cambril, which has led to tonight's match. Angelina Cardinal, Psycho Sahana. We are unsure of what these women are going to do to each other, so we have prepared an ambulance in case one of them is unable to make it out alive.
Nah, listen, okay? Angelina Cardinal and Psycho, they're gonna go at it, but one of them is very obviously gonna win, okay?
Interesting.
What
makes it obvious to you?
I'm sorry to be like this. Well, listen. Angelina Cardinal has Layla Hurts with her. Angelina Cardinal has wrestled in championship level matches and contenders level matches. Psycho Sahana is a psycho if she thinks that she can stand in the same, all right, the same, milieu as Angelina Cardinal. I have no idea why they're in this match together. Psycho's not on the same level. She's gonna find that out quickly while she's riding home in the back of that ambulance.
Wow, that is a bold statement from Xander. Is he right, Walter?
So Xander, one thing here that you don't know, but Chase does, is I wanted to do a dangerous attack. Unfortunately, you can't do that to retirees in this game. That is a limit. It doesn't allow you to do that, which the intention was that I was going to take Layla Hurts out of the picture before this match, cause the fury of Angelina Cardinal, and go from there. So again, being the narrative champion that I am, I had to think of another way to use Layla Hurts in a way that I had originally envisioned. And Xander, Psycho Sahana is going to win this match. But she's going to win this match not because she beats Angelina Cardinal to a pulp and throws her in the ambulance. No. It's because at every chance she gets, she's going to cheap shot Layla Hurts. Just one after a time, until Psycho throws Layla Hurts into the ambulance. And when Angelina Cardinal goes to check on her manager, Psycho Sahana pushes her in, closes the door, and then takes a chain and locks it closed, tapping on the back of it to signal, yeah, go, get out of here. And Psycho Sahana steals the victory from Angelina Cardinal.
Incredible. It's a 4 3/4 star match, a 17% overness boost from Psycho Sahana. That is going to get her to be over with the fans. An incredible win for her. A holy shit moment as Psycho Sahana gets up from Angelina Cardinal's finisher before asking her to hit another. That's a nice 30 creativity points. Made in Japan getting a bonus for having a hot member. Xander, how are you feeling seeing the result of this match?
I don't feel. I feel like Angelina Cardinal losing 29 popularity says all I would need to say. Okay.
I mean, look, the overness and the morale, Angelina's going to be just fine. She had plenty to spare. The win is huge for Psycho Sahana, who is now just 26 points away from becoming a main eventer. And as a 3-3 is a lot easier to justify using than a 2-2. Walter, are you happy with how this match turned out?
Again, I really feel like the fucking roles here tonight have been pretty fucking disrespectful. But the game doesn't judge narrative. It just judges...
Two-star work rate. That's what you get.
Oh, fuck off. I don't care. This is a better match than that. The numbers are dumb and they're wrong.
I see. I mean, look, it's, that's the part that's always abstracted, right? We don't know what moves Psycho didn't hit because she's just not as good at ring work in trying to sell some of these moments. That's the part that's always the hardest to envision. But I think narratively, this was great. I love seeing Psycho get the boost. I do think getting her over is the best path towards making sure that a score like this is not the end result in the future when Angelina Cardinal comes to get some revenge, which I imagine is coming sooner rather than later in Season 2. But for now, we move on. We have 3 matches left on Winter Zone. We start here with an Intercontinental Championship match. Heizo Ogawa, who has yet to lose 8 months as the Intercontinental Champion, going up against Keiichi Sakurai in a hair versus hair match. Walter, how did this match come together, and why did these two men agree to put their hair on the line tonight?
Heizo Ogawa, Keiichi Sakurai, they have been revolving around each other for quite some time. Ever since Ogawa won the belt from Sakurai due to the devious machinations of his sensei and manager Kaito Sakura, who was incensed that Keiichi Sakurai did not respect his mentorship in the way that Heizo Ogawa had. Both of them had been students at Sakura's dojo, starting their wrestling journey there as young lions and moving forward into their professional careers. Ogawa has been very deferential to Sakura, basically listening to him at every turn, deferring to him when he insists, no, you need to take a match. You should take a match, or don't take the match here, take it there, fight this kind of thing. He's been very deferential. Sakurai try and earn his honor back to show that the devious nature of Made in Japan as a whole, but in particular Heizo Ogawa and Kaito Sakurai, is not what the SWA needs. And, a hair versus hair match is something that there's an embarrassment level factor to it, right? There is you lose, you have to shave your head bald. And usually when it happens in the moment, it is kind of bad. They use cheap clippers, they use scissors, right? You're not getting a nice shaved head. You're getting like some stubble and some clumps and everything. And then when the loser re-debuts, a month or so later, they do have a nice clean shaven head. I am in particular reminded of Minoru Suzuki. He had a hair versus hair match. And I'm trying to remember against who it was. I believe it was Hiroki Goto. Both of these men having these wonderful heads of hair. Goto relying more on kind of, I like to call it the Skyrim kind of ponytail that they like to have with the long flowing hair, and then some of it's in a ponytail. Suzuki had this very intricately designed and kind of etched into his head shave, but like clumps of hair, creating this very intricate design. And when Suzuki lost, Suzuki was a heel, Goto was a babyface. The babyface came over the Clippers, Suzuki arguably being one of the most dangerous men in New Japan, who was a legitimate MMA fighter, snatching the Clippers out of Goto's hands and shaving his head himself. Respecting that he lost, but refusing to allow his competitor to be the one to do it. I've always thought that a hair versus hair match, especially coming from the more traditional Japanese style wrestling perspective, is about honor and admitting that if you lose and you make this act of shaving your head deferential to the person that beat you, and you were honoring the fact that they were the better wrestler that night. So that's sort of the inspiration here. Ogawa and Sakurai trying to earn the honor of keeping their head of hair and proving who ultimately is the better wrestler.
Indeed. This look, Kaiichi Sakurai would love nothing more than to prove himself tonight, but Heizo Ogawa has stood strong for so long. Xander, do you think this is the night? Or do you think that Heizo Ogawa remains undefeated in the Stanford?
Man, I don't know. I really don't know. I could see the upset happening. Deep down, I kind of want Heizo to keep it, though. I really, just me personally, I don't want to see Heizo lose tonight, even though I feel like it could be the right time. Yeah, I choose for Heizo to retain and continue being a champion.
Well, we've clearly got one vote for Heizo here. As you pointed out, Walter, I don't have a ton of champions in my own promotion that last as long as yours tend to. But I asked the question, is Heizo Ogawa indeed standing strong tonight? Or does Kaiichi Sakurai pull off an upset?
Heizo Ogawa is going to continue to be the Intercontinental Champion. I will admit, this is the belt that I think I have struggled with the most. Because I have sort of, I don't know if I really have a babyface here at this level other than Sakurai to really challenge Ogawa. And I do think it's something going into season 2. I need to find someone that can contest in this part of the card that really could be someone to fight against the Intercontinental Champion, that someone that could really hold their own against him. And maybe this is what I do with Craig Opley and Ethan Wilde really fighting against each other. Maybe I bring it here. Maybe I bring Drew King or Jules Murphy to this point. Maybe this is where Kyle Lucha ends up. Maybe this is where Eddie Davis ends up, right? I've been trying to build him up. Maybe we do a heel versus heel thing here as Assassino tries to build up his confidence. But I will admit, I will take the 5.25 star here. It makes me pretty happy I got that well. And it'll also be interesting to see what Sakurai does now that he has had his head shaven.
Well, it's a great moment for Heizo Ogawa. He, has made this belt become a gold star over the course of his reign because he has done such an excellent job with it. And look, Kaiichi Sakurai, even in the loss, does well enough to start his face of the company journey. And I believe with a hair versus hair defeat, you might get a free gimmick change on Kaiichi Sakurai if you want it. I think the game does an appearance or gimmick change bonus when there is a huge physical change to your wrestler. So I'll be curious to see exactly what you do from here. And if Kaiichi Sakurai isn't the guy to take out Heizo Ogawa, which so far seems like it is an uphill battle to be sure, I look forward to seeing where he goes. Because at the end of the day, this is a 27-year-old 4-3 face with a lot of very positive traits who I think deserves a shot at some belt, even if it is not ultimately this belt. But for now, we move on. We got 2 matches left, and both of them are bangers. Here is the Women's Championship match, an End the Reign Iron Man match between Empress Kabuki, who has 11 wins, 11 straight pay-per-views, has yet to fall to anyone outside of, I think, one tag match in which Talia Adler took a pin that she was furious about, versus the Supreme Deity, Brooklyn Cambrille. How did this match come together here, Walter?
So once again, I love my, building up number 1 contenders, making the contenders do something to earn their shot at the champions. The crazy thing is, back at Fall Brawl, Brooklyn Cambrille had a shot, right? She lost to Jessie Mallory in a last woman standing match in the main event 1 week before Fall Brawl, lost her chance at a 1v1 match against the Empress Kabuki, right? She was in a 4-way match at End Times with Raven, Jessie Mallory and herself against the Empress Kabuki. So coming into this, no one has really had that much of a chance against the Empress. And there's only really one woman that hadn't had a chance in a 1v1 match. And the Empress knew this. Right? The Empress knew she could beat anyone. Had a shot at Brooklyn Cambrille by herself yet. So she told me, make a women's battle royale. Whoever wins it, they get a shot at me. Knowing full well it would most likely be somebody that she has beaten in the past in a 1v1 match. And of course, Brooklyn Cambrille came out on top. The Empress, of course, demanding only the best level of competition, continuing to put her competitors in Iron Women matches against her when they are in these solo matches, which means it's not just about beating her once. You may have to beat the Empress 2, 3, 4 times because you have to beat her more than she beats you over the course of the match.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Empress has dug deep and proven herself time and time and time again. Xander, I know how you feel about Brooklyn. Is it safe to say that you were a believer in the upset tonight?
I'm a believer. I'm a fucking believer. Brooklyn Cambrille hits her with the Brooklyn-style drop kick. Empress Kabuki eating, all right, that Tim to the face, okay? And getting absolutely demolished. Empress is great. She's a big winner. She's cool and all that. Walter, do the right thing. Do the right thing, Walter. Do the right thing. Give Brooklyn the win.
No, go fuck yourself, Empress Kabuki.
You're a bitch.
6-star match. The game agrees with you, Walter. That's your best score of the night by far. Clearly the right call to keep the belt.
3 to 1, ball don't lie.
Wow. I mean, Xander, how do you feel about seeing the fans love that match?
No.
Just no.
You know what, Walter? You know what? It's all right. It's all right. Because when I win, okay, first thing I'm doing is I'm going to offer Brooklyn Cambrille a spot to move out, all right, of your shitty promotion.
Wow. Well, it does seem to be a big win for the Empress. And look, Brooklyn Cambrille, at the end of the day, she's going to be just fine. She is a face of the company as a result of this match. It starts and ends the reign feud between Brooklyn and the Empress, and I think that's part of it, right? Is that this feud just restarted. If Brooklyn wins in the first match, there's nowhere for this new feud to go. This is a rejuvenation, and we will see how Brooklyn builds herself up to try to take that title back. So, the ball don't lie for now, but Brooklyn certainly still has room to grow. Walter, how do you feel seeing a 6-star match with this victory?
Finally, the game gets it right. That's all I can say. Finally, they get it right.
You do love to see it, but we love to see one more match. This is our main event tonight. The SWA World Championship. Christopher Devlin, 12-0, has held this belt since the very beginning, going up against Tyler Dynamite, former Dominatus Thunderbirds member. You talked about him turning face earlier and the clear fear that Devlin had that the fans were getting too behind Tyler Dynamite. I mean, you talked a little bit about this match in the main event package earlier, but what is it you think fans should really be honing in on as we look at this main event and Christopher Devlin trying to maintain his role as the greatest wrestler in this company for a full calendar year?
You know, I think the thing here is that Christopher Devlin has not fought a wrestler like Tyler Dynamite. I think it's that Tyler Dynamite is way more athletic, way more aerial kind of focused, does a lot of stuff from the top rope, way quicker competitor than a lot of what Christopher Devlin has dealt with, right? He's dealt with Chase. He's dealt with Daniel Stevenson, who, while he is a high flyer, he relies more on the submission aspects of lucha, right? He can do some punches and things like that, but he is much more of a limb manipulation type guy. Connor Cretan, obviously, he has fought, a lot of guys that are more kind of stand in the ring, traditional main eventers. But Tyler Dynamite is different, right? He's a high flyer. And I think the same can kind of be said for Tyler Dynamite. He really hasn't had to wrestle against someone as as devious as Christopher Devlin. He's wrestled against, Wesley Lee Morris. He's wrestled against a lot of these bigger guys, a lot of guys that are just coming out pure power, and kind of relying just on his speed to get around them. Where, Assassino standing on the outside, okay, what happened? What happens when Devlin goes for the eye poke, or goes for Dick Kick City when the referee isn't looking, right? And I don't know if Tyler Dynamite is really prepared for the devious machinations of Christopher Devlin, but I sure can't wait to find out.
That is the question. Look, Devlin has held the title for so long. He's built up his repertoire of tricks. Xander, I know how you feel about Tyler Dynamite. Do you believe that this is finally the moment that Devlin is unseated? Or do you think Tyler falls just short?
Come on, man. Come on, Walter. Cut me a fucking break here. All right? Give him the fucking win. You didn't give it to Brooklyn because you're an asshole. Give it to my boy here. All right?
Xander, and I think this music option right here is just absolutely perfect, so I'm going to milk this for a little bit.
Please.
I'm the narrative champion. And I just want to ask you real quick, what narrative did Brooklyn Cambril have to beat Empress Kabuki? What had happened? It was the beginning of a feud. They've only wrestled in one multi-women match. The story wasn't there. But the story is here. Tyler Dynamite was kicked out of Dominatus Tenebris, thrown to the wolves to be by himself. And he found like-minded individuals. He found men to stand beside him, to take on his former faction, to look them dead in the eyes and say, we're not going to beat you once. We're going to beat you twice. And Tyler Dynamite wins the championship.
You do love to see it. That is a 5 3/4 star match in the main event without any gimmick necessary. That is just raw talent for Tyler Dynamite and Devlin. And look, Devlin's going to be mad that he lost his belt. That's fine. He has plenty of morale to spare. It's an incredible performance and a very nice result. No holy shit moment or anything like that, but a huge boost to the World Championship here. We see Walter very much on his way to earning that platinum belt. And Tyler Dynamite stands tall. You said it earlier, Walter, when you were talking about my card. You got to leave the fans happy. You got to give them that moment. I did not do that. I gave it to my heel because honestly, maybe I'm just biased because all my friends love heels. And so maybe I'm convinced that that is what the fans want. But you gave the people what they want tonight, and you were rewarded for it. Xander, how do you feel seeing Tyler Dynamite as the world champion of the SWA?
Tyler Dynamite, baby, boom!
Boom indeed. Let's check out that score for you, Walter. I think those last matches helped. It's a 5.25 star card. You definitely had some low rolls earlier that hurt, but I think as the card went on, you saw the game finally reward some of these choices here. How do you feel now the winner zone is all said and done?
Let me get the negative out of the way first, right? I'm still disappointed with quite a few of those low rolls. I think it's kind of bullshit, some of them. I understand, hey, that, like, I put 6 random jabronis together. I can't expect them to put on a 5-star, 6-star classic, right? But I really do think that I got unlucky with some of these rolls. But at the end of the day, I am happy with the story. I think I have left enough threads still dangling that season 2 could be very, very interesting. And I think that I have closed the chapter on some of these stories, particular, Prodigy, both of them getting their championships here tonight. Continuing to build on the long-term depth of Cobra Gaston, of Empress Kabuki, adding some new wrinkles to things, right? You know, Consequencia, I swerved you guys a little bit with the, oh, is she going to turn on Maester Gomez, and instead takes the pin to guarantee that her friend gets to keep her championship, you know, giving Amanda Ace a guaranteed opportunity against her at the next pay-per-view. We have new tag #1 contenders in Pocket Rocket. I think it's a great time to be a fan of the SWA, and you know, really am looking forward to season 2 sort of unveil some of these other storylines that perhaps you guys haven't had a chance to engage with yet.
Yeah, I mean, look, I love the stories that you've built. I love how some of these bigger moments came together tonight. I think that is absolutely worth taking as a victory, regardless of how game mechanics affected a couple of the other roles. You know, I think something, you know, you have always made it clear you're putting the narrative first every time, right? It would be very easy to put all of your 2-star workers or all of your 3-star after getting over workers all in one battle royale, getting them out of the way and letting only 4-star workers work on all your other matches. But that's not what you do here. You look at someone like Seiko Sahana and you say, here's the narrative they can build. Here is the storyline I can use for this wrestler, and here's what they can become in the long run. And at some point, the training, the hard work, the opportunities that you are giving these wrestlers will pay off. It's not happened yet, but as we get into season 2, I think a lot of that can come together, and I'm very excited to see that for you. Though, honestly, you're also playing with training weights on pure companies, and I don't know, maybe we got to get in the dev's ear on that one, because it is certainly an uphill battle when you are not an entertainment company. But Xander, you are an entertainment company. It is the Emperor's...
Sure am!
It's the Emperor's Wrath. It is a gold star pay-per-view, our last show of the night. You've got the mega show active. You've got quite the card ahead of us. And it is between the two of us now. If you score a 6-star card or better, or if you got a 5.75 with a higher rating, higher hype rating, you win the competition. But if you score a 5.75 with lower hype, or anything lower than 5.75, you and I tie at the top. And per our rules, Walter wins the whole competition. So, what is it? What are you doing tonight? Tell us, the folks at home, what it is you've built and why you believe that Emperor's Wrath is going to lead you to the promised land.
Listen, we have some of the most hype matches anyone has seen, and I have a match at the end of the card tonight utilizing a mechanic that no one has used yet that has narrative packed to the fucking gills in it. So narrative champion, all right, take some fucking notes tonight. You might be the narrative champion for the whole year. I will acquiesce that happily. But the card tonight has some real epic shit on it, okay?
I swear to God, if
that.
you steal the cat, I'll kick your ass.
No, well, first of all, it's funny you mentioned caskets.
Oh, man.
And also, Walter, you missed my all casket weekly, I think. I don't know that you actually watched that one.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, I had an all
for sure.
We had an all casket weekly, and it was actually pretty awesome. I do want you to go back and listen to that if you ever get time, because I actually packed it with narrative that made it make sense. So I actually prepped one, okay, like hardcore. Yeah. But I digress. Yeah. Tonight there are. And I'll be honest, the caskets tonight don't make as much sense as they did then. But I digress. There's some awesome stuff on this card. There are some great matches, big faction feuds, big individual feuds, tag team matches of epic proportions. It's going to be fire tonight. People are returning to glory. They're going to be taking the glory first time. It's a lot of awesome stuff, and I just can't fucking wait.
Yeah, look, it's going to be fascinating to see. You certainly have more artifacts than anyone else in this competition, which has enabled you to try some stuff. I can't wait to see how it plays out. Let's get into Emperor's Wrath. Let's move past these predictions, and let's start with a 7-way street fight match between Ryan Fox, Callie Vicious, Paisley Overhold, Lethal Mark, Kyra Valera, Bruno Henderson, and Emma Fry. How did this match come together, Xander?
Yes. Okay. So this match is our lower end folks, but we do not keep people off the card, okay? And tonight is another one of those nights where anybody can win down here. Anybody can take glory at a gold pay-per-view and elevate themselves. All right? You have members of pretty much every core faction with the down. You've got Police Demos. You've got Kanoto Karius. All right? You don't have For the People. You don't have Juge. You don't have, some of those other ones that are a bit smaller up near the top. But a lot of the biggest factions are represented here, and especially the biggest factions down at the bottom. And it's really a battle of who is going to come out on top. It's a battle of, will the members of Police Demos be able to pull off the big win while they've got this feud going with Burn It All Down, while they've got their long-standing, we'll call it a blood feud with Kanoto Karius, okay? Is it going to be one of the women that have been having pretty stellar performances coming out on top? Is it going to be a Bruno Henderson or a Ryan Fox? Or will that random guy, Lethal Mark, who hasn't been seen in quite some time because his tag partner died, got really injured, didn't die, but is he going to come out with a surprise victory? That's the question.
Taking a look at this, right? This is what you've talked about, right? Building up some of your lower tier guys, lower tier people on your card. I don't think Emma Fry is going to win it. Looking at them, they just don't seem good enough. Which is a bummer, because if you could get them over, man, you got a 4-3, right? And that seems like that'd be great for you.
36% over, this is tough.
I mean, you saying Lethal Mark has it stuck in my head for some reason. But it's only a 3-3. Let's go Paisley Overholt, just because it's the most interesting name.
Paisley Overholt. I will say, Xander, as someone who's heard a lot of your takes against wrestlers like Eagle, I think it's safe to say that a 3-3 wrestler does not do much for you. Who did you give the nod to here?
Listen, Paisley Overholt has probably gotten more narrative just exclusive to things that had to happen, right? Yeah. I did not want to build Paisley at all, and yet she got some love from this promotion. She is the only 3-3 that will ever get any love. All right, I'm not going to knock her too heavily because she's actually been in some good matches for me, all right?
She's just Eagle, but worse. For the record, she's Eagle, but worse.
She's Eagle, but better because her matches have actually been higher on average than Eagles. But that I digress, okay? Because the answer here really comes down to one of two wrestlers on paper. Ryan Fox and Callie Vicious, right? Look at those two. They've had great matches. There's been a lot of good feuding between them. Police Demos and, Burn It All Down, having some great stuff going. But you forgot one thing, Walter. There's a member of Kanoto Karius on this card. And his name is Bruno Henderson. And Bruno Henderson has been putting in work day in, day out. And when we get opportunities to give him big wins, he fucking runs with it just like he did tonight.
But he's a literal jobber.
I mean, he's
a literal jobber.
Yeah, he's about to be an upper
He was a jobber.
Yeah.
This guy was 300 popularity when we got him, by the way, and look at him now cruising to 582. This is what I mean when I say take notes about how to build these lower guys up.
I mean, at some point, you're going to have to do a gimmick package to make him anything but a jobber, right? Like, you're just kind of waiting for your moment.
Why can't a jobber become the face of the company, huh? That's
I don't know.
That's a success
Walter,
story.
Why can't a jobber become a face of the company? You tell me.
I mean, he could, right? You're just gonna have to build him up.
Okay. Well, never mind. No conflict from Walter's end.
300 popularity. We're working on it. All right. Keep your eyes on fucking Bruno Henderson.
He's a 4-3. Like, why couldn't he be?
Yeah. Keep your eyes on Bruno Henderson. All right.
Look,
you guys will remember his fucking name.
All I'm saying is, a new gimmick package. You could do something more interesting than just I'm a jobber that happens to be good. That's all I'm saying. He's 2-12 even after the victory. That's all I'm saying. But it doesn't matter because it's a 5-star match. It gets the Paisley Cali feud hot. It's a holy shit moment as Bruno hits Kyra Valera with 3 consecutive finishers. That's 30 creativity points. And in all reality, right, this is what you do if you're trying to min-max while still giving your lower-end people some love. You put all of the 2- and 3-star workers in a single match, and if everything goes right, it's a respectable score, and then you get to move on to everybody else, which I think was your goal here, and I imagine that this is a successful match as far as you're concerned. Is that fair, Xander?
Very, very successful. We spent 5 creativity points. We got 25 back, and I spent a lot of money tonight, as you guys will see soon.
That is true. We move on to a triple threat casket match between Gavin Evans, Animal Fukuoka, and Carson Gold. How did we get here, Xander?
Listen, Gavin Evans and Animal Fukuoka, they've been doing a bit of throwing down, okay? And Animal obviously, lost his last feud, which was kind of devastating for him, given how he started off, given the nature of his matches. But Gavin picking up on that and getting kind of coming into his first real wins in this promotion have also been big. So it's really been a lot of push and pull. Animal losing that last feud, Gavin picking up this feud after losing his last feud and starting to rack up a couple of wins. But there's another guy here tonight. There is a guy who needs a win desperately. It is a member of For the People who, as you can see, is 4-16. Carson Gold, all right, who at one point was like 4-4.
Yeah.
Okay, won a big battle royale, won one or two matches since, and nothing. He has been in title shots with Phil Hangtime. He has been in title shots with Azaki Cordova. He has been in title shots with Maricela Reyes. And every single time he comes up short. And the truth is that his brothers and sisters in For the People are looking at him and saying, Carson, we know you're better than this. We know you can do more than this. But you gotta show up, man. And so Carson tonight begged Alex, Jim, and Azaki and said, guys, give me a match that you think I can win. I obviously have been reaching too high. I've been reaching for the stars. I've been put in good matches, and I have fallen short. Put me in a match tonight you think I can win. Make something happen for me on this gold card. And Azaki and Alex sat down, and they went. And this was the one match that they advocated for on their own, just for the people. And Johnny acquiesced. Because the truth is that Johnny doesn't want to see a guy like Gavin Evans get a win. All right? Gavin, despite his 3-8 record, okay, Gavin's been making some waves as an unsigned wrestler. He is one of the few that still remain unsigned. And the other guy is Animal Fukuoka. And Conquest or Death and Burn It All Down have been very open that they both want this guy on their roster. So Johnny is jockeying for position to make sure that Animal ends up learning his place so that he can potentially join Conquest or Death. But at the end of the day, you've got two of the best unsigned wrestlers going up against one member of For the People. Every single one of them has a story to tell. They have what they want to build. And only one can walk away not stuffed in that casket with the other two.
Well, that is the question here, Walter. You've heard the faction feuds. You've got 2 undefined versus 1 For the People member that desperately needs a win. The tag team specialist without a tag team member. Who do you think's getting the win here tonight?
See, first instance, I'm like Carson Gold gets it, right? Because he's the only member that's in a faction.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I genuinely don't know here. I'm gonna go with my gut. I'm gonna say Carson Gold because they're the only person in a faction. The other two are not united in trying to bring down For the People, and Carson.
Okay. You believe in Carson? I mean, honestly, that makes a lot of sense to me, given his popularity and the loss streak that he's on. Xander, who's getting the win tonight?
It's going to be Carson Gold. You nailed it tonight.
It is a 5 1/4 star victory for Carson. A big moment for him. No holy shit moment, but it gets Gavin Evans versus Animal Fukuoka going as a feud. That'll be super interesting given that they're both currently faction unaffiliated. It'll be interesting to see how that develops.
And the feud between Animal and Carson as well.
Oh, that is new, isn't it? Okay, there you go.
Yep.
Yeah, both of them. Animal clearly building himself up as a threat for on multiple forces. So a good win for Carson tonight. We will see where it carries him. But we move on to another triple threat casket match, this time between Alexander Kennedy, Skullface, and Jay Avalon. Xander, how did this match come together?
That's right. Well, you see, one of the things that Johnny acquiesced to was his letting Carson have that match. But he was the one that decided it would be a casket match. And Johnny, utilizing that opportunity, says leave the casket out there. Because I want to see two members of For the People wrestle off against Skullface. And no matter what happens here, I win. I win. Johnny Hang Time wins. Because For the People and Burn It All Down are going to put each other in the dirt for my entertainment. And so let's be real. What Alex, Jim, and Azaki bargained for, they are now paid with this, where a member of For the People must lose, no matter how you... And it gives an opportunity to burn it all down to embarrass them once again. And with none other than Alexandre Kennedy and Jay Avalon, two prolific faces for the People. But only one gets to walk away victorious at best, and at worst, Skullface will put them both in the casket together, and Johnny will be on the sidelines laughing.
Oh, so Johnny doesn't even care who wins. He just wants them.
Johnny wins just by this match happening. That's the whole point.
I mean, I guess that's what happens, right? When you're the big emperor heel, right? Is like you just get to, you know, this is one of the things. I didn't end up doing the slander segment, but Kenji Saber was definitely going to say something about like, well, at least I know my place in my company. I don't let my company, unlike Xander, who lets the unnamed wrestler just be like, yeah, you do whatever the fuck I want you to do. But with that being said, I think I picked Skullface. I think I picked Skullface to get the win here.
Interesting. You're going with Skullface. What draws you to him?
The skull, the mask.
It's a good mask.
I don't know. Just out of the three, that's the one. He's the heel, right? He's the one that's. Yeah, he's just the one that sticks out to me.
Mm-hmm. Well, you talked earlier. Two faces getting in each other's way for a heel to win is a tried and true formula. Xander, is he right, or do you have another thing planned?
Listen. No, he's actually right. We're changing the script. Skullface is getting the dub.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, Johnny wants to be happy, and Johnny is going to be happy.
You changed the script, and unlike Eduardo's fears, apparently changing the script can work out fine because that's a 6 1/4 star match. Sorry to Jay Avalon, who I love, but clearly the right way to go. A nice match here. No holy shit moment, but absolutely the score that you are looking for. And you're going to need some more matches like that to take the victory tonight, but that is a damn good start. Well played there, Xander. And congrats to Skullface. A huge win for him. Now just 11 points away from starting his journey to become a face of the company.
Yeah, just for the record, Walter, there was actually a debate here because I was really torn between all three of these, and it was initially going to go to Skullface. We swapped it to Jay, and I'm just looking at this, and I'm just like, there's no way. It's got to go to him. So we're back on the Skullface train. And listen, the fans are happy to see it. You know who's happy? Executioner Goro. It's not Skullface. It's Johnny fucking Hang Time. He loves this shit. He relishes in the chaos, and he loves the idea that Alex and Azaki had to bargain for one For the People member at the expense of two others. That, to him, that's just, poetry in motion.
It sure seems to have worked.
Good heel work, I suppose.
Yeah. It sure seems to have worked out. But we will move on for now to another 6-way casket match. Funny how these caskets just keep on rolling. This is Deputy Newland, James Sakura, Colin Torwell, Danny Cole, Saki Slab, and Dietrich Mullen. You mentioned some people unassigned to factions earlier. Saki Slab and Dietrich Mullen both also in that camp.
Yeah, listen, you got two guys that are unaffiliated. You've got James Sakura, who is recently affiliated. Mm-hmm. Okay, new wrestler that just came in. You've of course got Colin Torwell from For the People. But the reason that the casket stayed out here, right? Because that's what stands out. It wasn't Johnny who said to keep the casket out there. It was Executioner Goro who wants to leave the casket out there. Okay? Because while in actuality, the blow-off isn't going to happen yet between Brigantia and Burn It All Down, this match technically does blow it off for the gameplay mechanics, okay? Now, abstract of that, Executioner Goro wants to make a statement. And he has told Deputy Newland, Deputy, you will go out there and you will win this match. And I don't care which other wrestlers you knock out, which other wrestlers you beat. The person that you will murder and stuff into that casket is Danny fucking Cole. Because they are the representative for Brigantia, and Slay the Serpent ends tonight. And it will end with Brigantia's blood. Now, on the other side of that, you have Danny Cole, who has struggled a lot more in solos matches than they have in trios and tag stuff, and multi-person faction things. But Danny Cole came in prepared tonight. Danny Cole spent time with Serpentine, working, and working. And they know that they need to come out on top. However, there's plenty of people here to play spoiler to that. And the most notable name on that front is Dietrich Mullen. Dietrich, the guy who is on a 2-match losing streak and wants to get to that face of the company status, promised he would be the action-affiliated face of the company. He even had Hueso de Cabra stand behind him and endorse him. He knows he can do this. He knows that a win right here in this fashion will push him at least within one match of that echelon. And so I ask you guys, what do you think is going to happen?
Well, I would be cheating if I were to make my prediction, because I have a spreadsheet in front of me. Though I will say, I will forever find it incredibly funny that Danny Cole, whose gimmick is Bright Future, is not a member of Bright Future. That will endlessly be funny to me. There's no funnier storyline contradiction than that. Walter, who do you pick for tonight's match?
So, are these all casket matches?
I'll put it this way. It's not the last casket match.
I love Deputy Newland, but I'm not picking a cop to win this week. It's just not going to fucking happen.
That's fair.
Colin Torwell. For some reason, I remember his name constantly sticks out to me. You really like Colin Torwell, and you like Dietrich Mullen. I don't know why. I don't know why they're sticking out to me, but those two names constantly stick out to me. I'm going to go with Dietrich Mullen because he has more wins, but if it's Colin Torwell, I also wouldn't be surprised.
You know, it's funny you say that because I, for one, believe that Colin Torwell deserves more love. That is a man on a 9-match loss streak who's 2-14 despite being a 4-4. I am constantly shocked at how little Xander seems to care for my boy Colin. But that said, is it Dietrich Mullen, Xander, or do you have something else in mind?
Listen, Walter, you picked the number one spoiler, but I was pretty clear with what is going on. It really is between two wrestlers. It is between Deputy Newland and Danny Cole. And much to Deputy Newland and Executioner Goro's dismay, Danny Cole comes out on top because the other members in this match get him unfocused enough on what his goal was, keep him distracted, and Danny is able to put him in the casket.
Look, it's a hot match, a 4 3/4 star match. Not the score you were looking for, but certainly a nice popularity and morale boost for everyone involved. Gets the feud between Colin Torwell and Deputy Newland hot. Gets some feuds started between Saki Slab and both Dietrich Mullen and Danny Cole. Burn It All Down, losing some prestige here. I don't... Actually, yeah, well, they would have been Reputation 9 had it not been for this hit. But Brigantia Rising now rising to Reputation 7, so certainly a bigger gain for them than the loss for Burn It All Down. How are you feeling seeing these scores come together?
Yeah, I mean, listen, this score is definitely suboptimal. I'm not exactly sure what constituted this low roll with all of these talented wrestlers here in the casket match. But I will say that hype number with how early in the card we are is looking okay. So if we can keep that train chugging along, as long as we get some more like the last match, then I think we'll be all right.
Yeah, these plus 10 hypes, they do add up. You know the number to beat is 345. And you've got enough matches on the card to get you there. We will see if you can get there. But first, hey, look, Walter, it's another casket match between Sho Fujita, Gaijo Jade, Alexis Kovac, and Krieger. Xander, how did these four end up in a casket match?
Yeah, listen, this is a 2v2, okay? This is 2 members of Burn It All Down and 2 members of For the People throwing down with everything they have. Joe and Gaijo, Krieger and Alexis. These are some feuds that have been hype. They've been going. Krieger wanting to represent the best of Burn It All Down, wants to get that big win over Alexis, who is, in theory, a leader within For the People. Meanwhile, you've got Sho and Gaijo. Sho, who is Executioner Goro's duo, right? That's his tag partner. And they just lost a tag match. So Sho needs to come out big tonight. And then you've got Gaijo Jade, who wants to win this feud. He is so desperate for a win after coming so close in a ton of matches recently and just being out. So you have 2 members of For the People who desperately need a win. You have 2 members of Burn It All Down that also desperately need a win. The name of the game here is desperation, okay? They're a little more desperate right now. Executioner Goro is breathing down their necks, and he is threatening them. Not with him beating the shit out of them, but he is threatening them with the only thing scarier than that. And that's Black Bull. And he has promised whichever one of them doesn't walk away with a win tonight is going to be getting gored backstage immediately.
That is quite the dangerous predicament in store if either of them lose. If both of them lose, Black Bull has 2 horns. That would certainly be For the People's preference. Walter, who do you think's walking away with the victory tonight?
You know, I got it down to 2.
Okay.
I think it's Alexis Kovac here.
Okay.
And I think giving the victory to Alexis Kovac is the way I'm gonna go. Again, you guys have so many people that have so few so many losses that it's kind of hard for me to pick sometimes. But yeah, I'm gonna say Alexis Kovac.
Okay. Walter says Alexis. What do you say, Xander?
Listen, Alexis would be a great option, okay? But one of these 2 feuds is getting blown off tonight, Walter. And that feud is between Sho Fujino and Gaijo Jade. And only one of them can win. And tonight it's going to be Sho Fujino.
So you are changing the script for the record.
Yes.
Okay. Sho Fujino gets the nod. It's a 5-star match. For the record, Walter, he originally wrote down Alexis Kovac. That's what's in my notes. That's what he had. but he pivots to Shofujino and gets a 5-star match as a result. It gets the Gaijo Jade Shofujino feud hot. And I don't think it was a blow-off here for the record. I'm not seeing a feud getting blown off. Their feud just went hot, so you have room between the two of them.
It was supposed to get blown off, just for the record. That one was supposed to get blown off. I have it written down as blow-off immediately. But it's all good, because it went hot.
I think that was one of those, you said you were willing to take the risk and we'd just end the feud in the feud menu if it didn't work out, because you felt confident it would get there, which it did. That's how I remember that conversation going, at least. It did certainly work out that way. Shofujino suplexing Krieger onto the apron, slinging his head hard on the edge. That's 30 creativity points. But that is also another 5-star match, which means you do not have a lot of wiggle room if you want to get that 5.75 or dare I say 6-star card that I think you were initially aiming for. So we will see.
That's all right. 1 5-star is okay.
Yeah, but well, it's 2 5-stars and a 4 3/4.
Yeah,
that's all the matches you can drop.
Yeah.
So it's got to be
fine.
Banger after banger from this point forward.
Don't get excited, Chase. Don't get excited. Don't get excited yet.
I'm not counting any pre-hatched chickens. I want to be very clear.
Don't get excited.
It's still very early on in the card. I'm just saying you have a little bit less wiggle room than I'm sure you would have preferred at this point in time. Is that not a fair statement?
No, that's all right. I've got plenty of wiggle room. We'll be all right.
Okay. Well, we move on then. Triple threat tag elimination match. Your tag division has been fire. It was the first 7-star match I think any of us got. Blot Out the
Correct.
Sun, Flame Regiment, Burgundy Bandits in this triple threat elimination match. How did we get here, and what should fans be looking for?
Yeah, listen, let's be real. This is this is not the top contenders match, okay? This is the secondary contenders match. Our tag division has gotten so hot so fast that you now have wrestlers that just want to be in the 3rd best tag match because it is better for their career than being in any kind of major solos feud. And it's for that reason tonight you have the faction leader behind Kanoto Karius wrestling 2 of the lieutenants with, well, really, let's say 1 lieutenant and 1 good soldier for Burn It All Down, and then the former tag champions in Blot Out the Sun. I want to reiterate, this isn't who's going to feud for the belt. This isn't who's going to feud for the contract for the belt. This is the match below that. And all of these guys are fucking ecstatic to be here because Glory of Legends tag matches are hot. And let's point out, most importantly, that Blot Out the Sun and Flame Regiment, the Melt the Belt feud that started when Blot Out the Sun had their, we're still holding on to that belt, has been an absolute dominant feud within Glory of Legends. And then you stack that with the double Total War feud going on between Kanoto Karius and Conquest or Death and Juge and Conquest or Death. Okay? And what you end up with, Juge, Kanoto Karius, and I said that right. And what you end up with is a trio tag match of epic proportion for guys that aren't even in the title picture yet. Blot Out the Sun are trying to regain their glory, get back to being there after Oda's Revenge won the weekly that pushed them into the match with Vinland Saga. Burgundy Bandits are really just here to play spoiler. They want to murder Blot Out the Sun. They said, listen, Cassidy goes, I don't even need to be here. I chose to be here just to fucking embarrass you. Just because I want Kanoto Karius to bury Juge. You guys lost your belt, you're going to lose everything. And Flame Regiment are saying, hey, we deserve that shot. And tonight we're going to put down Burgundy Bandits and the former champions and prove that it should be us and Vinland Saga wrestling for that cash-in contract at the next pay-per-view.
Well, you have spoken about how stacked this tag division is. I'm still, I will admit, a little bit salty about where Blot Out the Sun has ended up. As someone who loves magic missiles on my org, I felt like that title run really turned on them quite quickly. But here they stand. Walter, Who do you think's getting the nod tonight?
Well, I don't think it's Blot Out the Sun. I'll put it that way. I
Mhm.
really don't think it's Blot Out the Sun.
Yeah, that seems fair.
Krieger just lost, which is a bummer. I feel like Krieger always fucking loses. Wajaya and General Horiyashima, I think they lose, so I guess that means Burgundy Bandits? Do I feel confident about that? Fuck it, Burgundy Bandits.
Okay. You believe in Kanoto Karius, you believe in Cassidy, and the incredible push that he has been on since forming Kanoto Karius. Xander, is he right?
He sure fucking the Bandits all day. They're gonna take the win. It's a big win. And yeah, click that Burgundy Bandits button.
Once again, you're changing the script, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That's a 5.5-star match.
Am I getting it? Wait a minute. Is Xander listening to the narrative champion to steal the win from Chase?
I don't know what's happening. I think he just gave me a script as a goof just to keep me on my toes. And if I click the wrong button, then he has an excuse. Oh, I didn't win because you fucked up. You should have known that it wasn't the script that we had. That's on you. That's how I feel in this moment. I'm on an extended episode of Punked at this point. But look, it's a great match. 5.5 stars, Burgundy Bandits. Honestly, the tag I thought you were going to give the win to when we first organized the match, so I'm not surprised you pivoted. It's just the number of pivots in a short period of time is quite surprising.
Yeah, I'm just feeling it tonight. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm just feeling it tonight.
Well, as a result, Cassidy is on his way to becoming a face of the company. Xander Cage hit Green Arrow with 3 consecutive finishers to earn a holy shit moment on the night. It is a nice win there, and congrats to the Burgundy Bandits getting Kanoto Karius a much-deserved victory.
Yes. All right, real quick. Gotta interrupt. This is the moment where you're gonna pause for 30 seconds, because I have to fix my Discord. So give me 30 seconds to fix my Discord. I'll be right back.
That's fine. You take your time, Walter. I will ask you, how do you feel seeing the card that Xander has put together and the fluidity through which we have seen him kind of pivot towards these narratives that you're latching onto?
You know, it's kind of fascinating that he's adapting on the fly, which makes me feel like he isn't very confident in his narrative creation, right? And I'm not just saying that because he's gone and he can't hear anything that I'm saying. But I do find it fascinating, and I wonder if it's just to add a level of suspense for you, since you already kind of know what his card is like, that maybe he's trying to keep you off guard.
Yeah, I am very curious. I mean, look, again, I'm not counting pre-hatched chickens. I'm just looking at some of these scores, and it's got to be bangers all the way down. If Xander is going to win tonight and secure a clean victory, he's got a lot of matches that need to go exactly the way he wants them to. And I think, keeping in mind where are these narratives going, where are the leads taking him, fluidity can be good. It can lead you towards a better idea than where you started, but it can also backfire. So far, it's worked for him every step of the way, but there's a reason Eduardo sounds terrified anytime you talk about leaving the script, and we will see if that streak continues for you, Xander, now that you're back. You want to talk about this Return to Glory Belt Fatal 4-Way Iron Man match between Maricela Reyes, Anastasia, Jade Gatlin, Wrestler of the Year at 6-13. No, I'm not over it. And Ume Amiko.
Yeah, listen. This is the Return to Glory Championship. And tonight, for the first time ever, it is 4 talented women exclusively wrestling for this belt. Maricela Reyes has elevated the talent that is going after the Return to Glory belt. Okay? Her 5 consecutive wins have been dominant. The most dominant we have seen of anyone who has held this belt, arguably, since the days that where Vince Rivera took it off of Kenny Diaz. Okay? So this has been huge. Now, what kind of attack has that attracted? That's right. Jade Gatlin, Wrestler of the Year. Ume Amiko the former heavyweight women's champion, and Anastasia, who is arguably the most hype lower end woman who has been making a climb recently. She did lose her most recent match, but she did get 2 consecutive wins before that, and dominant wins at that. So it's going to come down to who can try to unseat Maricela Reyes. Will it be one of the 2 women from Conquest or Death? Will it be Jade Gatlin from For the People? Or is Burn It All Down's prolific female wrestler going to retain her title tonight and continue to make her push to become Executioner Goro's second in command?
Man, you know, usually I would say I shouldn't make predictions because I have the script, but since the script doesn't really matter, I'll make a prediction. I like Maricela Reyes here. I think she stood as the champion for a while now for good reason. I like her continuing to hold it and proving herself against a top-tier competitor, but if it's not her, I look at Jade Gatlin and I say, man, it would be cool for the greatest wrestler in the world, allegedly, to at least finish 7-13, you know? That's all I'm saying. Walter, who are you giving the nod to? Who do you think wins?
You know, I understand why you would make both of those choices, right? I get it. I understand. Yeah, the champion, right? The greatest wrestler, Jade Gatlin, whatever. Ume Emiko. Ume Emiko. I think it's time. I think it is time for Xander to once again have the better twin and earn the right to say Emiko the way that he wants to. Put the belt on Ume Emiko, Xander.
I would at least appreciate that, because then I'd feel a little bit better about having to mispronounce my name, because for whatever reason they don't match in the game's files. But Xander, who is getting the win?
Listen, this is really a battle between 3 women. Maricela, Jade, and Ume. And they are throwing down. It's aggressive. It's violent. It is brutal.
Uh-huh.
And right when Maricela Reyes goes to take down Ume, she succeeds. But no one has paid any attention to Anastasia tonight. And Anastasia, with all the training she's been getting from Asahi King, is going to be the one that comes away with the win. Anastasia upsets Maricela, upsets everyone in this match, and will take the Return to Glory belt.
She sure does. It's a 5 1/4 star match. That's going to get Anastasia on her face of the company journey. A nice victory indeed for her. Jade Gatlin locks in her position as face of the company. No holy shit moment here, but a nice boost to the Return to Glory Championship. It is back at a silver star. I think you'd lost it just because, or you'd maybe taken a step back because of a quick turnaround, but it's nice to see it in silver where it clearly belongs. A nice win for Conquest or Death. I believe Burn It All Down losing that championship there. How are you feeling seeing the score come through here, Xander?
Yeah, you know, 5 1/4 is probably half a star lower than I wanted for this one, but or a 1/4 star lower than I wanted for this one. But it's big for it's big for Anastasia, and now Maricela, she's unleashed. Her fury will know no bounds, and let's just say the rest of this promotion.
I am very curious to see what you do with her. You have a lot of talented people who are already in title pictures, so Maricela being laid loose can go in a lot of different directions. But we move on for now to a triple threat tag elimination match. You said the previous one was the 3rd highest tag match of the night. Here's the 2nd highest, is Vinland Saga, the ones who have the Ravaging Marauder contract, going up against Love Hurts and Oda's Revenge. How did we get here, Xander?
Listen, Vinland Saga and Love Hurts have been throwing down for a little bit. Vinland Saga and Oda's Revenge, okay, is a newer feud that was built out of Oda's Revenge winning against their brethren, finally closing out that chapter in the friendly contest between Juge, and Oda's Revenge came out on top. They're brothers, all right, Green Arrow and Blue Arrow. You can see they're on the outs. They need some help. They need some work. But Oda's Revenge are hot right now. They have been getting some big wins, and including 2 of their losses before that were actively helping Blue Arrow and Green Arrow secure wins. So their record is extremely deceptive. Now, Love Hurts. They have also been improving, but they have not been able to get that big win yet, despite being in the biggest tag matches. And of course, last but not least, your Conquest or Death turned Konodo Karius members, your faces turned heel, the Viking brothers, who have been on an absolute tear. 3-0, but have secured all 7 of those wins extremely recently. I think the one loss between them, I do believe were 0-10 or 0-9 or 1-9. So these guys have been dominating the tag division. And it is the only tag that people are paying attention to outside of Frontline and Jolly Roger right now. Everyone is ecstatic when Vinland Saga steps on the mat. They know it's going to be brutal. They know it's going to be vicious. It is going to be Viking. And tonight, Juge and Bright Future want to come away with a big upset and earn themselves that cash-in contract so that they can put themselves in the tag championship picture.
Look, man, you know I love Vinland Saga. I will never not root for Vinland Saga, even if they're heels now. I just love Bear Winter and Wolf Klein and all their Viking shenanigans along the way. Walter, who do you think wins tonight?
I mean, listen, if there's one thing in wrestling that I love, but I also fucking love Vikings, give it to Vinland Saga. I don't even care. I don't need to give any other reasons. 2 big burly Vikings in wrestling is just fucking incredible.
It's true. It's just known. That's a fact.
Yeah, that is a fact, and that's why they're going to win tonight. It's going to be Vinland Saga. We're not going to dance around it.
Okay.
Vinland Saga with the 6-star match.
This is the match that deserves 6 stars. Vinland Saga should be rewarded at all times. Glad the game agrees. Well done there.
Listen, Chase, I do just want to bring you back to the week before I turned them, and I promised you big things for these guys, okay? I promised you. And you were upset even for the first couple of weeks that they turned and all that, but now you see that they're here, they're gonna stay, and I hope that no matter what happens tonight in terms of card, you're happy to watch them make the moves that you wanted to see several months ago.
Look, I am happy to see Vinland Saga do well, undeniably. You know,
Bear Winter on their way to the face of the company. Let's go.
You do love to see that. You love to see Bear Winter hitting Yuji Onishi with his finisher off the top rope for a holy shit moment. That's great to see. You know, I'm looking forward to when they decide to use that contract to turn things in their favor. I don't know when that moment is coming. I don't know if it's coming tonight, but I'm ready for Vinland Saga to assert themselves as the tag team of this company. And I look forward to seeing when that trigger is pulled, if that trigger is pulled. But we've got plenty of matches before that would even be relevant, so we will move on to the Women's Lightweight Championship match. Hey, look, it's a casket match. Hanada Shiroki versus Kurosaru. How did this come together, Xander?
Listen, Kurosaru and Hanada have been throwing down for a bit. Kurosaru wants to get back this lightweight championship. Kurosaru and Ume have been the 2 most talented women not named Emily Everett in this competition, and they did kind of trade their opportunities, both of them at different times holding belts. And Kurosaru has been working so hard to earn one back, and she has fallen short repeatedly. After her very dominant run much earlier in this promotion, she has struggled. She's still secured wins. She's even gotten some big wins, but she has not been able to do it to earn a belt back. And so it's right now here against Hanada that she believes this is her time to shine. She's not going up with Heike and Emily in the women's heavyweight. She believes, listen, this is attainable. I can do this. I've held this before. Now is my time. Meanwhile, Hanada has said, listen, bitch, I just got this belt. All right? I am not giving it back to you. Okay? I am this thing. Asahi has been working with me. I am going to become a champion that you, Ume, Emily, Anastasia, and Maricela all fear. And for the people, will have and continue to have the most talented women in this promotion, regardless of whatever trash you spew out when you come out onto into the ring.
Yeah, I mean, look, these are two colossal competitors. The Steel Corsairs gimmick here. Walter, who do you think's getting the nod?
See, I feel like Shiroki has not had the belt long enough, but I want Kurosawa to win. Keep it on Shiroki, but I think the correct decision would be Kurosawa.
Okay. So you hear Xander clearly torn from Walter's angle. What decision did you make?
It is going to be Hanada retaining tonight.
Fair enough. Reasonable.
Hanada does indeed retain. It's a 5.25 star match between these two. I have to say, the casket matches in general not giving quite what you'd expect from a 4-star ratings boost here. But it does get that feud hot between the two of them, which is great to see. Gives them more room to wrestle in the future. We will see if Kurosawa can earn her way back up to winning that belt. It is a holy shit moment as Hanada Shiroki gets up from Kurosawa's finisher before asking her to hit another. That's 30 creativity points, and it gets the Women's Lightweight Championship to a Gold Star Prestige. Ravaging Marauder Contracts, I don't think we noticed this earlier, gets the Silver Star Prestige. So some very nice increases here that are only going to help the prestige of these belts in the long run. How are you feeling about this result, Andy?
Still feeling fine. Need the stars to bump just a bit, and we're good.
Okay. Well, we move on for now to the Triple Glory Championships. This is a triple threat trio elimination match between the Hot Gates, Wagon Raid, and Young Revolution. Xander, these three have been fighting together for a while now. What makes tonight's match special? What brings them in the ring here?
Yeah, listen, they've been fighting for a while now, but Hot Gates just won this in what is arguably the largest upset in the Triple Glory history of this belt. And tonight is the question of, can they retain? They won by kind of blindsiding Wagon Raid and Young Revolution in the last match. And Wagon Raid and Young Revolution tonight, there's only one thing they're going to focus on, and that is the Hot Gates. So it's genuinely going to come down to whether or not the Hot Gates actually deserve to hold this belt. Young Revolution are arguably the most talented trio here, and Wagon Raid wrestle with the most brutality. But the Hot Gates have been doing special work, and they have kept their heads down and put in the effort night after night. So yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, of all of the belts that could possibly change hands tonight, this is the one that has arguably the most randomness to it, because the people holding it right now are the ones that on paper shouldn't be.
I mean, look, this is the best the Police Demos have to offer. I feel like it's the best of them with Romu Inchi, Rich Larson, Christian Quinn. Wagon Raid, while Kanoto Karius has done well, you know, these are three lower tier members of that faction. Certainly who have their eye on Police Demos, but you can see why perhaps they have failed to come up as strong as they would like. Young Revolution, on the other hand, there's a reason they were the belt holders as long as they were, and I think it creates a very interesting dynamic in this match. Walter, who's getting the nod tonight?
Listen, as if you were going to take it off of the champions that just won it a month ago, it's going to stay with the Hot Gates. And you're going to need to do a little bit more narrative building to convince me of anything else.
Well, that is a fair prediction as far as I'm concerned. Xander, is he right?
Yeah, listen, it's the Hot Gates tonight, most notably because Wagon Raid are tired. Xander Cage already wrestled tonight. This was his second match. He wrestled with Burgundy Bandits, and he is the most talented member on Wagon Raid. So if they're not on form, then it's really just the Hot Gates staving off Young Revolution. And listen, they proved at last month that was actually the one thing they were good at. So them retaining here is relatively, it's a bit surprising, but given the work that Wagon Raid would have to put in here to make something change, they just weren't prepared to do that tonight.
I mean, look, it's a hot match. All of them brought out the best in each other. Gets the feud between Aiden Astral and Christian Quinn hot, which is great for Police Demos versus Kenoto Karius in general. It's a holy shit moment as Christian Quinn suplexes Aiden Astral from the apron through a table outside. Really nice to see there. Triple Glory continuing to get a nice boost, slowly but surely fighting their way up to a gold star belt. A very strong performance from Police Demos. This is the one area in which they've really been able to shine, and we will see just how far the hot gates can go and what it will mean for each of their individual members as they slowly but surely climb up the card. But we move on. It's the men's lightweight championship. This is a 6-way Iron Man match between Phil Hangtime, DJ Castle, Elliot Hangtime, Black Bull, Braden Castle, and Kota Super. 6 incredible competitors here, Xander. How did this match come together, and what can fans be looking forward to?
You've got the most notable tag arguably in history, okay, of this promotion. DJ Castle and Braden Castle, for the people, the first tag champions who wrestled in a time that people would argue that while the tag division is hot right now, while there's people putting in work, while there's amazing tag wrestlers, that was the hardest the tag division had ever been. You had Eric and Elliot, you had Hang Time Heresy dominating during that period. You even had Johnny and Phil hopping into tag matches. You had Ume and Korosaru hopping into tag matches. So even though the tag division is at its most height because of the volume of good wrestling, there were the top heavy matches at that time. And tonight, they are here as individuals working together to try and bring Phil's belt for themselves. Now, additionally, you've got Kota Super, okay, and Black Bull. Kota Super wanting to make his step to become the face of the company, the Prince of Harlem, the guy who's taken quite a beating lately, but who knows that it's Brigantia's time. He watched his faction win a big match earlier tonight with Danny Cole getting that upset over General Hayashima. And it's him believing that this is Brigantia's moment. This is our chance. This is our time to upset Conquest or Death, to be the ones holding this individual title for the first time ever. Brigantia have never held an individual title outside of the Return to Glory belt, which Serpentine gave over to Maricela Reyes. And while they're holding the tag division down right now, these individual belts mean a lot. But you have Black Bull, who is feuding half the people on this card right now. Executioner Goro's murdering marauder, the guy who is a dangerous worker, who is here to put people out of the ring and out of work. And last but not least, you've got not one, but 2 hang times. You've got Elliot Hangtime, who has been making quite the redemption arc, working on behalf of Johnny, working to keep Conquest or Death at the highest possible echelon of competition, and really undoing a lot of the damage that he feels, or at least claims now, that Eric was solely responsible. Elliot has really been trying to come into his own, and he's here tonight working
Did Xander disconnect for you, Walter, or did I just lose him on my end?
Oh no.
Hey,
Great.
Can you hear us?
Can hear you now. Yeah, we got
Okay,
that, fam. Sorry, the stream, I think, dropped. We'll see. Hopefully we get back in. It's attempting to reconnect. Okay, I'm gonna stop streaming and start again. See if that fixes it. There we go.
Okay, there we go.
Man. Okay. Well, sometimes my internet just completely shits the bed, and that's the world we live in. That's the world in which we find ourselves.
I don't think it was down for too long.
No,
it was not very long, but it was doing so well. I had 0 dropped frames for 5.5 hours, and you know how shit my internet has been. That was surprisingly good, only to fall apart just in a moment. Also, hi Scary, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for joining the stream. But yeah, Walter, I don't know if you had a chance to make your prediction, but who do you think Xander's giving the win to?
Yeah, well, I was just saying, but last but not least is Phil Hangtime, right? The guy who has been once again on a tear after getting the win off of Executioner Goro, being the only one right now who can even beat Executioner Goro, with Kai falling to him at the heavyweight belt. So Phil, even though this is the lightweight belt, Phil is the one who pushed this to a gold belt. Phil looks absolutely unbeatable. There's a reason why this belt also was the belt of the year, right? Because this belt went from bronze to gold faster than any other. And that is exclusively thanks to Phil Hangtime. So will Phil retain, or will one of these talented wrestlers be able to upset him? Will one of the Total War feuds be the thing that comes in the way? What's going to happen, Walter?
I think Phil is going to keep the belt, and I do think that this Elliot Hangtime, turned his brothers to help Johnny. It is going to be a big crux of it. But if you were going to pick anyone to do it, my guess is it would be Black Bull. But I'm going to say Phil Hangtime still gets the win.
Okay, Walter believes in Phil Hangtime. Scary, sorry to hear you're not feeling well, man, but thanks for stopping by the screen. I hope you feel better soon. Xander, who did you end up giving the win to?
Listen, you almost nailed it, Walter. You almost nailed it. Phil is overwhelmed tonight. Black Bull is absolutely destroying this group of wrestlers. And only one person can win and retain the belt. And when Phil goes down, the man who stands tall in the Iron Man is Elliot.
I like it. That's fucking good narrative.
Yeah. A big turnaround for Elliot. It's a 6-star match. The game has rewarded you for it, as well it should. A very low-scoring Iron Man, but really speaks to how close all of these wrestlers are. I will be very curious. You're putting so much attention on your tag belt. I'll be curious if Castle Crashers return to the tag division sooner rather than later. But for now, that's the kind of match that makes you rightfully confident that this was the right direction for them. Gets 2 feuds hot, the Phil Hangtime, Elliot Hangtime, as well as Phil Hangtime, DJ Castle. Braden Castle now officially a face of the company. And here's a holy shit moment as Elliot Hangtime kicks out of Kota Supa's finisher, uses his body to get up, and asks to be finished off. That's 30 creativity points. That's a nice boost for the men's lightweight championship. And a nice win for Elliot Hangtime. That's got to feel good, Zim.
Oh, yeah. No, this Walter, this is one that we've been working for a little while, Elliot's redemption arc. And tonight was the night. Tonight is the night where, listen, the Hangtimes aren't dropping the lightweight championship, but a new Hangtime brother is holding on to it. And it's going to make Phil, it's a very bittersweet feeling. He is the number 2 right now, and his older brother just took his belt. So Phil is going to have to figure out what he's going to do next, where he's going to go. And there's not a civil war brewing between the Hangtimes, but there is a healthy rivalry that has gone hot tonight.
Yeah, it is interesting to see how that story's pivoted over time. I do think Eric Hangtime going down has enabled you to take things in a very interesting direction. Clearly, the fans are in, and I look forward to seeing how Elliot's reign turns out. We move on. Oh, look, it's a casket match. The Men's Cruiserweight Championship. A triple threat casket match between Vince Rivera, Sebastian Chaos, and Regan Awesome. Xander, how did we get here?
Yeah. So listen, you have Regan Awesome, who is very honestly reaching tonight. Regan has made one hell of a climb. 976 popularity when just a month ago he was at 816 popularity. Regan Awesome, with the backing of Hueso de Cabra, has moved into an echelon of wrestling that a lot of folks thought he would never get to. And he begged for the opportunity tonight to be in this match. And it was rewarded. Mostly because, once again, Johnny wants to embarrass a face faction. And while Johnny didn't have a Conquest or Death wrestler to put in here tonight, he knows that this match is really between Vince Rivera and Sebastian Chaos. It is two Burn It All Down members who have been fighting for that position right below Executioner Goro. While Maricela Reyes was pushing for it from the position that she was in as the Return to Glory champion, Vince and Sebastian are the ones actively feuding to be Executioner Goro's right-hand man. They are not his instrument of death. Everyone knows that's Black Bull. But they are the two next guys up for that position of general or tactician, right? The guy that you would kind of expect General Hayashima to be, but he has struggled so much that he is far, far below. And so Vince and Sebastian want this desperately. Their feud has been born, and only one of them can win tonight.
Well, Walter, it seems clear Regan Awesome, despite being a 4'4", 19-year-old face with Hueso de Cabra in his corner, does not seem like the guy who's going to win based on that preview. Who do you think does get the nod?
I feel like Vince Rivera maybe hasn't had the belt long enough. But there is a part of me that thinks Regan Awesome winning it would be just kind of funny.
Mm-hmm. I think it'd be awesome personally.
Boo. I say it stays on Vince Rivera. But it would be funny if it went to Regan Awesome. I genuinely enjoy that.
Mm-hmm. Now, Walter, would it change your prediction to know that Xander has a quest for Vince Rivera to not lose a singles match for another month?
You know, that would change my prediction to only Vince Rivera. No chance of Regan Awesome, even though it'd be funny. So it's only going to be Vince Rivera.
Yeah, correct. It's Vince Rivera.
And it's a 6-star banger of a match yet again. Coming in strong as we hit the tail end of this one. A very nice match. Another hype bonus here. We see no holy shit moments. It does not appear, but a nice result, getting the Cruiserweight belt a little bit more love as it continues its journey towards becoming a Platinum belt down the line. Well done to Vince Rivera. He's an incredible champion and has been a great champion for a few months now. We will see how long he holds the belt now that the game has not directly asked you to keep him in that position. But for now, it's one heck of a match, one heck of a performance. But we move on to the Tag Team Championship. It is a ladder match between Frontline and Jolly Roger. How did we get to this 1v1 given the sheer volume of talented tags in this division, Xander?
Listen, we got to this 1v1 because Jolly Roger have been the most dominant of the contenders in this division right now. While Vinland Saga have made a name for themselves, and they are arguably the guys to be next featured, Jolly Roger and Frontline are the two that have made these tag bouts so hype, so intense, and so impressive. And despite Jolly Roger's 2-7 record, don't forget most of those losses are exclusively in belt matches, including in a couple before the injury that took place, where they were wrestling against the likes of the Castles time heresies, and everybody. So Jolly Roger are the tag time the tag time. That's great. The tag team representing Conquest or Death right now, and they have been doing it in a very, very epic fashion. High flying, acrobatic matches. But Frontline want to retain. Frontline with Hueso de Cabra, Matt Robinson, Serpentine Suprema they put on the greatest performance in a singular match that any promotion had the entire year. And they are looking to continue a dominant run. And they're out here saying, listen, Jolly Roger, we respect y'all. We appreciate the work you've put in to get here. But we're going to put you down. And then we're going to put Vinland Saga down. And then we're going to put down every single tag that's in the division currently. And at that point, we're going to call out the hang times. We're going to call the Castle Crashers back. And we are going to prove that we are the best tag team to ever exist in Glory of Legends. And you won't fucking forget it.
It's a very interesting dynamic. You talk about the tag teams being stronger than they've ever been, while simultaneously saying that Frontline needs to win to call back all these great tag teams. It's a very interesting balance in your tag division that you're trying to keep going here. I will say real quick, sorry I missed this, Scary. Scary was thinking that if Regan won, then perhaps Vince and Sebastian would work together to beat him up in the future. That would have been a fun narrative. I agree with you there. But clearly Vince has more in the tank before we get to that point. I turn to you here, Walter. Between Frontline and Jolly Roger, who's getting the nod?
And Frontline is going to get the nod, and it's going to be absolutely hilarious when Vinland Saga immediately comes in, cashes in, and steals the belt from them.
Yeah, is this a cash-in, Xander, or am I just clicking the Frontline button?
You're just clicking the Frontline button.
Okay.
The cash-in's not happening tonight.
Fair enough.
It's a 5 3/4 star match. It's a nice win for Frontline, who I do like quite a bit. Serpentine Suprema, Matt Robinson, two incredible wrestlers, and I'm happy to see them continuing to do well. I'm not as convinced by Jolly Roger as you are, but I am happy to see this match get rewarded. Bone Soldier now officially a face of the company, which is fascinating. I did not realize he was just a month away. But Serpentine Suprema suplexing Bone Soldier headfirst onto a ladder. That's 30 creativity points. It's a very nice moment here. The tag belt continues to climb. And I have to imagine you're feeling pretty good, all things considered, Xander.
Yeah, I'm just saying that the average of Roger's last matches is like 6.5 stars, so their last 3 matches. So you know, you can feel however you want, but
I mean, I just don't think the WWE goes, hey, this tag team's great because Meltzer keeps giving them high scores. They usually say this tag team's great because they win. And Jolly Roger doesn't win. But, that's it's just a difference of perspective. It's a matter of opinion, so to speak. And I'm definitely not salty about how you threw away Blot Out the Sun, who had the belt for months and won regularly, so you can give a 2-8 Jolly Roger the greatest tag team challenger in the company. Sure, man. Oh my goodness.
Stay mad, get good, skill issue.
We have fun here. We move on. It's a triple threat Iron Man match, the men's heavyweight championship. Executioner Goro taking on Kai Galvana and Azaki Cordova. Xander, how did we get to this Iron Man match?
These are the 2 biggest feuds with Executioner Goro. Okay, you have him in the only monster feud with Kai Galvana. A reminder, Executioner Goro pissed on Kai Galvana's mom's grave and then immediately took this belt off of him. There has never been a more disrespectful moment, I would argue, in any of our promotions than that one this year. Okay? And Kai, of course, has had the time to put the work in and try and overcome. But every time he has stepped into the ring with Executioner Goro, he has come into a blind rage. And instead of it being beneficial, the member of Burn It All Down across from him has used that fire against him. The other person on the card tonight is Azaki Cordova, the former cruiserweight champion, with Hueso de Cabra behind him. Hueso has put so much effort into making Azaki the guy he is today, who is now the number 2 in For the People, who went from an 0-6 record to a 9-10 record with one of the most prolific belt runs we have seen that was not from a hang time this year. And tonight, Kai and Azaki want to be the ones, for different reasons, to take the belt off of Executioner. Kai wants to undo all of the damage that's been done to him. He wants to get back at Executioner Goro. He wants to embarrass Executioner Goro. Meanwhile, Azaki is trying to raise the profile of For the People. He wants to put For the People back on top, and he wants to make sure that Burn It All Down have no opportunity to be leaders in this promotion. He doesn't want Executioner to have say in any matches going forward the way that the Emperor does.
I mean, look.
And Executioner, of course, well, he's trying to execute some people.
That is the thing that the Executioner does, and he's done it very well. He's on a 4-match win streak, has been an incredible belt holder across multiple belts during this first year of our competition. I do think the Executioner Goro pissing on Kai Galvana's mama's grave is right up there with Cobra Gaston beating up his brother in front of their family as my favorite spite moments of the year for sure. Walter, who do you think's walking away with a win tonight?
Yeah, pissing on someone's grave, almost as good as stealing their father's coffin, as Big Boss Man did to Big Show way back in the day. Also made Al Snow. Al Snow made him Big Boss Man eat. That was a lot of fun. That being said, yeah, no, he made him, like, he delivered.
Don't give Executioner Goro ideas, man. That's all I'm saying.
yeah. Big Boss Man ordered some like room service or whatever, and Al Snow delivered it, and it turned out to be Big Boss Man's dog. It was great. It looked like dog food too. It was kind of funny. Kind of beef and tips, but beef tips. But anyways, Executioner Goro wins this.
Yeah, I mean, Executioner Goro is the favorite until proven otherwise, as far as I'm
concerned. He pissed on the dude's grave. You don't have him lose immediately. Come on.
I mean, it was a couple months ago, for the record. That pissing on the grave is still.
Still.
I get you. Are we right here, Xander? Is this Executioner Goro?
Yeah, listen. Executioner Goro is just too strong tonight. He is trying to put Kai down. Oh, no. Wow, that's all bad. Everything that just happened there is bad.
That is a slight injury.
Okay.
A 1%
But that's
chance. Now,
5-star match, though. That's not good.
The 5-star match is not good for you.
Yeah.
I have a very important question before we move on from this. You have the choice to vacate the belt. Now, it's a slight injury, which means it's very possible. No. Okay. You're happy to keep it on Executioner and assume that it's either an injury he can wrestle with, or it's 1 to 2 months and you do a Wolverine.
I have a feeling that he will have a Wolverine-like recovery.
That sounds about right to me. I imagine that's why it's only 5 stars, right? As the Executioner gets injured early in this match, and unfortunately it means he's not able to go full throttle. Everyone does their best to cover for those moments, and Executioner at 60% is still a 5-star match. But certainly not the role you want to see.
That's really rough. I'm gonna be honest with you. That might be very bad.
Yeah, I mean, look, 35% fatigue. It's not
1% chance.
I know. Look, you know me, man. As someone who has been hit by a lot of very low rolls, I have nothing but empathy for you. I hate seeing injuries. I never root for a competitor to get injured. That's not how I want to see things go down.
Yeah, I've only done that like twice for both of you, but that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm just saying, for my I will always be rooting for
all right,
recovery.
it's fine. It's fine. It'll be fine. It'll all be fine. It'll be okay.
Yeah. I mean, look, Dr. Watkins is now level 2. That's cool.
Woohoo.
Zaki Cordova, face of the company. Men's heavyweight belt still gets a nice push. A lot of bonuses here coming through. But yeah, I mean, an unlucky injury roll combined with a low roll on the effect here does make things very, very interesting as we move into the last 2 matches here. We move on. Women's Heavyweight Championship. It's a steel cell match. Emily Everett and Heike Imoto. Tell us, Xander, how did this match come together?
Listen, Emily Everett just took this belt off of Heike. Emily, out of nowhere, it was very clear that she was contesting Johnny, and then it seems like something happened in the background. Johnny was really very close to losing to Emily in multiple matches, right? There were a lot of those, three-way matches with Emily, Alex, Jim, and Johnny. And every single time, the only person who looked like, was really getting to Johnny was Emily Everett. And then suddenly, Emily Everett pivots and ends up in a pay-per-view in a match for the women's heavyweight again, the belt that she built up. And it was against Heike, and she took it off her almost immediately. And it was shocking. I mean, everybody was kind of blown by, that transition. But here we are again, Emily defending the belt, and Heike still kind of stunned, trying to get it back. But a notable thing here, Asahi King is representing both of these women. And right now, she is standing with Emily Everett, who she believes is the one to come out on top. And she has said from the beginning that she believes Emily will be the first Empress in Glory of Legends. Heike, she's got a huge uphill battle to climb. Her own manager is standing across the ring from her. But they're in a steel cell tonight. They are at the Gold pay-per-view. And anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's quite the talents here. Emily Everett, of course, the franchise, having proven herself time and time again. I will be very curious to see if she ever goes back to that True Leader feud or if she has some greater machinations in mind. Walter, do you think Emily maintains her role tonight, or does Heike Imoto take her belt back?
Oh, I definitely think Emily Everett keeps it. I listen, I get it, but it's been 1 month. It's in a steel cell, which also might be a little early in that in the feud to do that. But yeah, no, Emily Everett keeps it. You're not gonna hotshot this belt. Doesn't make sense.
Is that a fair statement there, Xander?
Fair statement. Emily Everett is going to retain tonight, not going to pretend otherwise.
There's a 6-star match right there, and a well-deserved one. I love the True Loyalties feud. This is something I think ever since you started giving Asahi King faces and heels, I've been looking for you to take on, and I'm glad to see that pay off with a nice bonus here. It gets the feud hot between Emily and Heike, which is great because I think these wrestlers have the chance to pull out the best of each other. No holy shit moment here, but a very nice boost for the Women's Heavyweight Championship. And that belt well on its way to becoming a platinum belt heading into Season 2. So well done to Emily. Congratulations to her. We will see how she continues to maintain her role as the Women's Heavyweight Championship and whether she, like Suki Akiyama, perhaps goes for a double belt situation at some point. I mean, the sky's the limit for someone with the talent of Emily. Is that fair to say, Xander?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, we've got our last match of the night. It is our main event, the Emperor's Belt, on the line between Johnny Hangtime, Alex Jim, and is that Hueso de Cabra in the ring?
It sure is, Chase. Because it turns out that the 49-year-old time manager promised Alex Jim tonight that he would have the guidance he needs to beat Johnny Hangtime. After everything that Hueso and Johnny have said back and forth with the segments, with everything that Hueso has promised to put a new face on the pedestal and make someone good, someone who is truly a believer in the people. As the Emperor, Hueso de Cabra has himself stepped into the steel cell tonight. And Johnny is giddy. Johnny gets on the mic and says, Hueso and Alex, here together tonight, I can't wait to end 2 careers. One that, let's be honest, Hueso, was over a long time ago. After all I've done for you, letting you have the honor of wrestling in the ring with me, all of the fame, all of the glory, I even let you hold that heavyweight belt for a while, didn't I? Before I naturally had Kai rip it off you. But I did all of this for you. And this is how you repay your emperor? You think that I have held For the People down? No! I am the reason you were even relevant to begin with. And Alex, tonight, I'm going to end your fucking career. I'm going to embarrass you. I'm going to embarrass Hueso de Cabra. I'm going to embarrass For the People. And I am going to embarrass every fan that has had the audacity to stand with you against the Emperor. And he looks out at the crowd when he does this. And Alex Jim steps up. But this year you've proven that the only thing you care about is yourself. You've proven that conquest or death are not even the thing that you elevate above Glory of Legends. It's just you. And the people need someone that will give them what they want to see. No more petty, squabbling matches. No more begging for moments to set each faction up where they come to you on their knees groveling. Johnny, that's done. We are going to give the people the best matches possible, night in and night out. And your say is going to be completely irrelevant when I rip that crown off you and I put the hang times beneath the people for the first time this promotion has ever. And don't you fucking forget it, Johnny. Because you're going to have a lot of thinking to do after tonight. And Hueso pats Alex Jim on the back. And Johnny is clearly livid. And the match begins.
And what a match in front of us. Johnny Hangtime 15-0. The guy who I would have expected of anyone at a Glory of Legends to win Wrestler of the Year. He has proven himself time and time again. The question is, Walter, does Hueso de Cabra entering the ring give Alex Jim the boost he needs to finally take the belt tonight? Or does Johnny Hangtime remain the gold standard for the Glory of Legends promotion?
So this is the two guys that lose retire?
No. Hueso de Cabra is a full-time manager who is coming out for one match.
Gotcha.
And he is using that one match to try and help Alex Jim win. Now, Johnny and Hueso have their own feud that is mask versus career.
Got it. So if Johnny loses, he retires, but if Johnny wins, he gets Hueso's mask.
When
Correct.
the feud blows off, to be clear on that, this is the start of a feud, not the end of it necessarily.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Xander, from a lore perspective, but I don't think that's happening purely tonight. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair to say.
Okay. So, yeah.
I'm so fascinated by this, Xander. I'm so fascinated by this because all of the rules of engagement would say Alex Jim wins this. But can you... Johnny Hangtime being in charge? Are you actually capable of being in charge of Glory of Wrestling? Are you capable of being in charge?
That's a great question.
No, Johnny Hangtime wins.
Okay. You believe in Johnny? Xander, tell me what button I'm hitting, friend.
Walter, you believe in Johnny.
I don't believe in Johnny. I know you do.
The fans believe in Johnny. But it's going to be Alex Jim.
Okay, fair enough.
Unseating Johnny to become the first non-hang-time emperor that this promotion has ever seen through the help of Hueso de Cabra.
Okay.
And For the People are now the holders of the Emperor's belt.
An incredible moment for Alex Jim. He has worked so hard for this over the year. He had such a long streak as the men's heavyweight championship, lost the belt once, and put his entire reputation on the line to challenge Johnny time and time and time again. And finally, it pays off. And it pays off with a holy shit moment as Alex Jim dives off the top of the cell, crashing onto Huesa. Well, no, that's got to be crashing onto Johnny Hangtime, I have to imagine.
Yeah, it's crashing onto Johnny Hangtime.
Yeah, we'll just headcanon.
Can we just count? How many did I have tonight? How many holy shit moments did I have? 8?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 out of 16, which is a solid ratio right there.
Yeah, paid for most of the card back. I got most of my money back.
That is very fair.
All right, moment of truth. I don't think I did it. I think it's a 5.5 star.
It's a 5 3/4 star.
What's the hype at? What's the hype at?
It is below
Oh,
345.
it's shorts. I'm short.
You're short.
Oh,
That is a win.
I'm short by less than 20 hype.
I win.
Walter wins.
Walter wins. And there we go. Look at that. 65K fans for myself, 41K fans for Xander. We don't need to look at those other two numbers. They're not important. What matters here is that the standings at the end, Xander at 9.5, I'm at 9.5, Eduardo at 7.75, and Walter, our narrative champion, wins the tiebreaker. Congratulations, Walter. Yeah, you wanna give a speech here as you go from 0.5 to 10.5 here? Is that?
I mean,
he just goes to 10 flat. He's half a point above us, right at 10 flat.
Sure.
See, here's the problem. Here's the difference. I'm not even the one that was like, yeah, if you guys tie, I should be the winner, right? You're the ones that said it.
Mhm.
You're the ones that agreed to it.
Mm-hmm.
So you only have yourself to blame. And, given everything that has happened, I need the Thanos quote. I need the Thanos. You could not live with your own failure, and where did that bring you? Back to me. I am, and forever shall be, the only rough drafts champion of fucking anything. And you'd think Chase would have learned by now. Xander, I can understand your first time engaging in a rough drafts competition. But this is why I'm esports' Miz. I always fucking win.
I'm going to be honest with you, Walter. When I agreed to this because I thought it would be funny, I kind of assumed that you would be upset that we just gave you a win despite being in last place this entire competition, that you would feel like we were, like, don't take pity on me kind of energy. But hearing you just loud and proud, excited that you secured the victory, I miscalculated. And, you live and you learn.
No,
Long game, baby. Long game.
Listen, Walter. Let me tell you the core reason why this happened this way, and why I really argued that this should be the case. Because at the end of the day, I'm not the biggest loser. Chase is not the biggest loser. Eduardo is the biggest loser. Because Eduardo
no.
Eduardo,
He's not
before he left
himself.
Before he left, thought there was a chance he could take second place.
Oh god.
And he's gonna wake up tomorrow in 4th place. And there is objectively nothing as funny as it is that you won, it is infinitely funnier that Eduardo is in 4th place. Because this game has done nothing but hurt him. And now all of his friends have also hurt him. Not that Chase wasn't already doing that.
I didn't. Yeah.
But now it is solidified. And I want to say, Eduardo, when you're watching this back tomorrow, Defeat sends his regards.
Lamau.
So does Henry, for the record. So does Henry. And I can't be mad at this. Look,
This is funny.
Look, it would have been boring if I just said, sure, I win the tiebreaker because I got more stars than Xander did, or I win the tiebreaker because I got more fans than Xander did, both of which are objectively true. And any
or I win the
tiebreaker
tiebreaker because I had more awards. Because I had the best wrestler in the world. I had the best wrestler in the world. You didn't have Jade Gatlin.
Children,
I think you
settle
definitely
down.
believed mattered. That was the thing.
Settle down. This is why I'm the champion, because you two can't stop arguing with each other. It's the only fair thing to do.
No,
I'm the champion.
It's the only fair thing because
it's
Chase
the only
didn't have Jade
funny thing to do. It's not fair. It's funny. Let's be very clear. Fairness was not the objective of this tiebreaker.
It's fair and balanced. Let's be honest.
It is
it's
fair
and balanced.
Agreed.
The guy who decided not to play the game for the entire 6 months we've been playing this is the guy who ends up winning. I think that's the best way to end this.
That is the best way to end this. It is both fair, balanced, and funny. All of the above. I can hear Chase short circuiting right now. It's great.
I have some regrets.
This is almost as funny. This is almost as funny as when I yelled at him for making the Alawi pun, and then he said it was you, and then I gave you props for it. So
it's just that it's always like I do this to myself, and it's always my fault, and I get it. Like, it is objectively funny, and it always has been my entire life, and I've never learned, I've never adapted, I've never grown, I've never changed. This is just the person I've chosen to be my entire life, child, adult, regardless. This is the life.
The 10 years Chase and I have known each other, and he hasn't realized that he will always be a second-rate duelist with a third-rate deck.
Oh, you hit him with the card talk. Oh no, Chase.
Yeah.
You can't stand for that. All right.
What do you want me to do?
Is
there any way I stand up for myself and you don't shoot down? How fucking dare you? You can't take that lying down. Fuck off. How dare you? There's no defense you would support or appreciate. Absolute.
Oh,
absolute fucking nonsense.
I'm crying. I'm crying.
This clown
It's so
show.
funny.
Oh my god. Well, you know what?
Oh god. Oh god.
Congratulations,
Oh, so
Walter. I
truly am honored.
I feel good about my life choices. That's really the number one emotion I'm taking
gonna
away
die.
from this moment.
I'm gonna pass out. It's so funny. I'm seeing stars.
Well,
oh my god. Oh.
On that
Oh.
note, thank you so much to everyone who watched season 1. It was mostly a pleasure. Mostly an absolute pleasure. I unironically appreciate getting an excuse to hear all my friends do cool creative stuff around wrestling narratives. Unironically, I am proud of what we put together as a large show. Xander, you can go fuck yourself, but also thank you for being my co-host for as many episodes as you did. The weeklies would not have been the same if I had to do them all alone.
Of course, man. My pleasure.
Walter, fuck off, but also congratulations to you for persevering as the game set so much bullshit your way. I mean, an insane amount across so many variables. And Eduardo, I won't tell you to go fuck yourself because you've done no wrong to me. But I will say thank you for powering through when the game told you to go fuck yourself on repeated occasions, and for not understandably ripping my head off when I misclicked like 4 times during the first half of this competition. So shout out to you all, and shout out to all the lovely viewers, anyone who's turned into a single stream, watched any of the YouTube videos. We appreciate you. We see you. And we hope that you had a great time. We'll be back eventually for season 2. There is no timetable. We want to take some time, let people reset, digest, all of that fun stuff. But for now, Walter, our champion, by rules that made sense, where can the nice people at home find you?
Yeah, you guys can find me at C80s_LOL and at C80s.bsky.social. This was fucking hilarious. God, I'm so happy.
Fantastic. You can, of course, find the podcast at Rough Drafts Pod on Twitter or at Rough Drafts Podcast on bsky.social if you want to hear Walter and I shooting the shit about movies and video games. It's a fun time, so check that out. Xander, where can the nice people at home find you?
Oh, you can find me laughing at home about everything that happened tonight. And then also you can oh, poor Eduardo. You can find me on all socials. I don't mean it. It's hilarious. You can find me on all socials at Tentacle Coach. Or please go follow my wonderful place of work, which is Brooklyn College Esports. That is at CUNYBC Esports. A lot of students working very hard, making great things happen in the collegiate space. And just get out there and support the college folks that need it the most. So thank you.
Yes, please give Brooklyn College some love. You can find me at Chase Wassenaar on bsky.social and on Twitter. I try to spend less time on Twitter because, nightmare world and all that. But I appreciate hearing from all of you wherever you find us. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for what has been an incredible season. Thanks again to all of our competitors who put in a lot of time and work to make this possible. I know I was in calls with all of them the entire way through, and I appreciate every moment of it. So thank you all for your time. Until next time, goodbye, Internet.